right.
What?
To this, G's up, freeze up for a second now, bounce to this. Laid back.
With my mind on my money
My mind, and my money, and my money, and my mind.
What's the rest of the lyrics?
Laid back.
We censored the word endo.
Radio cut.
What? Yeah, it's a radio cut. So, welcome everyone. Wasted with Wize, episode 66, Gin and Juice. Those of you who watched the Video Game Awards probably know why I picked that song. I was actually torn between that song and what was that other one from Jane's Addiction? Been Caught Stealing, wasn't it? That's the one I messaged last night, wasn't it? I think it was on the preview awards, but anyway.
I know not what the fuck you were talking about.
Remember I said, I really
care.
like Jane's Addiction. Been caught stealing once when I was young. You remember?
What the fuck are you
Yeah, got it. Stop singing.
Yeah,
God,
sister. Look what you've done to the dog. Look what you're doing to the dog.
I'm spazzing.
I mean, this has now become getting deaf with Wize because Jesus Christ. Our eardrums are just bleeding.
Okay, I'm going to start with you, Fabio, since you're going to go eat your girlfriend in a few minutes.
Great. Motherfucker.
Well,
What a bitch.
Our audience, all four of them, want to know what you are doing when you leave our show, and I'm just telling them the truth that you're going to go eat your girlfriend.
God damn it.
You every time KY has a show, and you're like, we get started, and Game Set Live goes, and then you're 30 minutes later. I got to go eat my girlfriend. I will be back. So,
first of all, why do I sound like an Indian there? Why your impersonation makes me sound like an Indian?
I get to go eat my girlfriend. I'll be back in 30 minutes.
The
fact that it takes 30 minutes to eat her out, that's pretty impressive feat, though.
What a great beginning to the episode, I think.
I mean, you're gone for the full 30 minutes. The fact that you're spending 30 minutes eating her out, that means you're doing it right. I mean, shit. I only spend about a minute and a half.
What you don't know is he doesn't have an accent. He just has fucking lockjaw, so he can't speak properly for meeting his goddamn girl.
Amazing.
He's got lockjaw.
That man never has an accent.
It's just a manifestation of what he does with his girlfriend.
His jaw's just fucked up.
You're missing.
Yeah, right. You ready, Fabio? I got the best one for you. You ready, Fabio?
Let's go.
Here's your 20. Here we go, Fabio. This is you.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
Seeing red, so don't push me. Ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the.
Well, you prescribe to that fact, right? Don't you grab your girl by the...
What? What are you talking about?
Like a human bowling ball.
That was a perfect song. That was the best segue I've ever done. I'm sorry to say. We were talking about him eating his girlfriend. Eat the dogs.
Are you proud of it? Seriously? Okay.
Very, very proud of it. Very proud of it.
It's pretty much a lot about your life, my man. No, okay.
It's a Wasted with Wize milestone, if you ask me.
He's very invested in this topic. He's like living vicariously through you and your girlfriend or some shit.
It's been, as I said, it's been 20 years.
I mean, apparently me and my girlfriend live rent free.
It's been 20 years since I've eaten anything of that nature. Me and Doom can relate, can't you, Doom? It's been a while since you've eaten anything, right? Paul doesn't even know how it tastes.
I'm not answering that question.
Can we just get on with the fucking show? Jesus Christ.
Of course not. It's Wize. What are you expecting?
Fabio, tell us how you've been doing, my man. How's your week been going?
I've been doing much better before I came here, right?
He's like, I don't know how to take this shit. You
know what? I'm leaving earlier. Fuck off.
I hope this poor girl doesn't watch our goddamn show.
Everybody else is gone, right?
I hope she doesn't.
I don't think no girls watch this goddamn show,
Everybody else is gone, right?
Are you into that?
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm
Hip Hop went to
I know you went to Vegas.
I just hit him earlier.
So, one of our 3 viewers isn't female?
Well, I think Sir X-Man is about to have a sex change, so that might count, doesn't it?
What are you gonna change back into a man?
No.
Right, because it's in the headset.
Lemon. I know you're in and out. We have a situation because we're actually having you come in directly from the VGAs. So just let me go ahead and start with you as well. So how's everything been going? How's your week been going? How was the VGAs before we finish?
First of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Clearly.
No.
Okay.
Yep.
I have no idea.
Yeah, Verizon.
Yo, Fabio, pay your fucking pay your cell phone service, motherfucker. Then you can hear me.
Of course I can hear, my man. How are you doing?
Just me and my boy 100 here.
Okay. I got to give you guys an intro. Okay, I got to give you guys an intro. Y'all ready?
He can't hear it.
I can't hear you.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. No, I'm gonna change my headset, man, because I got it to my Bluetooth in my ear. Let me put it where. Let me see.
He used stream that don't
Get it off the Bluetooth. Get it off the Bluetooth.
Okay, y'all ready?
Hang on.
He said he's got to fucking do his headset shit real quick.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Sure, go ahead, take it on. Take it.
Oh, it's done. All right, we can hear you.
Ready?
We both can hear you.
You ready?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Everything's fine. Go.
You ready?
Start.
Okay, go ahead. This is you, Lemon and 100. Here you go. This is you.
To this, G's up, freeze up for a second now, bounce to this.
Oh shit! We get the cut. Woo! Lay back. Let's go. I ain't sipping gin and juice. I'm sipping Tito's and ginger ale.
Lemon and
But
Gas.
he's not telling you. That's not even your own song. He recycled it. It was an intro song. He recycled the intro song for your ass. You didn't even get your own song. He gave you leftovers. This son of a bitch.
Chill, son. Chill.
Lemon is used to sloppy seconds. Lemon is used to sloppy seconds. In fact, I think Lemon likes sloppy seconds. So there you go.
You hear this shit, 100?
I'm just a visitor.
Yo, what's good with y'all, man? Happy to see everybody here. Yo, Loke, what's good? How's the weather in Texas?
That ain't Loki.
That's not Loke. That's Doomsayer.
Oh shit!
No, that is not Loke. He would.
That's Doomsayer. He says he's the hog eat hater.
No, how's the show? How was the show?
Excellent, absolutely excellent, man. I had a blast. We had a blast.
How was Snoop Dogg?
Trash.
Was
me.
that cringe or what? Was that? I mean, it's Snoop Dogg. You don't want to say it's cringe. The music was good, but there's just something that was cringe about that whole.
I didn't like the gin and juice thing.
It was just unnecessary. Like I can understand when they're playing songs from games or songs from games nominated this year, but when it's just regular songs, it's like, what the fuck are we doing?
You didn't see all those people acting crazy in the crowd. You didn't see the white
crowd was having fun. They got a free Snoop Dogg.
It was right next to us.
Yeah.
Well, I understand
that song was appropriate. Drinking and
looks like the audience, but the audience looked like it was, but the audience.
I put it this way: it wasn't my
camera.
It was not my. I put this way: everybody stand up. I set my ass down.
Okay.
I was about to sit down.
I have no part on it.
Listen. It was an excellent performance. People stood up. They was acting crazy. You had everybody reciting the words. It was a live and energetic show. Don't listen to this motherfucker. He don't even go outside.
I sit down.
He don't go outside.
I sit down.
Okay. Here's
right now.
Okay, when they
in
were
his backyard.
How empty?
I'm sat down too, so it's all right. So,
how empty was it? Like it looked like
empty. No, y'all
wasn't empty. What do you?
We showing pictures that was empty. I'll put it this way.
They took pictures when it first
shot.
opened.
The crowd was full, bro.
It wasn't. It was.
It was full.
It was full. It was full. But
I saw one.
Hold on. So you're gonna say no,
I'm not saying no. I'm not. No. I'm not saying no. I'm
you
saying
did say no.
Okay, if I said okay, so if I did say no, it was done erroneously. I do remember one scene where they panned to the back all the way, and there were like quite a few seats that were empty in the back rows and stuff.
Yeah, but was it during the show or was it during the pre-show?
It was during the show.
During the pre-show, there was still show.
No,
the pre-show.
I don't recall seeing that.
The pre-show wasn't. The pre-show is the show didn't start to 30 minutes after the pre-show, right?
Mm-hmm.
The line was packed outside, but you had people in the lobby socializing on 3 different floors. Yo, me and 100 literally got up like 100 times. No bullshit. Because we had seats empty next to us, and they was outside talking shit. Then they would come in, excuse me, oh, excuse me, oh, excuse me. And we got up, so they kept, but the show was packed.
You were in the front. Were you like in the front row, or were you in the back?
Was in the main center area. See how the place is designed. We've been there before for the Xbox events,
yeah,
right?
That's the old Microsoft Center, right?
Well, but it's really when they rent it. Whoever rents it changes the name. Right now, Peacock is renting it. If T-Mobile rented it, right? Same shit. So, yes, it's the same place.
Mm-hmm.
That place is built with no seat in the house is bad. That's how it's designed.
Yeah,
so we was on the main floor. We was on the floor with Phil and Paris and all the developers. We was down there on the main floor, right? And then you had the balcony area on top of us. But it was jam-packed. There was no. It was when Snoop came out. It was standing room only. It was packed. When you see, like when we first went in there, that's when everybody getting in early, trickling in. Of course, everybody's not in here yet. It's like a movie.
Tell me you got a pristine view of that woman's thighs.
I know. I got a view of a lot of thighs. I got a pristine view of the old girl that her boobies was gonna pop out.
Oh yeah, that girl was fucking.
Yeah. I don't know her name, but I had an after.
What are you talking about?
Fuck that, Lesser Logic. I'm all about that, Diddy. Fuck that. No.
Listen, all Diddy, baby, all on deck. We getting it done.
That's half the reason why I watched the pre-show is with that girl, because I could just imagine myself being wrapped in those legs.
yo, son, it was a beautiful thing. It was a lot of love. With the big developers, the CEOs, nobody was acting prima donna. We all was with each other. Everybody was around. There was no, they was over there. We was, I'm never.
If Ferris wasn't up to his shit, Joseph Ferris wasn't up to his shit.
Who's Joseph Ferris? Talk to me.
The guy who did It Takes Two, and he had the new one that launched this year.
Oh no, that dude! I spoke to that dude before. That motherfucker is just like we are on this podcast. He's just like us. He don't play that.
His family was dressed up. He was dressed up like a regular person.
Yo,
he just came up a construction site.
Listen, he would fit perfectly on this show. Yo, listen, Intermediate Gaming Show and Wize Gaming Show. I'm telling you, he will fit right in this podcast. He is just like us. He's not no prima donna motherfucker.
No,
no,
a lot of people. That's why I tell people to come up. A lot of these people they're like regular,
they're regular people.
They're regular people, and it's successful. They don't have like 16 million bodyguards and nothing like that.
Like what the PlayStation father
was that Carl we met him.
He was outside by himself chilling, and I ran up on Aaron, and he just ran down my whole history to my team on how he met me in 2017. I was like, "Oh, you remember that shit?"
We're gonna come back to you guys in a second, because if we get off on this tangent, we're not getting back to the introduction. So we got to go ahead and get the introductions going.
Do your thing, man. Do your thing.
All right. Let me go ahead and move on to my next panelist. All right, Super, you ready?
I ain't dancing, but I'm ready.
You're not dancing?
I dance.
Here you go.
There's only so many dance moves I can do from a fucking stationary position.
People don't dance anymore. All they do is this. All right, here we go. Super, here is your 20.
Oh, shit.
Hey, what am I gonna do? I'm sitting in the fucking chair, bro. This fucking rock away.
Like, math, the lyrics, do like a cutthroat gesture. Yeah, there you go.
You should dust my shoulder off.
I'll do the Rockaway and lean back, man. Some terror squad. That's all I can do.
No, nothing. I don't know what happened. All right, man. My man Super, how has your week been going? What you been doing? What you been playing, boss?
It's been going good. I've been playing a little bit of that Marvel Rivals. I started playing a little bit yesterday, and then hop back into Helldivers a little bit for that update.
Is that out?
Yo, how is it?
Coming here?
No, it came out yesterday.
Yeah, it was live when they announced it during the show.
That's facts.
Bitch, you're gonna be waiting in line for that controller, aren't you?
What controller?
The PS4, the DualSense, the Hellblade 2 one. Not Hellblade 2, but Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2. Hellblade, I'm sorry, Helldivers 2. Are you going to be getting in line for that, aren't you?
Amazing host. I didn't know there was a Helldivers 2.
Yo, Super. This is why the fucking game didn't sell.
You didn't know about the Helldivers 2? Hold on. You serious?
I mean,
they can't get the name right.
I mean, I'm starting to think that Wize, like, he was the only person that bought the
Are you guys
controller.
crazy?
He spread out to people saying, "Oh, there's something else." Because fuck,
you guys.
Well, I mean, if there's a Helldivers 2 DualSense, they didn't show it to us at the award show, so I don't fucking know.
Here you go.
Yeah,
pull it up because I ain't see that shit either.
Let me guess, gonna be one fucking color with a little fucking logo slapped on the touchpad. That's how they like to do shit.
It's actually quite nice.
That's actually not bad. For
that's what I'm saying. It's not bad. Yeah, it's not a bad. It's not a bad design.
Now, okay, because like at first I was okay. It's literally just a controller with the logo sticked in the middle of it.
Well, it's still better than the fucking. It's still better than
the Spider-Man one.
No,
Spider-Man
God of War controller.
The God of War one.
The God of War controller was god awful.
Hell yeah!
Oh, the one with the wolf on it for Ragnarok.
Yeah, that shit was stupid.
Yeah, but at least it had multiple colors. The one for fucking Spider-Man PS4 was just a red dual shock with a fucking white spider in them. Same thing with the console, the PS4 Pro. It was just a red console with a fucking spider sticker on the side. Could have made that shit myself.
Well, see, the problem with this controller is that they announced that it's going to be in limited supply, and it's coming out on the 20th. So that means that this bitch is going to be sold out the minute you walk into fucking the PS.
Nah, bullshit. Define limited.
I don't know. It says limited quantities.
You know they
whatever
be lying.
Limited means.
You know they be lying. Didn't you get a second 30th anniversary portal?
I got a second 30th, but I didn't get it the day it went live for pre-orders. I got the second 30th the day they launched because they were releasing something, and so I went online to see what I could get, and the only thing they had available was a 30th anniversary portal, so I bought it.
And it's like fucking 3 months later, and I'm still seeing restocks of the 30th anniversary shit.
And the Spider-Man shit too. They said was sold out. The 19-inch statue, the Demorama, and the controller, and the system. Months later, they put it back up on their fucking website. I said, I thought this shit was limited. I done fucking bought the shit, but it's like, come on, what are we doing here?
Well, you know what I heard, and this is through the grapevine. I think Mag said this when he was on our show last. I think that they're going to make a Helldivers portal as well, because they're making a all black portal, nice. And I think that is going to go akin to this basic theme, basically a Helldivers portal. So I think that's what they're going to be doing. I think they're going to be releasing DualSense Edges and DualSense Edge and portals all in the same color motif going forward for their major games. So
I mean, honestly, anything that they are doing right now when it comes to those special edition hardwares nowadays is better than what Xbox has been doing, because usually what Xbox does is we have created this special controller, this special console that we are just going to be delivering for the big YouTubers out there, and it's not going to be available at all for the public to buy. I'm like,
well, technically they don't make it for the YouTubers either.
Well, you know, like even for example, the Deadpool controllers, the Deadpool and the Wolverine controllers, they could have made a shit ton of those.
They'll make a system, showcase it, and like 5 CEOs have one.
No, but don't you think it is frustrating as hell that like they are not?
Yes, they need to sell some of that shit.
Consoles, and we are not capable of buying it. Okay,
right.
Make limited numbers, fair enough, but make it available for everyone.
I don't know what the fuck they be doing, but they damn sure don't make it for YouTubers. They make it for industry people.
But you know, it is not. This is not only a fault of Xbox. It's also a fault of PlayStation. You got
It's
two
a fault
consoles.
of all of them.
Right. You have two consoles that are the most customizable consoles that we've had in a generation. Maybe 360 might have been a little bit more customizable.
No.
But,
what's the name?
These two are
Xbox One. Xbox One had some fucking awesome systems that they sold. Both of the Gears of Wars ones was awesome.
That white one was fire, straight fire.
And the red one was fire too.
Yeah,
with the carved in claw marks. I have all that shit.
Man,
I did an unboxing for the one that had the see-through with the skull in it. Those they were selling.
Even the Cyberpunk console looked good, honestly. But like there is like a
that was actually a really dope looking one.
Like there was a couple of consoles that they made. It was limited edition, which were about Godzilla and the King of Monsters. I think the movie was coming out or something like that, and they had a Godzilla themed console as well as other monsters from the Godzilla universe. Not King Kong, but like the other dragons and stuff.
I mean, you look at this shit that they did with the Infinite one. Like the Halo Infinite one was probably the best looking console they had, but they only made a paltry small amount of that
That's
console.
another thing I complained about. How can I be a hardcore fan that I am willing to spend the money and I don't fucking have one?
And you see, here's the thing that blows my fucking mind. You've got a design lab.
That's my favorite game.
No, but you got a design lab that you can customize your Elite. You have a design lab you can customize a regular controller. Why can't I have a design lab that customizes my box?
The wrap?
Yeah, well,
that's what she said.
Well, the box itself would be too costly to make customized versions. All different.
Really?
For the actual case, not a cover, but the actual case. Yes.
But if you're willing to pay for that,
nobody buys the case. We only buy the cover.
No, but even
he was saying about the case. But
okay, but say for example, how much extra are you talking about? $200 extra? $100 extra?
No, listen, a wrap is $59, $60.
A wrap is different than the actual hard case.
No, I'm talking about the hard case.
You should have wraps, which they're probably going to do, which is going to be customizable, right?
No, listen, let's talk about the hard casing. If they can paint hard casing plastic on their controller, why can't they do hard casing plastic on their box?
Because
their box is not designed like that.
You got to think about the manufacturing process, bro. First of all, second of all, like the controllers, they're like $60, dude. So they know they're going to sell a bunch of those. Getting people to buy custom hardware, it's a much harder sell, so they're not going to do it. And again, the manufacturing process is the issue.
Yeah, the price to manufacture one of those of a different color would not be.
The controllers, no, it's not. Microsoft makes their stuff in house. That's why they can do so much custom stuff. They already have their own manufacturer plant.
And we got to say this too:
the machines that assemble these things are different from the regular to the design lab.
You have a bunch of molding, and they just coating the molding on it.
But they make them themselves. That's what he's saying.
They make their all that their stuff. They're not going through a third party. They're making.
But it's still. To manufacture multiple colors of the case and to put it together and to basically do it on demand would not be financially feasible for them. You know
why it's not financially feasible where you already got everything. You don't have to go through middlemen.
It's not the middleman.
But listen, for the consoles.
There's a reason.
Hang on, let's think about it. When they showed you when they first made the Xbox controller, right? They showed you how they made that controller, how many times they tested that controller for stick drift, for butting, pressing, and all that other stuff, right? So why won't they have the same what can I say?
For the wraps.
Yeah, for a wrap. A wrap is nothing.
No, he's not
talking about the wrap. We're not talking about the wrap. We're talking about the hard.
We're talking about design lab.
Yeah, hold on. Wait. A hard cover is different because
what I'm talking about. Why can't I? My initial question to you.
Wize is talking about getting consoles from them directly, customized with different colors, not a wrap, not a vinyl, where it's the same unboxing experience. But the Xbox Series X is now
okay. Being that Wize is saying that.
Yeah.
Being that Wize is saying it, right? Let's keep it real here. Fucking PlayStation don't do that.
I'm not saying PlayStation does. I'm just saying
Neither
why
does
aren't they?
Nintendo. So why the fuck does Microsoft have to do that?
No, hold on. The reason why he's saying is because they already have design lab for the controllers. So he's saying, why not give us design lab for the console? And the answer is,
Yeah, but they don't have to use design labs for a whole hard case.
It doesn't matter.
Do it with the wraps.
No. But like
they have to create a whole separate manufacturing fucking plant just to do that. They're not going to be like, oh, here's the one that makes all the regular Series X's. Now make them purple. It doesn't work that way.
Real quick, sheer numbers alone, the number of controllers they will sell compared to the number of consoles is
much higher.
Yeah.
So it's worth it to go through the pain to set that shit up because they know they're going to move units.
It's like it's different from an accessory. Like if you are buying another controller that is customized, you are buying that to be a new thing, a new accessory for your setup. But you are not like buying the console and the console is customized, or you are not buying. Like if it was a situation where you are buying the console, okay, the next generation is here. Here's the console, and you can pay $100, $200 more, and you get that beautiful wrap around it, customize it. No, it's not that situation. That situation is possible for them to do, I believe, but like not actually changing the
wraps.
Actual.
Because
console.
listen, there's a company right now, just like before PlayStation started putting out colors. When I first bought my PlayStation, I turned my system matte black. There was no fucking plates from Sony.
It was deep brand, wasn't it?
Yep.
No, listen to me.
Brand. It was deep.
No, there's companies you can send your shit to that'll fucking paint it.
It came out later. Now there's a company that you can get custom wraps from this company. And that's what Microsoft should do in-house, but we can't say they should make the hard plastic because they don't have a system where you change the plastic.
Right.
They don't have that. PlayStation designed a system that it has plates. So other companies, remember, I ordered the 30th anniversary, the old style PlayStation look plates for my PlayStation when it was available for $44, right? I could take my matte plates off and put those on. That's a simple fix. But the Xbox is not. The Xbox system itself is not fucking made like that. It's not. Okay. But now they got this wrap system. They should have more design lab wraps, customizable, and they probably will do. They'll do. But the plastic, we can't be saying they should change the plastic.
No, they should not.
Let me make an executive decision here going forward. We got a lot to cover with the videos, so with the Game Awards. So let me go ahead and cut the introductions a little bit short.
Well, you spent 30 minutes talking about Fabio eating his girlfriend's pussy.
Okay, well, that was a very.
Oh, that's how you got that beard to be full.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, we just want to know how he gets.
Fabio.
We just want to know how he gets his beard.
That's how he got
thick.
his beard to be full.
He drinks fucking mead. He drinks mead, motherfucker.
It's that juice. It's that juice that keeps dripping down.
He comes up, he looks like a lion that just got done eating a zebra.
It's ale.
Hold on. I got a fellow Gucci eater right here. He's the goddamn El Capitan of
No,
Gucci
you said he's an ass eater. He's an ass muncher, not a pussy eater.
No, hell no. I ain't.
That's me.
Oh, why said you tongue punch booty hole?
You like to go to Brown Town.
Zero.
Knock, don't have to score, am I right?
We don't play that game.
Yo, listen.
Hey, I sold my ball here.
Me the Hershey chases over here, baby. I'm chasing that Hershey.
Melt in your mouth, not in your hands.
But I'm not the top eating ass, so.
How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll Center?
Hey, hang on. I know who you, man. That's Bob, man. That was on man Ray. Oh no, we don't play that L8. Oh no, we don't play that G.
100. How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll Center of a Tootsie Pop? I don't know without my
three.
I mean, the owl cheated, but it was 3.
It was 3. All right. Speaking of owls cheating, Cerebral, my man, how's your week been going, my boss? How's life been treating you, man?
It's been rolling by slowly.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I wrapped on Indiana Jones, at least the initial playthrough, after 40 plus hours. So good game, great game. That would be my game of the year, actually, if it counted.
Did you 100% it or what?
Not yet. No, there's a lot more to do because there's a shitload of, and none of it's really difficult. It's just taking the time to do it, and to do it, you have to do multiple run throughs.
Regular sweatpants. Where they go out sweat.
So,
the thing about that game, and a lot of people,
not cold, it's chilly.
In hindsight, I've been watching a lot of people who were complaining about the motion, the character motions and stuff. It wasn't as fluid. However, I think
for which characters?
Of Indy and the NPCs in the game. And
they were fine. I don't
now,
know.
personally speaking, I found it fine. They just said that it was sort of off-putting, but I felt like the new Colossus,
like in the first-person perspective, Indy's arms sometimes look a little wonky, but that's because it's FPS. But everything else was fine.
And there was sometimes where after an animation, the arm would get stuck in a weird position.
You
just reset.
How about this? Fuck that nitpicking shit. The fucking game is amazing.
I'm not nitpicking. I'm just saying all
I
did was
I'm not even nitpicking either. I'm not nitpicking. I'm trying to make I came to a realization that I think what we need to sort of look at, and I think it's a true fact.
Into an erection. I was going to say
no.
wrong show.
I mean, you look at.
I just don't know where you heard that because I haven't heard anybody.
No, I was watching. Was it Luke
criticism.
Stevens or somebody online who was talking about like the character movements were not to his
somebody
liking.
that don't matter.
Well, no, Lucas Stevens has multi-million followers and stuff.
Well, I don't care if they
that don't
I don't give
matter.
a shit. I don't give a shit.
No. My point wasn't to bring up that and that nitpicking. My point is that like if you look at a machine game, right, they can make the game look any way they want. I think we've come to a point in games and graphics where the developer, if they are capable, they are able to create make the game look the way they want it to look. If they're choosing to make it look like a certain game or make it look like something that they made in the past, I think that is more of a characteristic of their games. Like if you look at, for example, like
Boys, got to the points. I gotta leave.
Let's take Todd Howard's whole thing with Bethesda Game Studios. If you look at their characters, their animations. Yeah, they can look better, but I think somewhat of it is like it's a
stylish.
Yeah,
style.
that is the Bethesda DNA. You know what I'm saying? That is the Bethesda DNA. You know you're playing a Bethesda game when you play it like that. Right.
Boys,
it's
I'm sorry. I gotta go. Okay.
Great night. Yeah, you gotta go eat your girlfriend. Go ahead.
Fuck off.
Go ahead.
Well, wait. What he's mad about that? What, you got to go eat your boyfriend? Like, what the fuck? No, I'm not eating my girl. I'm eating my boy. Nah. Listen, it's like it's what's that game? Song of Midnight.
Mm-hmm.
South of
Midnight. Okay, that's a stop motion game, and they designed it that way on purpose. They also have an option to turn it off. First of all, if I fucking want my game to be a stop motion game, don't tell me, oh, I don't like this. Wait a minute. You watch a lot of these fucking movies that do the same shit. Intentionally. It's intentionally moving like that. If that's the art style of the developer and how they want to portray the game.
I like that, man.
Like I think this shit is awesome because we don't you got stop motion anime movies. Oh, now we supposed to change. Like, look. Excuse me. I don't like the Miles Morales. I don't like the Spider-Man Miles Morales movies because good story, great action, but when you watch that shit, they changed the art style of the movie like fucking 10 different times.
Yeah.
Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah,
but that was deliberately done.
They do it intentionally,
But I said I didn't like it.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't hear me bashing it. You don't hear me nitpicking it. But what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, just like every character is animated at different frame rates.
Right. And I'm like, what the I see you.
I know.
I'm like, yo, that shit is annoying. But you don't see me bashing it. The movie was good. I just was like, wish you stuck to one fucking art style.
I'm the same way. I'm the same way, Lemon. When I first watched it, I was like, what is this? I didn't like it when I first watched it.
Right. One art style I love, and then they switched. And I said,
the whole thing about this nitpick, though, is that they're bitching about
people out here, they nitpick. Having a bunch of followers don't mean you matter.
No, but this
don't mean you matter.
I'm gonna tell y'all this. I'm gonna keep it a buck. People don't understand people's art style.
Yeah.
Did we get mad when back in the day the Greeks people made these body styles of this or that? and it was gorgeous, right? So when a person makes a game and a person makes this character and that character, this and that, this say I don't like the person. You make it where it's the end of the game. It's the end of the world.
Right. That's my point. Yeah.
And and you can do that. And I'm not part of the people with the letters.
The thing is, with the first person animations, though, you're always going to have that issue because the arms that are in front of you when you're looking in first person aren't connected to a fucking body, and the view you're looking through isn't too eye. Like it's a different whole thing. You can't make it look exactly one-to-one with a real person's body, which is why when you play VR always looks fucking weird. It doesn't look like you're actually your body. It's just they can't do it. So we're always going to have a little bit of wonkiness in animation.
These be the same people bragging about some VR shit, and your fucking arm moved across the screen. And come on, it's getting better. But this is the same people that just look to complain about everything.
But that's what draws the interweb. The
negative. My point being is, I think we've gone to a point in time, a point in gaming where I would say that most developers can make a hyper-realistic game if they are so inclined to do so. But I think that right now, the decisions that we see that we criticize as gamers are more artistic choices than true criticisms. I think that, like, for example, why I'm looking forward to Avowed is because that is the Obsidian DNA. I mean, you see the Obsidian DNA in both Avowed. You see the Obsidian DNA in the Outer Worlds 2 trailer. You see the Obsidian DNA even in the games that they have out right now. So yeah, people complain about the Obsidian facial animations and stuff, but I think that is deliberately done because that is what makes it an Obsidian game. Yeah, right. That is how you sort of characteristic.
Can I ask you guys a question? Do a person's facial recognition will that will kill off that we got to that point that will kill off you not to play the game?
Well, for a lot of people, it is. Well, I mean, but you gotta understand,
it's always talking. Let's keep it a buck. It's always talking about the facial recognition of the animations or the voice, how the words didn't match what they face. What about the gameplay? We're gamers.
Yeah,
we're not in the movie in the industry that I know of. If you are,
but you know how it is. 100. Like when somebody's looking for something to pinpoint, they're gonna find something, right? You know how it is.
But
like looking for something, you're gonna find it.
We're in a pathetic space. People always talk about, I want this game to be real. You don't want fucking every game to be real. You don't want every movie to be based on real life. Then we wouldn't have John Wick. We wouldn't have the Matrix.
The only thing pathetic about this whole situation is that Surface laptop. There we go. I'm sorry.
Guess what? We could stream better than you, motherfucker, with your tablet.
I'm running off of a fucking clamshell. I'm doing good. I'm sorry.
We both in here got Surface generations in here. Watch your mouth.
It takes two of you to run one of my laptops is doing by itself.
That was a lag just now, motherfucker.
All right, let me go to my next man. Oh, shut the fuck up. All right, dude, my man. Tell us how you been doing, my man. How's your week been going? What you been doing? What you been playing, boss?
It's going good. That's about it.
Cool. Why don't you call him his real name? His real name.
What's that?
His real name is Hargeet Jr.
No, Doom is going to kill you.
A lot more facts than what Hargeet does.
Doom is going to literally find where you live, and he's going to blow up that fucking bus. He's not too far from you. He's in Pennsylvania. He's just a couple of states down from you.
Wait a minute,
listen,
what are you saying?
You can come get this work. It's free.
He's gonna...
Free work.
I don't understand what the hell just happened.
Doom's gonna blow your bus up. He drives a bus in New York. I said, Doom, not too far away from you. He's only a couple of states down from you.
Listen, I'm a New York City bus operator. I'm not affiliated to any statement that this guy just said. Somebody see that shit.
Okay, fucking yeah. I like people. Do you know? I always get selected for the random security searches whenever there's a flight. You know, I always get selected.
You're talking about blowing up buses. That's what happens. I don't know. FBI listening to your ass.
Hold on, we'll be right back. No more. We're gonna take a commercial break.
I'll see you guys later. I do want to sit there and say this. Yeah. Wize, you are one racist motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
You are so racist. After last week, I gotta say, man, what the hell? I forget who sat there and told you that you made a comment about, I think it was when you guys were doing the Assassin's Creed thing and that.
Oh yeah, I called them a racist. No, I called them a racist. Yeah.
Oh shit.
That's why I'm busting your balls, Wise.
We're gonna get into
That's
this
a
in a
small
second.
bust,
We're
though.
not
That's a
getting into
small
this.
bust.
Yeah.
We're not getting into this. Just move on. Just go right on.
Point to the camera.
This
Triple,
Marvel.
my man, tell us where you can find Triple. How's your week been going? What you
Man, I
been
just
doing?
threw Wise right off.
Shit, we
got me
already
off.
doing outros like 2 hours ahead.
What? Yo, hold on. Why the fuck is you got a humping dog on your screen?
It's a dancing dog.
Why the fuck not?
That dog is not dancing.
Yeah, it is.
It's
That's
twerking.
Sony Pony right there.
Hold on.
You know,
That's a
I
dancing
need to know
dog.
how to do.
Yeah.
I need
You need to
know
change
how to
that.
do that
He's,
because
he's doing the Humpty
Selling dog
dance.
pornography on Wise's show. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, any
I'm gonna make
pornography
a
on
Loke video with Loke dancing, so
It's
that'll
called
be my
bestiality,
profile
get it
picture.
right.
the only.
It
Did he
is
just beat
a
the dog up?
it
Holy
is a
shit.
dancing dog.
Fucking dog's doing meth.
Him and Dreamcast
Oh,
guy.
man.
Excuse me.
Oh.
Pizza face guy.
But what I've been doing this week, I mean, I've been playing Call of Duty Zombies. My buddy got me into playing more Zenless Zone Zero, and we were playing the Dark Pictures Anthology. Holy shit! Where it's
Nice.
they set off the
That's the
Devil Within, I believe it's what it's
Yep,
called.
that's the one with the H.H. Holmes. That's the one.
Yeah,
with
so
H.H.
I've been playing that, and Genshin or Zenless Zone Zero, it's pretty. I haven't gotten too far into it, but the game is very flashy.
Yeah.
And
I love all those games. All the Dark Picture Anthology games are right up there in the top of my list.
Yeah, so far I think I've done a pretty good job. No one's died so far, so that's
So
pretty
no
good.
one's died so far.
No one's died.
No,
so
in
far.
in those games it's hard because right at the end, all of a sudden they start dropping like flies.
Oh yeah. Apparently, my friend he was controlling. He said this is his first time playing co-op, but he was playing and he had one of the characters try to push the guy out the roof and they fell to their death. He was like, "All right, we're doing that all over again." So, it's been interesting so far, but yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's go ahead and go to our main topic. The topic for tonight is going to be, as always, obviously says,
Nintendo?
Go fuck yourself. Yeah, well, maybe Nintendo or the lack of Nintendo. Okay, VGA 2024. So yeah, it is on the screen right
Can
now.
Somebody tell me what this motherfucker's obsession with the goddamn Muppets is every fucking year.
Hey, let me just say real quick. Let me just say real quick.
They were at least funny this year.
Hang
This
on.
year they were at least
I was
funny.
going to say I like the fact that it had those two on there, and they
Stadler and
basically
Waldorf.
Stadler and Waldorf, and they basically voiced every criticism we've had about his show.
Yes.
Yeah,
I just finished
that was
seeing too.
I was gonna say that at least this year they were funny and they were ragging on him for all the shit like you said that we always say. But
let's just
in
be real
previous
here.
years, man, we had fucking the cockroach and fucking what's the other one?
Right, but that was then. This is now. They used
Yeah,
them greatly
we heard
this
you
year.
always sell out.
No,
I like that one.
this
That was a
year
good
for
one.
sure. For sure, they were actually.
Hold
like,
on,
one of
man.
the
Let's be
best parts of the
real
show
here.
this year.
That shit was Cerebral Paul
Gonzo.
and fucking Sir X-Men up there. We know who the fuck them two old bastards was.
Sorry, yeah, we got
know
our
who them
own.
two old bastards was.
We got our own two old Muppets here.
That's fact. That's fact.
Okay.
The
No, but yeah.
motherfuckers was entertaining.
No, but honestly,
Yeah,
it was.
they were
What the fuck, Triple? What the hell is that? What the fuck?
Ignore me. I'm just having fun right now.
What the fuck? Is
Doing the Dougie.
shit?
Hey,
At least
hang on,
he's
That's
got-
his
he-
cousin on the way to the Blue Lagoon.
Hey, no. Hey, hang on. That's Lemon that didn't hope that wasn't gonna be our waiter at the table yesterday.
If she was 30, if he was 30 pounds heavier, he'd be about as fat as my wife. There you go.
Yo, hold on. What was he bringing to our table?
He tried to give us a spinach dip.
Oh yeah, he said. Look. He said, "Look at this shit. I'm a piece of shit. I ain't gonna lie, I'm a piece of shit for this." He had on sparkles on his eyes and shit was crazy. Eyeliner, eyelashes. He said, "Is this spinach dip for this table?
Hey,
Anybody here ordered
who
spinach
wanted-
dip?"
who
I
ordered
said,
the
"Nope,
spinach?
ain't nobody
Yeah.
ordered no dip from you. Nobody ordered no dip from
Right.
you. No
And
hip
go wash
hop.
your, and go wash your hands. We don't know what he's
French
been.
dip.
Oh, you bad for that." I said, "No, I don't want no dip from him. You want some dip from him?"
Did he sound like
Anybody's-
Damon Wayans in fucking
Anybody's
Beverly Hills
volunteering
Cop?
some dip from this dude. Be my guest. but you ain't sitting here. He was like, anybody want some dip? Anybody order spinach dip? No, motherfucker.
Remember when Devin Wentz played that gay dude in Beverly Hills Cop? Had them the fucking bananas.
I don't want to get an executive decision. No, we order this shit.
Nah, son.
Because I was already mad because I was hungry and got my goddamn food. I was mad.
Yo, Nova.
What is going on?
Yo, Nova. Wrong table, bitch.
There's something about
why was this fucking NXS?
It makes me sweat.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm lonely.
You didn't even let it get to the good part.
That was hilarious.
I need you tonight. Cause I'm not sleeping.
Yo,
There's something about you, it makes me sweat.
That's crazy, motherfucker. That's crazy. This motherfucker was. Oh, shit. Oh my fucking god! I forgot all about that spinach dip shit last night.
I told you.
I forgot all about that shit.
All right. Let's go into the show. In general, the show. Okay, so let me go around and get everyone's general opinion quickly. 2-second opinion of overall takeaway from the show, like good, bad.
B plus.
Okay, so
B
just
plus.
2 minutes to everybody. 2 seconds, everybody. So go ahead, Triple. Let's start with you.
I thought it was a pretty good show. Like any show, it really comes down to announcements primarily, but I thought it was good on announcements wise. I have to rewatch because I honestly wasn't paying attention to all the award winners. So I thought it was good. Pacing was good. The structure was good. The announcements were good. And yeah.
Okay, cool. Doom, what about you overall?
Doom.
Doom is here?
Doom.
Oh, yeah.
Sort of.
Damn.
We'll come back to Doom. Okay, Cerebral, overall.
Overall, I thought it was good.
Overall, pretty good. Okay, what about you, Lemon and 100?
B plus.
And what about you, 100?
7.5.
7.5. Well, good. All right, Super.
I thought it was pretty good. I still think that in 3 hours they can give out more awards than fucking 5. Maybe get rid of some of these live performances, but I mean, overall, yeah, I think it was probably one of the better ones. Hey, man, we weren't in the fucking hall, motherfucker. Exactly. All right,
Doom, you back?
I love fucking Superman.
Doom, you back? Okay, we'll come back to him when he comes back to the mic. All right.
What did you think, was?
General. Okay, so here's the thing. When I first watched it, right, I gave
you
it like
say 2 minutes. I just want to remind you.
Okay, no. When I first watched it, I gave it an 8.5, but on the replay, I actually gave it about a 6.5, and I'll explain why in a second. Yeah.
What the fuck? You dropped 3 points. God damn.
Well, I mean, you look at what they announced, right? Like when I looked at what they announced The Witcher 4, the Elden Ring multiplayer game,
Elden Ring, Turok, Onimusha,
Intergalactic,
Onimusha. I got 20 fucking games on my list.
Okami, Mafia.
I got 20, I don't have Okami on there, but I got 20 games on my phone.
Borderlands 4. But the problem I had on the back end and why I dinged it so bad was over 50% of these announcements weren't gameplay. They were just announcements. Like, okay, for example,
well, listen, everything that don't mean they're bad.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not. No.
Don't get me wrong. But you dinged it 3 points because they were announcements.
2 points.
What do you want, dude?
Sure. Right, because they were announcements.
For example, let's say for example, The Witcher 4. Okay, I'm down for Witcher 4. I'm excited about the game.
Hold on, pause for a second. And I understand you want gameplay. We all prefer gameplay, but let's be real. This is an award show that we're tuning in, and we just want to see announcements. You're dinging them because the announcements he got weren't all gameplay. Like, that's not his fault. If he goes, hey, what do you have to show me? Hey, we can make you this trailer. There's no gameplay. He's like, great, give me that.
Yo, Super, hold on. Let me ask you this question, Wize. How did you feel about Intergalactic? Was you excited?
I'm excited about Intergalactic. But
they didn't show you shit.
They didn't show you shit.
Hold on. That's
the
I got
problem.
you.
No.
They didn't show you anything.
You're failing when if I'm looking for just the announcement, this was an 8.5 because they announced a boatload of games. Okami sequel was in and of itself was a reason enough. However, from a gameplay
so hold on. Rewind.
You're dinging it.
The show isn't about gameplay.
They're not showing you things that.
They never promised to show you all this gameplay.
Exactly, that's my point. They weren't like, "Hey, we're going to show you gameplay of everything." If they said that, then ding them. But you're dinging them because they didn't show you.
Again, you're doing what you do a lot. Hang on. He's doing what he does a lot. He's expecting it, and a lot of people do. That didn't meet my expectation. Where's the gameplay? But they never promised you gameplay. They never.
Right. Plus, if I can say, you said you enjoyed the fact that it was announced, but it wasn't gameplay. So it's like you're kind of
all they promised us was announcements and world premieres, and we got announcements and motherfucking world
it's
premieres.
Like, I love the announcements.
Listen to my point here, Triple. Hold on. Listen to my point. He's excited for Intergalactic.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? The trailer did nothing for me.
I'm excited about Witcher 4, and the trailer didn't do anything. I'm excited about Okami 2, and I'm not.
Let me get to my point, and I'm gonna say why you bugging. They didn't show no gameplay, but a cutscene, and at the end, they showed her jumping at a mechanical machine. You know what got me excited? You know what got me excited about Intergalactic?
I like the motherfucker.
No, the person, the team that's making it. When it said Naughty Dog is when I got excited. Because technically they didn't show shit. They didn't show shit on the game.
Y'all really won't? Y'all know I'm an Xbox too. I bleed green. I die green. I got on green.
You masturbate green. Go ahead.
Yo, go get that. Go get that. They not like us merch. They not like us merch.
When you spew, you spew green.
But you need to get that check though. I was impressed about the game.
Yeah, listen.
We was talking about who's coming from awards, and
I'm buying it day one. I don't know the story, don't know shit, but I'm buying it.
Yep.
I mean,
and Mafia.
None of that. My thing is that was something that was new.
Yep.
And it's going to be the first Naughty Dog game in over a decade. It's not going to be a third-person shooter.
That's why I was
Uncharted or Last of Us.
It wasn't no remake. It wasn't nothing. I said, "Oh, this game looks interesting," but it's a cutscene, right?
And they said they're inspired by the Souls games. So, like,
right? They seen her dive with the big whatever weapon that was at the machine. I said, "Okay." Until I saw that fall, I said, "Now I'm in," because I know they make quality shit.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't show gameplay. So you can't say Wize. You just said you excited for some shit that didn't show you anything.
Yeah,
right.
They didn't show you shit.
See, therein lies the problem that I have. It's like I don't know how to rate this show. From an excitement and hype level standpoint.
That's the point. Like, it's an award show showcasing what's new, what's coming, giving kudos to the developers.
That's what it's supposed to do.
It. And I think if it would be a problem for me if a bulk of the new announcements were like, or announcements for games we've seen already, and it's like, here's an extended look at what we've already seen, then I would not complain. But announcing new games and saying, hey, these are new things to look forward to in the industry, that's where it sells for me.
It's one thing if you were to like, hey, I was kind of disappointed because I was kind of hoping to see more gameplay. Oh, cool, no problem with that. Being like, I dinged at 3 points, cocksucker.
That's a lot.
Gameplay.
Yeah, and you said it yourself that you're excited for what was announced, but because there was no gameplay, now I had to knock points. Like, you're chilling on a show. Different things. Yeah, like
I mean, the announcement.
That's why I brought that up, because you kind of contradicting what you said you gave it.
Well, maybe I'm not communicating myself effectively here. Like, from the announcement perspective,
teacher. You're supposed to do RRF.
From the announcement perspective, I'm off work. Goddammit, I'm tired. All right.
From the announcements perspective, you got announcements, and then you dinged them because the announcements didn't have gameplay that they didn't promise.
There was not much for
Wize. Split Fiction had gameplay. There you go.
Yeah, I mean,
yes, it did.
Okay, Split. Yeah, Split. What was that? The new one by Ferris.
Split Fiction. Yeah.
Split Fiction.
Hold on.
That one.
Let me fuck his head up. I'm gonna pick your brain, Mr. Host.
All right, go ahead.
Ninja Gaiden.
That had gameplay. That was exciting.
Did you like it?
Oh, I loved it because it reminded me of the OG Ninja Gaiden from the NES.
Okay.
And from the arcade. Remember that?
What about Rematch from the Sifu makers, the soccer game?
You know, I was doing dishes, so I didn't see that one totally. So yeah, I have to go
Okay.
back and look
You,
at it.
wait, hang on.
Hold
Wait.
up. You didn't
he-
get points
no,
for
he
shit that
just-
you didn't even see because you
wait,
were watching.
You just said you rewatched it. You just said you did this on a rewatch.
I didn't get
you
to
did
see that
this on a
game.
rewatch.
I
and you
rewatched the
did
ones.
that.
Yeah, like I went back to see the ones that did not have anything that I think I missed.
So
Hold
you
on,
went.
you gotta watch the whole show in its
went back
entirety.
He skimmed. He skimmed. And then
Right,
he
you
went
can't
to-
I watched the full detailed show
Busted.
while I was doing shit, and then I went back and said,
Busted,
"Okay, these are
sucker.
but these are the major ones. I need to
you
go back and watch it
skimming
again."
son
No,
of a
then
bitch.
you. So you
Okay, hold on.
basically
Hold on,
he nitpicked what he didn't
Paul,
like.
Let me finish getting my point across
Okay.
with this guy. Elden Ring, Night Rain 2. Did you
That was a
watch
good
that
game.
gameplay?
Yes, I like that game.
Outer
Okay.
Worlds 2 gameplay, right?
Yep.
Did Outer Worlds 2 have gameplay?
Yes.
I don't remember
Yes.
seeing it.
Yeah.
Gameplay.
Where were you? you said the first time it was you.
Outer Worlds 2, I don't
You
remember.
watched
I don't
it.
remember
You
Outer
did
Worlds 2.
not.
I remember
You
the trailer. I remember them saying it's
Nope,
going to be
nope, it
3
had
times as
gameplay.
long or 2
You're
times
a
as big.
fraud.
and
You're a
all that
fraud.
jazz.
You're a
I
Boo
don't
this
understand.
man. Get
Fraud
the
alert.
digital
Fraud
tomatoes.
alert.
Boo
Fraud
this
alert.
motherfucker.
Okay,
Fraud.
hold on.
Fraud alert.
Killing Floor 3.
Yeah,
Turok. Gameplay.
Hell
Wize is like, fuck, I didn't think I was kicking this one instead.
Gameplay.
The major, okay, if we would say the big
I need
Do
nonsense.
more
it.
shit.
Don't do
no,
it.
wait.
Don't do it. Don't move the
Hey.
goalposts.
Let's
Don't
just
you
move
do
on
it.
to the next.
Don't you
Let's
fucking
go
do
Game
it.
of Thrones.
Witcher
Yeah,
4.
he's
Let's go
moving
ahead
up.
and
He's moving up to a
I
new
don't
field.
even-
He's moving up to a new field.
He said there's no gameplay.
Stadium.
Well, actually, there's no gameplay for the major announcements. I'm like,
Yo,
Well,
listen.
you know, like okay, in hindsight, I would say the bigger announcements were, and I don't know if you guys would agree with this, but Intergalactic, Witcher 4, Okami's sequel, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds.
That's one of the bigger announcements is Sonic Racing Cross Worlds.
Project Century.
Oh, no, that's a big
Virtual
title.
Fighter,
Wait, big
Borderlands
title.
4, Outer Worlds 2.
That's a generational title.
Project Robot, and yeah, those would
Project
be like
Robot
the-
is
Hang
not
on,
a
wait. He totally didn't mention Mafia. Okay, you are a fucking fraud, dude.
Okay, Mafia.
Okay.
All right,
No.
I apologize. I
Hold on.
didn't mention
No.
Mafia,
He didn't mention fucking Game of Thrones. Ani
Yeah,
Musha.
or game. Yeah,
Turok.
no
Oh
shit.
yeah, that's right. Onimusha. I missed that one. That was another big one I missed.
No,
Yeah,
fuck
Onimusha
you.
was there, but that wasn't.
No.
They didn't have
Oh,
gameplay either.
hold on.
Onimusha
But-
did not have
but
gameplay.
I was saying before, Paul, did you hear that the new Mafia is not open world? It's going to be linear.
Well,
It should be.
Well, the other ones were pretty much linear too, in a way.
Yeah.
For Mafia, they were pretty. They were big linear, but they were still linear.
All right, but let's go down the list here. Okay, Witcher 4 first. Let's go ahead and go pivot to game by game here.
Banger.
Witcher 4. People were talking. I remember seeing that on the chat. People were like, "Where is Gerald? Where's Gerald?" Well, he's there. He's there.
Geralt.
We're gonna ignore that shit.
He's
dude.
older.
Yeah.
You gotta yo, what? Hold on, Wise. Why
People
the
are
fuck? Why do you take the small voices and try to elevate them to the
I know,
fucking
and-
presidential status?
No, I'm
Also,
just saying that-
hold on. This first of all, listen. Geralt had a trilogy. This game, The Witcher 4,
Yeah.
is the start
No,
of a
I
new
didn't.
trilogy. Also, you play as Ciri in The Witcher 3.
No,
exactly.
Series so old. They weren't about how old she is. Man,
she
think
doesn't
about
look
it, we
the
don't know.
same. She's ugly
know,
or something.
First of
Like,
all,
what's
last
going
time we
on?
saw her, she was a child.
Yeah, no. The thing about it is, you want to prolong the game, and I think the witches. I actually think the witches don't exist no more. Where she came
Why are you
from.
making shit up?
I'm thinking. I'm using. Man, I got a fucking brain.
No, you got a brain, but it didn't work.
I'm going to bring this up too as well.
I think the witches don't exist.
No, I know. I think
No,
no,
I
I'm
want to
talking
bring this
about
up too because you guys.
where she at, they don't believe that it's like how the Jedi were, how the Jedi is now. Like,
Oh,
after-
in other
no,
words,
but let me say
okay,
this.
hang on. So what he's saying
Yeah.
is they've
no,
they-
hang on, you guys don't understand.
so
That was
what
the
he
trailer.
no,
Y'all
I
don't
do.
look
Hang
at
on.
the trailer.
Guys,
So-
pause. Time. Go ahead.
So what it sounds like he's saying is that they passed to lore that nobody's seen a Witcher for a long time, so they don't think they.
That
you know,
motherfucker
yeah.
saw his story and was like, "Oh, a Witcher's here."
He said,
In
"Toss
the
your coin,
trailer.
guy."
First
Yeah,
of all-
bro. Literally,
first of all,
caught on him.
They didn't show enough to see if she's as powerful as Herald.
Right.
That's number one. You can't say she had better powers.
Geralt.
All she used was water.
Geralt.
You can't
I
say
don't know.
that.
Real
My-
Gamer says that
my-
she has better power.
No,
My
I
understanding
But
is
he did
so.
train her that's basically his adopted daughter. But let's not get it. You know, I'm definitely excited for the game. I'm a Witcher fan. I put over 200 hours in that game, which I don't know how the fuck I did that.
Go see your police record
for 200.
Watch your mouth.
I've been
playing that game since 2014, since PC. Excuse me, 2015 since PC. When I was playing in 4K. When you niggas 1080p, niggas. Yeah, watch your mouth.
I'll tell you right now, I'm here just for the Gwent.
Hold on, let's really go back. I had a 980 Ti in 2015. Top shelf, motherfucker.
Did they announce that this game's coming out in 2025?
I don't think they gave a
I
think so. Correctly, for the Witcher fans out there.
Guys, pause. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, correct me if I'm wrong for the Witcher guys out there. My brother tells me that the Witchers are using sigils, and in the gameplay, she's actually using magic, which is separate from
because she's because she has magic.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. As I was watching, I was like, I don't know much about Witcher, but I know a little bit, and I was looking for that. What's that thing in the trailers they put in there to let you know what'll be different from the previous entries? And when she was using a little magic spell that she used against the creature, I was like, that's it. That's the thing. I don't know what the thing is, but I know it's different. So there's difference.
Well, I know I'm going to say something and you guys are not going to like. You're going to say, stop bringing up voices of small
Why
people.
you always saying shit we don't like, though?
Well, I just wanted to cover the full perspective.
Why are you bringing? You always watch these people that have they have a million followers, but they're nothing but shit.
On the Game Awards
listen,
show
when I'm
last night.
talking, I don't want to bring up Mag no more.
No, it was.
When I'm talking, don't bring up Mag. I know more people than Mag.
Well, people were saying.
Well, Mag said.
Hold up. What I'm saying is that this is an example of where I believe that people talk about, this is woke. This is being woke because this Siri has the main character. This is not woke.
It's a term now. Like it's annoying. It's a term
that's being used out of context.
Right.
People using it don't understand. The only time they use it is when it's a minority character in a major role. That's like saying that's what the fuck it is. That don't mean being woke. That means anybody, any nationality or races or race can be used as a main character. That doesn't mean it means woke. I seen somebody say with the character from Intergalactic, they're trying to be woke. No, motherfucker. This is not a game about Malcolm X.
And the actress that's playing the main character in that game, she always has short hair. Her hair is never long. Look at any of the things she acts in. Her hair is always short.
The crazy thing about, I know we're far ahead of the actual topics, but the amount of stories people are creating off of a trailer, calling it woke trash and all these other things because
I got really upset about that myself.
Character who shaved her hair, and
I haven't seen people say that it's she's a trans lesbian. I'm like, where the fuck did you get that from?
Where'd you get that from? Like, bro, you make up this whole story and you barely see anything of the game.
People on the internet, when they see things. When I woke up this morning, I saw so much shit about this intergalactic character. Yeah. They don't even know about the game yet. No. But they had all these stories. Oh, she's gay. Oh, she's this. Or she used to be a man. Or
look. Honestly, these people are out of control. To me, I don't like woke shit. I bitch about woke shit all the time. But in my opinion, The Witcher 4, Ciri being the main character, I don't think is woke at all. It's not like it's a gender swap. She was an existing character that already existed. And she was playable in the last game. And like I said, he had his trilogy. Now she'll have hers. Big deal. And then
you don't even know if have a trilogy. Maybe this is her game.
They said this is the first of a trilogy.
Okay, and even if it is, let's just say, right? We know these
games
don't
stand alone. Who gives a shit?
Right. It doesn't matter. Half you motherfuckers love Tomb Raider when she had pointed triangle titties, you fucking weirdos.
No, exactly. Like
characters now.
That's what we're doing. Like this is new to the industry as
this
a
shit is
whole,
ridiculous on the internet. It's ridiculous, man. Yo, listen, I was listening to Boom Show. All they did was complain this morning about fucking a great show. Man, I see y'all fucking out of here. All y'all doing is complaining.
Let me ask you guys a question. How much do you think the graphics are going to look this good?
I think they'll be close.
Probably.
I mean,
it depends on your hardware. Because I heard it was running on a 5090.
It was on some secret fucking unannounced NVIDIA graphics.
No, but hold on. You know what these companies do, right? They make the game on PC hardware from day one. That's why x86 in these consoles mean a lot now, because it's an easy transition. Battlefield, Halo. They all showed them on dev kits or PC hardware. Remember, what's that game from Ubisoft that was like Grand Theft Auto? What's that shit called?
No, shit.
Oh no.
Watch Dogs.
Yeah,
Watch Dogs. You know, the first original Watch Dogs at the time was shown on the top graphic.
Downgrade.
It's a downgrade. No, they showed you a super high-end PC running the shit. Then when it came to console, you called it a downgrade. That started the downgrade. Generation.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Technical about it, then no, not a downgrade, but they did kind of.
It's not a downgrade.
Hold on. So real quick.
What the overall experience
on the topic of Watchdog, I believe during that time, people said the issues some people were having, like the files for the improved graphics, were disabled on the PC side of things. Now, if I recall correctly, people go into it. I'll look into it because I get you, but it was a lot of controversy.
I'm pretty sure. Hold on.
I'm talking about the PC side of things because I remember.
I'm pretty sure when Watch Dogs came out at launch on PC, even on Mac settings, it didn't look like that trailer.
Yeah,
it probably didn't. It probably didn't. I bought it on console, but what I'm saying is, when you see a game displayed, they always display a game in its best situation at that time.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Of course.
And then when it comes to a lesser platform, you hear the idiots who don't understand that. Oh, they downgraded it, motherfucker. The consoles are weaker. It's supposed to be.
Or these dumb shits that don't understand that in-engine and in-game are two different things. They say, "Oh, it's an engine. That means that's what it looks like." No, man. They just made both. Engine. That's all it means.
There's two games that do both. That looks really 3 games, maybe 4. Because some of those Insomniac games and Guerrilla games are in-engine, in-game. But the first games to do in-engine and in-game was Halo and fucking Gears.
Yep.
That was the first ones. Then Naughty Dog, Insomniac, and Guerrilla started doing the same shit, right? You don't really see that with other companies. You'll get a cutscene, and then when they go to a game, it's a different engine. But
I bet this one.
Real quick. I just want to point out that some of that drama around that is what caused them. Now, if you watch them, it'll say on the screen, even if it's an itty bitty print, that it's on a PC or it's on whatever.
Yep. Now they do that because of the controversy.
Right.
Good point out, Paul. Now they do that.
I have full faith. Okay, look, this company really does deserve our
CD Projekt
trust. If it will, CD Projekt Red, in the sense that because they fixed.
Yeah, he just called them Naughty Dog.
No. Listen, before y'all go down the rabbit hole, I was just thinking about Intergalactic, and I wasn't watching what was on the screen because we were talking about visuals.
Okay. Listen, certain companies is reputable for what they do. Like Wize was getting to. They're reputable for doing that, right? And they're one of the that's why, like I said, I didn't get excited for the game until I seen Naughty Dog, and I said, "Oh, that's gonna be great."
Like there's this game. It was not on the Game Show Awards, but one game I'm looking forward to is Light No Fire, the new game from Hello Games, because I think that company deserves our trust. I mean, because they didn't, Well, I mean,
I'm giving Project Red the benefit of the doubt with The Witcher because their other Witcher games were great, but I mean, I can't forget how Cyberpunk launched. So that always in the back of my mind. But I also hold on, Paul. I also understand that Cyberpunk is a completely different style of game that they had to do from scratch, whereas The Witcher is something they've been familiar with and have done for a long time. So I'm willing to give them more of a benefit of the doubt for this.
By the way, let's not totally rewrite history here. The Witcher 3, when it came out, was a clunky, buggy, nasty piece of shit.
But not Cyberpunk level.
Oh no, it was. It really was. It really
no, hold on.
It wasn't my
First of all, The Witcher. I had it on PC before I hit console, right?
Yeah,
it was buggy, but I'm gonna say this for the record. Let's keep this shit official here. Cyberpunk should have never been on last gen consoles.
No,
that's where it was. I had it day one. And I bought it twice. I bought it for my man Megatron, which we both pre-ordered the collector's edition. And he heard so much crap about the game being messed up. I said, it's not like that on Xbox One X. I mean, Xbox Series X. It's not like that. That game should not have been on PlayStation 4 or Xbox One.
Yeah.
It was too far ahead, and they
You got to remember that for reviews, they wouldn't allow people to record their own shit. They provided B-roll. They were only allowed to show B-roll from the PC version of the game, so they knew damn well that on last-gen hardware, it wasn't going to work at all, and fucking released it anyway and hid it from us. So, I mean, these are things that we got to remember. I'm not saying that fuck them and fuck this next game, but...
And remember, that wasn't the developer. That was the money behind the developer going, you got to release.
But it's still they wanted the Xbox Series X,
right?
And
PlayStation I had it just like you. I had it day one as well, and
they didn't have sales.
Yeah,
right. It was brand new consoles. The shit wasn't even out really.
Yeah,
and we went, go epidemic. It was a lot of other things. So they said, "Fucking put it on last gen." Last gen was horrible. That shit was unplayable.
Yep.
But they didn't play like that on Series X or PlayStation 5.
Like I said, the only glitch I ran into was I stepped out of my car and my car shot into orbit. And I thought, well, that's weird, but okay.
But I hate when people generalize and take a situation. Oh, the game is broken. No, it wasn't broken on next gen.
Really,
No, it wasn't. And I bought the game from Megatron. I bought it because he pre-ordered the collectors from Best Buy. I said, I'm gonna fucking buy you the game because this shit is graphically beautiful. I said, I'm going to buy you this game. I gifted him the game. He played it. 2 days later, he went and picked up his collector's edition. And he even said this on my show. He was like, yep, Lemon paid that extra money for me. And I said, I'm going to get my collector's edition. He said it did not run like that on Series X. And it did not. So, But you know what? When the Series X and PlayStation 5 came out, where was the majority of players? Last gen. Who had the biggest voice? Last gen did. Because next gen didn't have those problems. Not like that. That shit was gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Yep.
Period.
Let's move on to the next one. Outer Worlds 2. Thoughts on Outer Worlds 2? I like the introduction.
I'm there day one.
Yeah, me too.
It looks great. I enjoyed the first one, and this one looks to be a improvement. The only thing I keep joking about is how it was revealed as a console exclusive, and now it's not.
We were talking about earlier about the signature of a developer. Like I was thinking about this last night when I was watching the Gaming Award show, right? So like you look at other mediums, like we got popular authors, we got popular musicians. Obviously, we have obviously people who are on TV, popular actors and actresses and stuff. But if you look at gaming, I think for the future generation, even more than what our generation was, I think that you're looking at these developers being the next rock stars, like your Joseph Ferris's and these companies that these major developers that make these AAA type games. I think are going to be your next. Your rock stars. I think.
Nope. Because outside of us hardcore, nobody knows who the hell they are.
Well, I mean, you look at this generation.
The average gamer has no idea who is behind Naughty Dog. The average gamer has no idea who's
But
behind.
like everyone, I think you talked about so many more people playing games. Don't you think that the media would sort of gravitate towards making those developers bigger than larger than?
Are we talking about bigger in the sense of this next developer's new game is coming out, or
listen, in the gaming space, in the gaming space, everybody knows who the fuck Hideo Kojima is.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody.
He's kind of
or Miyamoto, but outside of gaming, they ain't Steven Spielberg.
Mm-hmm.
No,
the average game player doesn't care.
Well, that's why I'm.
They don't. They'll say the company. They'll say the company.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like,
you gotta also realize
the company or
like you hear people talk about movies all the time. They're like, oh, I'm going to see that James Cameron movie. Oh, I'm going to see that Spielberg film, that Scorsese film. They don't talk like that about games. They talk about the studio.
Yeah.
But I think you're talking about maybe even a decade in the future. I think you're going to get there eventually for us.
I don't think so.
I mean, you'll get more people on board, but not the majority. I'm gonna say this too. A lot of, and this is what I hate people on Twitter for, and some of our content friends. A lot of these developers just punch a clock. They don't even own the rights to the game. They can't say when the game come out. They can't say how the game is being produced. They can't even say how the game is being written. They punch a clock and they do what they told to get the game done from the producer or the director.
But then you got those games that have a inherent passion, and you see the passion that the developers who made this game have. I mean, you look at Game Science and Black Myth Wukong. When you play that game, that is a labor of love. It's written all over that game.
But the average player at home, doesn't give a shit.
You ever play any other Monkey King game?
Listen, I guarantee you asked 90% of the people that played Black Myth Wukong, name the developer that made the game, they couldn't tell you.
They'll probably tell you from software. They'll tell you from software. That's what the teenagers are telling me, you know.
Yeah, but they don't know that they know who's part of from software.
Yeah,
they don't care.
They don't know who From Software is.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Yo Suzuki.
You Suzuki.
We all know who he is, right? Yu Suzuki. Right? However you want to pronounce it.
He also did Virtua Fighter and
Virtua
Space
Fighter.
Harrier.
Yeah. First of all, he was designer of the AM2 board. That's number one.
He was.
Okay? Virtua Fighter, Virtua Racing. Listen, this dude is legend.
Space Harrier.
Shenmue. You're right. How many motherfuckers know who he is today?
No,
only the old heads know, because we know when we went to the arcade machine and his name was everywhere. It's like when you pop
even before even at the arcade, it was Shenmue that really put him into the forelight, because it was like the most expensive game ever envisioned at that time.
Yes, but we already had Dreamcast in. But this motherfucker was super famous from Virtua Fighter, Virtua Racing, super famous. That's what really made him. And then everything else is an add-on.
Doom, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I've not heard from you in like two shakes in like forever. What?
And he called on you, motherfucker.
Yeah, Witcher 4. Thoughts on Witcher 4. Thoughts on Outer Worlds 2.
You gotta give him a crash course in what we was talking about. Catch his ass up.
So yeah, your thoughts on the specific games he's listed, as well as overall opinions on the show.
Yeah. No, he gave me his opinion on the show. What were your takeaways from Witcher 4? Anything? Did you see anything?
Give you my opinion.
Yeah,
on the
I was
show.
like, did he? You make me feel. I'm like, did he? Got me second.
I didn't give you my opinion on the show. I'll put it to you this way. I got to, what was it? It was right after Harrison Ford came out. I was told shut that shit off because I ain't watching it, so I shut it off and watched the football game. I didn't know Astrobot won this till this morning. And I'm like,
wait.
That gotta be. No, that's people are joking. I seriously thought this morning when I went to work, and I'm sitting there looking at Twitter. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man! People are really screwed up in the head, sitting there saying that Astrobot won Game of the Year, and then I'm looking. I'm like, oh shit, it did. Why?
Yo, hold on, Doom. Hold on.
Why?
Yeah, it was a fantastic.
I kind of like you, bro.
Did he?
You kind of like me. I mean, I like you. I have agreements with you.
Lemon's gonna get the baby all do the
I gotta poke the bear. Get on my man Hoggeat, who's a generally nice person.
Okay.
And you come on a podcast talking about the Game Awards, and you fucking didn't do the homework. Are you serious?
Wait a minute. Lemon.
We talk about Hoggeat with facts. We're talking about the Gaming Awards, and you telling me you didn't even know who fucking won Game of the Year because you did not watch it?
Listen. I watch the Oscars. I watch the Oscars. I don't watch the MTV Awards. Jeff Keighley's show is a bullshit show.
You don't fuck with it.
I sit there. I've watched the BAFTA Awards, and I've also watched the DICE Awards. Okay. But as for Jeff Keighley, no, I go the next day after he goes. Now, I will sit there and tell you that I watched all the trailers that were there. Like me sitting there and seeing Onimusha, I'm like, holy shit, man.
That was big for me.
Because I haven't played an Onimusha since
it died.
Oh, geez.
Dawn of Dreams was the last one.
I sure they didn't play that remaster or whatever the fuck you call that.
The last one was Dawn of Dreams, wasn't it? I think it was Dawn of Dreams.
Which one was with what's his face from The Professional?
3?
That was
Onimusha 3?
That's the last one I played. So and then Turok shows up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Jesus Christ, I just literally bought the Turok that came out in what was it, 2008, 2009? I just went and rebought that again. And I'm like, damn, man, and that looked really good. But okay, the split fiction, that looked decent. But I mean, as for watching the show, no, I don't watch his shit. I don't watch his summer show either.
You think it's too commercial?
Let me give you some reference. Let me give you some reference for a dude that's been around the block a few times. You never watch a show for anybody who's fucking hosting it. You watch a show because it's a gaming event. Okay? Because I talked to some bigger podcasters and they was like, fuck Keely. And I said, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know it's about the industry and the community. It's never about the person hosting the show. It's never about him.
Keely. He could fall off the face of the earth.
No, but I'm saying, I'm giving you a general consensus. Not that you said that, but I'm telling you, before I flew out here, right? I've been at tons of events with many different people. I always say it's never about the event. It's always about us and what we do after the show.
Yeah, I think
after the convention, it's never, you never could say, I'm not going to be part of that because fuck Jeff Keighley.
Oh, well, you know what? I will sit there and say this, though, Lemon. I mean, you sat there and said that you were there. I'm sitting there and they had, what was it, Ken Kugarati, the guy, the original PlayStation.
He's
starting to walk up. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, he's going to say something. And Jeff Keighley,
no. That's a mistranslation. They just was giving him a shout out. He didn't know what a shout out meant. He thought he was going on stage. Motherfucker, you wasn't getting shit.
You want to know
he
what
was
it was
acknowledging him.
No,
he was acknowledging him.
Fuck that.
In the crowd.
Team Asobi, I think, was should have referenced Kutaragi because they came on and they said, "Okay, we won the game of the year." Blah blah blah. We want to thank all these people. Well, 95% of that game wouldn't even be feasible if it wasn't for Ken Kutaragi, who created all that shit.
But bro, listen, he didn't even understand when he was getting this shout out. It's like if I go on my channel, I'll be like, yo, I'm shouting out my man Wize, and he also I ain't getting no invite, nigga. That's a shout out.
Listen, I want to go back to what Nova sat there and said, and I said about Astrobot winning, and I'm like, why the hell would it win? Listen, this is my thing. Okay, my game of the year is Dune 2016. And I actually have gotten in arguments with people because I thought it was a better game than Ghost of Tsushima.
I mean, everyone's always going to have their own.
The reason why is because I'm a gigantic metalhead, and the music and the game flow, and it just flowed so good. No problems with Ghost of Tsushima. I thought it was great.
Oh, right.
I have not played any of these games that have come out. Dude, I just literally started the Legendary Edition of Mass Effect again, so I'm playing through all that again. I'm a snail's pace when it comes to playing games. I don't sit there because I'm doing other shit and then
you don't binge a game and just say I beat it.
Right. I want to sit there. It's like, okay, Mass Effect 2, I'm sitting there. I never played the Shadow Broker DLC. But I'm
really?
Like,
wow.
No, I have never played that. Oh
my God. You're missing something. That's really good.
And bought the DLC, but I never played it. But Levin, just like you were sitting there saying, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to sit here and I'm going to put 100 hours just into Mass Effect 2 because there's so much shit to do in that game. And I totally forgot about that. So I'm like, you know what? I'll just sit here for the next 2 months. That's the way it was with Ghost of Tsushima. I started playing that in January. Dude, I didn't beat it until March. But I did.
You had a good time, right?
Missions. But what's that?
You had a good time, though, right?
Oh, yeah, I had a great time.
Both Doom 2016 and Ghost of Tsushima, both of those games are worthy of winning the award. Whichever one it would have won, I would have been like, yep, I can see that. Makes sense.
But okay, so I'm going to sit there and ask you guys, like Retro, he sat there and he's told me how great he's been loving Black Myth Wukong. But my son sat there and he played the Astrobot thing. I helped him a little bit with that. The Final Fantasies, and you guys can kill me all you want. I have never played a Final Fantasy. Well, I've played 2 hours of Final Fantasy remake.
I played 3 of the 5. I think was it 5 games that were nominated or 6. I played over half of them, I think. Of the ones I played, if either one won, I would have been like, okay, I can see that. The ones that I didn't play, I don't know. I can't speak to those.
As for Elden Ring, I have no desire to play Elden Ring. That
shouldn't have won just because it shouldn't have been in that fucking category.
And I totally agree with that. DLC, you don't put DLC.
Yeah, I agree.
Something else you could have thrown
that was ridiculous
in there. I mean, to be honest with you, why didn't they could have taken Elden Ring out and they could have put Hellblade 2 in there. I mean, for
Hellblade
Christ's
2,
sake,
Stellar
Hellblade 2.
Blade, a lot of
Listen
That
to
would've
what I
been,
told you.
you know.
Listen to what I told you a couple months ago. I know Jeff Keighley. The Game Awards is not about what we think. It's not about sales. Because if it was about sales, Astrobot wouldn't have been nominated. It's about the industry people giving the industry people flowers.
Well, you know what? People,
it's
no,
not about. Hold on, Wize. This is facts. It's not about what we think the popular games. It's not about that. Astrobot did 1.5 in 2 months. How could that be considered? That's what it did.
I was just gonna say no. I'm not challenging you on that. I'm just saying that we're just voicing our opinions on the matter, whether or not.
No. I know. What I'm saying is, I'm giving you what I was told from Jeff Keighley. I'm naming names. I'm not saying somebody told me. Listen to what I'm telling you. These shows are for the industry. Even the industry party I went to last night, they didn't even have fucking music. You know what they was doing? Drinking, talking, walking. That's not a party.
They're networking. They're networking. They're networking. That is the purpose
and this
of
is
it.
This is what they're doing in these shows.
But you know
now,
what?
We as gamers, we want. This is why I have my own personal game awards, and I put the games we need, the right categories. Sport games or sport games, and Astrobot versus another platformer, and whatever. They're not doing that. They're giving flowers.
No, but
we have to accept it. And you got to look at the show for the trailers. This is the biggest show ever that we ever seen. I got 20 fucking games on my phone. 20 that I thought was fire.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
No, but let me say this, Doom. You say that you were shocked that Astrobot won. Now, as a person who's played both of the games, I would believe that if I had to choose, I would choose Astrobot for Game of the Year above Black Myth Wukong, mainly because it is more accepting of all game players. Like, for example, you don't have to have there's just something about Astrobot. The music is really good. It sort of lends itself to all aspects of gamers. Like, for example, my wife can play Astrobot.
Yeah,
I can play Astrobot.
Hold on, time out for a second.
It's a good game. It's
barrier
a
to
solidly good
entry.
game.
They're both solid. They're both great.
Whether or not a game is for the Game of the Year.
Can I ask a question really quick? Something is disturbing the shit out of me. Triple, I want you to stop staring at me. Really staring right at my face. And
I don't know what. Triple, you been sniffing a couple lines or something, right?
I'm good.
Dancing dog, then you got the staring cat. You spooking the fuck out of me on the Friday evening.
Can I? No. Can I ask a question though, real quick? Like, what is the maybe I'm overinflating what's going on, but why is it I can't believe Astro won? Like it was a good game. Like when it came out, people were praising it when it came out. So
I honestly thought that Black Myth, or because everybody was raving about that and whatever, or I really thought that they were going to give it to Elden Ring and sit there and say, this is the first time ever DLC has won this, and we want to, prop it up even more and be something special. I thought they were going to do something like that. But then, they got everybody, pissed off anyway, because Lemon sat there and said he was listening to the Boomstick. I heard 2 clips from that show. I don't know how this guy does this. This guy clips these things so fast. It's just like, and then he puts them up. They were sitting there complaining about it. I'm like, listen, why are you complaining about it? What you got to look at your opinion. What is your game of the year? Who cares what everybody else thinks?
Right. That's what I say.
Here's the bottom line when it comes to these games, whether it's Astrobot, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Black Myth Wukong, all of those. I can't speak to the other ones because I didn't play them. I did play Shadow of the Erd Tree. So of the ones I played, they were all amazing games. First off, they were all polished, well made. Like they had all the things that you would need, in my opinion, to be eligible to be a Game of the Year. Now, whichever one of those won, I would have been like, makes sense. I understand totally. Is it my personal pick? Maybe not, but I can understand why it
give props where it's deserved, and that's the thing. Like I don't want to get too in the rabbit hole, but like some of the level of pushback of people, this isn't my game. Like I know it's not gonna, you're not always gonna agree, and that's fine. Everyone has their own game of the year, but don't put so much stock behind what they decide to be game of the year. Like
exactly, don't put the stock into it.
I want to
like fucking Zelda. For me, Zelda beat Uncharted 4, and I was like, no fucking way that Uncharted 4 wasn't as good as what do you call it, Breath of the Wild. I was like, no fucking way. That game is overhyped as shit. But I know that there was still a well-made game. It was still a good game, right? So I understand. Okay, yeah, it won. But in my opinion, I was like, Uncharted is way better than that fucking game.
See,
I'm asking a question.
Go ahead. Whoa. Pause. One sec. Let me go ahead and go to Doom, and then I'll go to you. And then we'll go to
I just wanted to make this quick. See, I agree. Lemon sat there. I think he might have sat there and said this last week, or he said this a couple of times. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh man, Astrobot or Black. I never played those games. If I didn't play those games, I don't have a single opinion on any of that shit. And I can't speak on it or nothing. So I won't. So until I play it, then I'll give my opinion. But that's why
I'll be 100% honest. That fucking card game that got nominated, I didn't play that game, so I don't know anything about it. But I looked at that thing. I'm like, that fucking game got nominated, but I'm not going to say anything because I didn't play it. But I'm looking at it like,
what's funny is I'm playing it right now.
Is it any good? It looks like Solitaire.
No. And it looks like Solitaire from 1982.
It's hard. Stop. No, it's not.
Let me say this.
I'm literally playing it right now.
Hold on, let me say this. They nominated a game that I had to do homework on, and I'm hardcore. That's a fucking problem for me. They was like,
you're hardcore with cards, and you don't know about that card game, right? You didn't know about that.
I said, what the fuck is Cilantro?
I've been to Vegas. I've seen craps. I've seen
it was like
21.
It was like but what I wanted to say with Game of the Year, where the fuck was Space Marine?
Yeah.
Oh,
that should have been in there as opposed to Earthtree. As opposed to Earthtree, Space Marine.
It's a lot of options, and that's the thing. Again, referencing why Elden Ring being there. If the year was like just bad, okay, put a DLC in there. But
no, the year was not bad. Hold up.
No. You misheard me. I said if the year was bad, you could put DLC. Okay. You could put a DLC in there, but you had so many other options that could have been in the position. I know
should have been mentioned. Wukong, Space Marine 40K, Hellblade 2. There's a lot of other
Metaphor,
Metaphor, definitely. I thought Metaphor should have been Game of the Year in the category that it was in.
Yeah,
it was RPG of the Year, wasn't it? I thought it did win RPG of the Year.
No, it was in the category, but Astrobot beat it.
He's talking about the RPG, not the Game of the Year overall.
Game of the Year was Astrobot. I'm talking about RPG.
Metaphor
RPG was
there.
Metaphor.
Metaphor
was there, but he didn't win. And to be honest with you, as somebody who's played them, I don't think Metaphor deserves to be Game of the Year. Was it a good game? Yes, but I would still, if I had to pick between Metaphor, Black Myth Wukong, and Astrobot as my personal Game of the Year, I would give it to Black Myth Wukong. However, I understand why
the thing is at the end of the day, honestly, fuck all of these people because it's not their award show.
And you too.
Hold on. The game they wanted to win didn't win. Tough shit.
Yeah.
Tough shit. It's not your fucking show.
But that don't mean make a whole podcast.
You don't get to select the winners.
That don't mean to make a whole podcast like these idiots was doing, complaining about fucking everything.
All right. Anyone want to answer X-Men's question? If Astrobot, which is a platform,
nobody answers old people questions.
Well, real quick, I wanted to point out before we get before we get too lost, I wanted to point out if you look up the info on Balatro, it actually had a hell of a lot of sales.
3.5. It's 3.5, bro.
It's hardcore.
What is it? Please tell us what the hell is it? It looks like
I don't know.
No, okay.
Like
wait, stop. I'm playing it right now. I can tell.
That don't mean you good at it.
Actually,
sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Look, so basically, it's like you're trying to build good poker hands, and it's got the jokers in there that give you different cards, different abilities and stuff. It's actually very creative. It's a fun game, and it's a little deep. If you really get into it, because you're trying to get into as far as many rounds as you can to complete the the whole cycle, and it's actually very hard to do. Never
Okay.
mind.
I'm laughing at something else. Keep
So-
going, Paul.
Balatro is
For
great
his-
because Balatro is like a game. Like someone gave it to me, and then I was like, okay, I'll try
Like they
any game
did
someone gives to me.
chlamydia.
And I mean that was your mom. But
No, that
someone
was
gave it
syphilis.
to me,
That's what she
Paul,
got.
and I was like, well, I guess I'll try it. And 10 hours later, I'm like, oh, where'd the time?
Is it a game of the year contender?
Yes.
For the style of game it is, yes.
It absolutely, and I think particularly because people who normally wouldn't even touch a game like that were like Balatro. Because the person who gave it to me, I was like, you don't even play games like this. And they're like, no, this is great though.
Well, I viewed it before the awards last night, before it actually.
I'll
won
take
as
your
much
word
as
for it,
won.
but I'm not buying that shit. I'm not playing that shit. I don't give a fuck about that
okay,
shit.
let me-
I'd rather play Uno.
So what I was gonna say was, to me, if before it won anything last night, I treated it like, for every best picture at the Oscars, there's always that one foreign picture that nobody's ever fucking
Yeah.
seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which sometimes ends up being a very good movie, and other times you're like, this is why nobody's watched it.
I always say there's that one year that Celeste got nominated, which was basically a Super Meat Boy clone.
Or
and I was like,
the worst ever was Tree of Life. If you've never sat through Tree of Life,
Oh.
holy
Oh, God.
Well, hold on. I'll answer Sir X-Man's question. Look, Sir X-Man, in any given year, let's say, I don't remember what everything that got nominated the year that Hi-Fi Rush was there, but let's say Hi-Fi Rush, if it got Platformer of the Year.
Hi-Fi Rush didn't
Just
deserve
because-
shit. Come on,
Just
fuck
because
that
it got,
Xbox.
hold on, let me say, just because it got Platformer of the Year doesn't mean that it's also eligible to be Game of the Year. Like, what if there were more games in another category that were better than Hi-Fi Rush?
Right.
Just because we're fighting Game of the Year doesn't mean that you were good enough to be overall Game of the Year.
You put your
And
Xbox build in
Astrobot
there.
didn't get nominated for Game of the Year because it's a platform. It just got nominated because it's a good fucking game.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with Triple?
I'm rat spinners, they don't stop. Rat spinners, I'm rat spinners, they don't stop. Rat spinners, I'm rat spinners, they don't stop. Rat spinners, I'm rat spinners, they rolling.
Hi-Fi Rush wasn't even like the best.
No, listen, Hi-Fi Rush is a good
Again,
game.
it's all
Xbox
subjective
dudes, man,
because
y'all
someone can
weird.
play Hi-Fi Rush and think it's the greatest game they ever fucking played. And who are you to tell them that it wasn't the greatest game they ever played? So I'm not going to argue with people when they say, "Oh, it's amazing." I don't think it was deserving of shit. But if the people that decide this shit, they were like, "Oh, it's the greatest game." Again, we're not the one picking the nominees. We're not the one picking the winners.
It was a fun game, but I
was
guess
alright.
as
It was.
someone who really loves rhythm games, it was a very weak rhythm game.
Actually,
Yeah,
I couldn't play it, and I thought it was deserving of all the praise that it got. I thought it was.
Watch your mouth, Cozy. You're not the definition of the average gamer.
No, she's
No,
not.
rhythm
Not
games.
at all.
I play
Not
a
at
lot
all.
of rhythm games though.
Yeah, no,
Specifically.
there was that Zelda game, the fucking the dancer, the Necro Dancer, or whatever the
Necromancer,
fuck-
The Necro Dancer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
that
That was
good
a much
fucking
better
game.
rhythm game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it
Well,
was a good Zelda game.
Well, let's get into some of the bigger ones. Borderlands 4. It looked interesting.
Not like Borderlands.
So okay,
Like,
so
they
one of the
treated
things
Because
that
at
people have
first-
talked about.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say one of the things that people talk about, which I
I'm
agree.
strangled Triple. Look at
The
his fucking screen
hunters,
now. What the fuck is wrong with you?
the Vault Hunters really don't look that unique. Like their designs are kind of bland, especially from a color and just overall design perspective compared to the rest of the
Because you're
Vault
playing on a
Hunters.
black and white TV. Shut your ass up.
And, no, I don't play. But in terms of this, like again, when it comes to gameplay and everything like that, like it looks fantastic. No clue what the fuck the story's about, but it seems that we're finally touching.
We didn't
on-
get there yet. It's a goddamn trailer.
I'm just talking. I'm just
Whoa.
wasting thoughts right now. But
You reaching too much. Stay
no.
focused.
Well, I was leading with something, sir. You didn't let me finish. I was leading with something. You didn't. No
Yeah, get
major.
these Fortnite
clue
dancing
as-
motherfuckers off the screen.
All right, I'm gonna change it to something else.
Put the
Right,
jump
but
off.
chill out.
Put
But
that little pin.
again, what I was gonna touch on is that, and I was referencing Borderlands 3, is that if anyone played the end of 2 and how like some weird alien like popped up on screen,
Oh yeah.
and 3 felt like it kind of went to a different story direction.
Yep.
What they're doing with 4, it seems like they're finally going back to whatever that cliffhanger was. Because like 3,
Yeah,
so
when you
it's-
find out all the vaults all over the place. and
yeah,
stuff.
Yeah, and yeah, now we're on an alien planet doing some weird mumbo jumbo alien stuff. Like it looks like Forrest gonna touch down.
That trailer was confusing though, because I got a little excited at the beginning. I was like, oh shit! I was like, they're actually like updating the graphics a little bit. Like it still kind of had the cell shading like drawing on it, but it looked better. And then it cut to the gameplay, and then the gameplay was like, oh no, it's still regular Borderlands. So like the first part of the trailer that was cinematic didn't look anything like what the game was. I thought that was going to be what the game was going to look like. It was weird that they did it that way.
Listen. I gotta go.
Where
the
fuck you going?
I'm going to party with some bitches.
Okay. What bitches? Yeah, what bitches? The ones that you paid for? Well, you might as well. You got it for 3 nights in a row.
At least it's legal. I won't be getting no new charges. That's a fact.
Oh,
I mean, you know what?
New
charges.
Excuse me, sir.
Hey, listen, he didn't invest in that chloroform for no reason.
What you said, Cozy?
Nothing. You said new charges. Okay, Mr. Diddy.
Yeah, whatever. I'm the diddler. Say my name right. I'm the diddler.
Once you swipe your credit card, you might as well get your money's worth. That's what I said.
That's what they call a Freudian slip.
Listen, me and 100 about to stroke these streets. We about to get fly, fresh, and pretty. You heard? I'ma holler at y'all dudes later. Yo, listen. I appreciate everybody here. Hit that like and subscribe button. I respect everybody here. Your opinions are validated. Yo, Doom, wherever the fuck you went. Don't watch no shows. Come on award show fucking conversation. Don't have no information. You did be told by my man Hargate. See y'all later, man. Everybody stay safe. Enjoy your weekend.
Adios, mi amigo.
All right, so Borderlands, it looked pretty good.
I'm like maybe it's the bias.
They didn't really show anything. They just showed a little bit of them running and a little bit of shooting. Like, yeah.
Looking back at it, I think they were showing some of the previous casts, or at least the previous Vault Hunters from the last game with Zane, I believe was his name. We see his
but I mean, let's be real. We all know what Borderlands is. We all know what Borderlands does and how it plays. I'll be honest. I'm here for more Borderlands. I love Borderlands.
Yeah, no, exactly. I just hope the story is better and the game launches without.
And I hope that the fucking antagonists are not annoying as fuck like the ones from 3.
Ava.
Yeah, it looked like Borderlands basically as Leslie. It looked like Borderlands, and you know what? More Borderlands is not necessarily a bad thing. That's what I'm saying. It's also it's been a while. This is what I'm talking about. Like, look, when was Borderlands 3 released? It's been about 5 years, 4 years since
it's
Borderlands
been a while.
3?
Yeah, it's been a hot minute.
I'll look it up real quick.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that's what we like Borderlands. Borderlands is a good franchise.
2019. It was 2019.
Yeah, so it's been 4 or 5 years. And 5 years is a good hiatus that to have on a game. So if you release a game,
we had Tiny Tina's Wonderland. No, I don't care.
Yeah, well, Tiny Tina's Wonderland.
I like Tiny Tina's.
And it was actually a fun experience. Actually, yeah, but
it was just coming from the amount of weapons that you got in 3. It was like such a reduction into the how many weapons you had and the types.
Yeah,
when you got.
But it was a totally different style. It was truly a role playing game within a game. So
but it was still a first person shooter.
I know, but I still like that. I like that creative aspect they went that she.
Oh yeah, no, that was cool.
In many ways,
I was just saying that like in Borderlands it took longer to get kind of tired of the weapons you're getting.
Right.
In Tiny Tina's Wonderland, I started getting the same weapons over and over again a lot quicker because the amount of weapons was less. That's all I'm saying. So, like in terms of stylistically, I thought it was kind of cool how it was a role playing board game.
Plus, I also found that the gameplay was a little bit slower than Borderlands was, and I enjoyed that.
It was
different pace of pace. Yeah,
so. It was cool though, and the way that you interacted with the overall map and world and shit, how you had to like interact from the map versus being in game. Like, no, there was cool things they did.
Okay, cool. All right, let's go to the next one. This was a big game for me. He announced it, and he was tearing up when he announced this game.
Is it the Elden Ring?
No, the Okami 2. Okami 2.
Which
I'm looking forward to. I've always held Okami in a really high.
Honestly, I never played it. I've never played it. Like I'm familiar with it. I know when I see it, I know what it is. Like when I see the dog or wolf or whatever the fuck it is, like I know, it's Okami, but I've never played the game. I hear it's awesome, but I never played it.
I mean, again, it's basically of the ilk. Like it's like more of a Zelda type game, but you play as a dog, and it's really good. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the romp that I had, and the artistic style sort of catered to me. I like that type of artistic style.
What's I don't know the history of it, but to my understanding, the fact that they're bringing back Clover Studios, who was the studio that made it originally, correct? So that's a highlight.
Yeah, well, it's Capcom, and that's what gives me confidence. Capcom and Kayami, and Kayami, I was with. Remember, he was with Platinum Games, and he was charged Platinum Games, and when one was actually indicated as one of the main reasons why a lot of the games from Platinum Games did not come out to fruition, kind of like famously so Scalebound, right? That being said, the fact that Capcom is watching his ass and making sure that they get a game in a clear cadence, it gives me comfort, because I think sometimes when you have a visionary director like him, sometimes you need to, put reins on that director before they start making games where you throw poop and feces and carry a baby around and stuff. So yeah. So just saying. No, not that I'm not mentioning any games, not that we have any games where you have to carry a baby around, do we? So yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, anybody else have anything to say with Okami here? Cozy, did you ever play Okami? Because that seems like a game that you would play. Cozy? You went to go pluck a parakeet. What about you, Cerebral? Any traction with Okami?
I mean, it looked good, but I don't think I've ever played.
It was
really? Oh, wow. Like, I'm the only one who's actually played Okami from everybody on the cast. That's pretty impressive. Wow, interesting. All right, next. What about Onimusha? Again,
I am stoked. Like it's been the longest time since I played the Onimusha games, but the fact that we're like, I am excited. I think the only one that I haven't beat, I think I'm all over the place. Beat the first one, beat the third one. I believe I beat Dawn of Dreams. Never touched the second one because they swapped out the pro tag, and I was like, I don't want that. I don't know who the fuck they do this. It's on the front cover, so I never played.
Do you think it's a reimagining of the first one?
I don't know. I have to look over the details again. If they were to do that, I mean, I'd be fine with it. The funny thing is, when they first showed the trailer and I saw the red wisp like floating, I had a hunch it was Onimusha, but the name just could not come to me until they showed the glowy orb on his wrist. I was like, oh shit! So, needless to say, I'm excited for it.
Okay, Lesser Logic says this was my favorite reveal. I couldn't put my finger on what game it was, but I knew it was the orbs that.
I watched the reaction on Kind of Funny of that, and Tim Geddes lost his fucking mind.
Bro,
yeah, Tim was.
He screamed like a little girl. He legit lost his goddamn mind.
I'm in a group chat with my friends. I ain't screaming to the phone, but I was rage capping in the group chat.
But you guys were screaming about Onimusha. I was in the same boat with Okami too. Like it was like, oh my god, that is not possible. Oh my god, I was like fucking, having a fucking moment there.
So
my wife was like, really?
Jason Schreier's, oh my gosh, they have those moments, or did it come true when it was like people?
X-Men, my man.
That prediction is like a prediction that could very easily come true, though. It's like such a generic ass prediction.
Very open, yeah.
X-Men?
Boo, this man, he joined in and not even trying to talk, not even set up or anything like that. Like, who does that? Who does that, man?
He does that. He does it every time.
Yeah, okay, I guess he's here, but he's not here.
My Bluetooth came on instead of my headset.
Okay, Onimusha, my man. We're on Onimusha.
I come in here to contradict you.
Okay, go ahead.
Because last week, before Indiana Jones, like, why they gonna remake that? Why do we need that? Why do we need that old game? They don't need that. It's gonna do bad.
What?
Then,
what are you talking about? Indiana Jones is an old game. What
came out, which is an old game. Just like you said, who asked for Indiana Jones? Who asked for Onimusha?
Oh, yeah, my point still stands.
My soul asked for it, okay? My soul.
Okay, Onimusha, I am down day one. I'm buying that game the minute it goes on pre-order. Okay. And but
who asked for Onimusha?
Hey, nobody asked for it, but the problem is
nobody asked for Indiana Jones.
Same story, same song. Going to with my kids. My kids are not going to gravitate towards Onimusha because they don't have any investment in Onimusha. Me, on the other hand, grew up with Onimusha, so it's a totally different story. It's the same.
So why do you think people gravitated to Indiana Jones?
The same thing, but I still think it's going to have only a finite reach.
Gravitate to games like that. So that you were saying that these young kids ain't gonna get in the Indiana
they're not going to get
but
Onimusha
they
either.
did.
But Max, man, they're not going to go to Onimusha either, man. You know me, you,
They're
all
not
of us are
gonna.
going to be.
How many of them are gonna go to that doggy game?
The doggy.
What doggy game?
What doggy? Oh, Okami.
Yeah, where you got to paint.
They're not going to
and
go
all
to that either.
to solve your problems.
They're not going to go. They're not going to go to Okami. They're not going to go to Borderlands. They're not going to go to Onimusha.
No, they're gonna go to Borderlands. They're gonna go to Borderlands.
They're going to go to Borderlands.
Borderlands. Yeah, Borderlands is big.
Because of the TV show or whatever.
No, not just the movie. Borderlands is a big co-op game. It's a big game.
Yeah, okay. All right. I know what they'll go to. I know they're going to go to Night Rain. I know for a fact.
Now old hats like us will go to Onimusha in a heartbeat. We were begging for a sequel for it.
Oh shit! Yeah, of course, like us, But again, how much do y'all think? I mean, do y'all think that it's going to have a penetration in the younger market share? And I don't think it's going to.
No, I don't think either of those games are gonna actually do like gangbusters, because they're the only people really excited are the people like you guys who have some type of history with it, know what they are. For people who don't know, it's just a game, a regular game.
And some PlayStation people, because Onimusha actually started on PlayStation. So
I mean, that's always the chance. I just liken it to, are you going to develop a appealing game? Because anytime you make a new IP, imagine I just liken it to create a new IP. Like, you're going to have to appeal to a new audience because it never existed. And it's almost the same thing with bringing an older franchise to.
Why you look like that wrestler dude, bro? That's some
geriatric franchise.
But again, the point is that, again, imagine like a new IP, you have a new audience already there. It's almost the same thing here when you revive a franchise. You got new eyes on it, and you just
That's because when the Onimusha came out for Xbox and they did the remake and stuff like that, and put it in HD and widescreen and all that, I bought that day one, and I beat it to the end again. It was awesome.
All right, what about this next game?
Oh, I'm getting a new Onimusha. I'm getting a new game.
All the games they showed were pretty much except for the Outer Worlds.
Do you always only pick what you like?
Yeah. I don't like. I'm not like. You can't sell me on a Naughty Dog game. Sorry.
You.
I know. So like for any game that's like not just Naughty Dog, but any game that's like just kill things till you get to the next cutscene, and then kill things more till you get to the next cutscene isn't going to be something that works for me.
You can't say that about Ratchet and Clank, though. I love.
Nobody liked the laser sword. Nobody liked the.
Yeah, but hold up. You play Vampire Survivors. Isn't that just kill shit till the next level? Kill shit till the next level.
It's not my killing shit.
Vampire Survivors ain't even kill shit. It's just avoid shit until your things around you kill it.
Listen, video games are always do this thing. Do it, rinse and repeat.
No. I fundamentally don't like cutscenes, so I'm not going to enjoy a Naughty Dog game because I don't like cutscenes.
I'm not going to convince you to play one.
I'll say this much, okay? I am down for look, okay. I am going through.
I
The
also
Last
don't
of Us
enjoy
right now.
product placement, especially when it's thrown in your face.
I am going through the Last of Us sequence right now as well, because it is. The games that they make are like to be experienced. Even I look with rose-colored glasses, even with Jak and Daxter. Jak and Daxter to this day holds up very, very well. I'm not gonna say about Jak 2 and 3, but Jak and Daxter, the original
2
one,
and 3.
very well.
I never played the original one, but I beat 2 and 3, and was it Team Racing?
Jak X wasn't that great.
Yeah. So, but I need to play the original.
No, this is not me saying that they're bad games.
Of course,
I don't care about cutscenes, and if I'm watching a cutscene, I could be watching a movie.
That's fair.
Fine.
Some
people tell me they don't. Some people tell me they don't like steak or they don't like sushi. I think they're out of their fucking minds. But if they don't like it, they don't like it.
Let me just say then, Cozy, you're not going to like Indiana Jones because the first time you hit a cutscene, You cannot skip it the first time.
Yeah,
You can skip it after that, but you can't skip it the
See,
first time.
thank you for telling me that because I've been being recommended this game.
the storytelling because it
people were
actually
like,
really gives you knowledge of the game and
I don't
does.
need if you're telling story through cutscenes, I think it's lazy and uninteresting. I watch it.
Well, you hang on. Call of Duty all the time. Cozy.
Hang on, wait, Cozy, but sometimes that's the only way to tell parts of the story.
And Naughty Dog honestly tells most of its story while you're actually playing, and there's dialogue between characters, and you're playing. And the cutscenes is just to show you shit that you couldn't do through gameplay. Really,
and I understand that, but I don't care.
Real quick, so when you get to a certain part of a game, you won't know what happened if you got rid of all the cutscenes. Like, how did this go there? Why did I have to do this? Because
I'm there just to kill things. I don't care. I'm there. I don't care the reason. I'm just
you
there
don't play. Do you play Telltale games?
I actually think that most of those are unenjoyable, but because Telltale games, the main mechanic isn't killing. You're not killing to the. That's not the main mechanic in the game.
Well, just so you know, that's not the main thing for Indiana Jones either. But you're not going to like the fact that you can't skip the cutscenes the first time through. You cannot.
Like a narrative adventure, it doesn't where you don't actually have to kill anything. It doesn't bother me. But if I'm killing things, it puts me out of like the game to have to watch a cutscene.
I try to sneak around a lot of them.
I just want to murder things at that point.
So you either want a story for a story's sake, or you want to go kill things, but you want to keep them separate.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to kill things and then have a story superimposed on top.
Yes, unless it's an RPG where I'm making choices.
Yeah, so Cozy, here's the thing. So when you finally do get to
she's
the
gonna
end
keep moving them goalposts, baby.
Right?
Just keep
when
moving.
You finally get to the end of the game, right? You be like, okay, what did all that mean?
I don't. Like, so I read a lot of books, and I've never played a video game that had a story as great as a book. So I don't care about their stories. I'm mostly just there to kill, unless it's like a narrative adventure, like point and click games. I love point and clicks. Then I'm just there to like.
You like Miss?
Yeah, I like Miss.
Miss was fun.
But yeah, I agree with that actually.
Oh yeah, she was a really good writer.
Swear.
So, yeah.
But yeah, so it's not, and I don't think like, oh, no game should have cutscenes. Like, in fact, the worst game that I can think of isn't even like Naughty Dog games. It was actually Monster Hunter World.
Mm-hmm. Monster Hunter shout out. Let's go.
Because why would you add unskippable cutscenes in Monster Hunter?
World building. I don't know.
No one. Most people don't sit around like because I've been playing Monster Hunter for years at this time. I don't care about the story. I'm there to kill things.
It's called expanding the franchise into new horizons.
No, I'm not saying don't have cutscenes. I'm saying unskippable cutscenes.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're gonna have that mentality, then when I go to see horror movies, fuck everything, just show me the kills. When I go to see Godzilla and King Kong fight, fuck all the bullshit, just have them fighting in the city. It's not a movie.
Right, don't even tell me how they got to that point, right?
If I go to see Pearl Harbor, fuck all the love interest shit. I want to see the battle.
Honestly, I thought that ruined it. So, but no.
If I go to see Titanic, I want to see the ship.
The difference is for me,
you tell her, Paul.
a movie is a passive experience and a game is not. When you take away when you make a game, any part of a game passive for me, I become immediately disengaged. Like the interactivity is what is all that matters to me.
Well, you have a multitasking problem or something? I mean, you cannot do two things at once. You don't got one.
You don't have to do when they have a cutscene. You're doing nothing. You're just watching.
Yeah, but if it's well done, watching it can be a good part.
Personally, for me, it's never good. It's never good.
Like it helps me get invested in the characters or the narrative.
Honestly, my favorite games are like storytelling is environmental storytelling anyway. So I don't have that same level of appreciation for cutscenes.
Like as someone I'm a huge cinephile. I love the fact that it's like an interactive movie for the most part when you play a lot of these games that have cutscenes.
And I don't mind it in a game like, for example, like the dark pictures anthologies. It doesn't bother me in that.
What were you saying?
Those are like actual interactive movies.
Yeah, and I enjoy that experience, but I don't. it just doesn't. I don't enjoy it. Like, and I'm not saying no cutscenes. I just won't play a game with unskippable cutscenes.
Yes, sir.
No, yeah, go ahead, sir, X-Men.
I was saying that's like reading a book. Or back in the day, we used to like read Final Fantasies and stuff like that. And games along that line. Okay, they start off. There's always little narratives of reading in there. So you want to just read books and then go
because
right
that's
to the
all
end.
a book is.
So you'd rather do that than a cutscene. There's no difference.
Hey, guys, let's back it up. Let's back it up a little bit. Let's back it up a little bit. She's not saying she dislikes cutscenes in general. She dislikes when they plop you into the cutscene and you're like, well, I'm forced to watch this because I can't skip it.
Lord Metroid says, I don't mind story, but I prefer gameplay in games. So
yes.
Yeah, me too. But
and I don't
you gotta
mind
have some type of narrative for a game. What's the point?
But then are you guys implying that Naughty Dog games do not have gameplay?
Shoot.
That is one thing. Yeah, like
no, I am saying, but they interrupt the game. But any game that has a method of we interrupt this gameplay to bring you story ruins it for me.
Man, what's up, boss?
Nothing. That stream went way.
And I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it is not.
Oh, I
for
thought
me.
you. I thought you just woke up.
Wait.
Nah.
Now that Addict's here, you assholes need to sing happy birthday to me and him. Okay.
Oh,
it's his birthday. Shit.
My birthday's the 17th. I'm not.
And mine's the 18th. And mine's the 18th.
Oh, your birthday's on the same day.
We're gonna do it the wasted. We're gonna do it right the wasted way. Ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Dude, why didn't you play Go Shorty? It's your birthday. Go Shorty. It's your birthday.
Happy birthday to both of you.
Right. Happy birthday, Attic. Happy birthday, Paul. The man, guys.
Why is
Not
that
cool, gang?
Now, Attic, so go ahead. Tell us your takeaway for the whole show. Did you like it? Did you not like it? What did you not like? What did you like?
Jeff Keighley needs to do that every damn time. I don't want to hear no excuses. He gave plenty of. What I liked is he gave people the ability to speak their mind. If they were having frustrations with the industry, you could tell he wasn't really pulling people aside, saying, "No, you can't be saying that." Like, he gave the people the ability to speak their mind, and that's all we wanted. I've always felt like the Video Game Awards was made for corporate speak.
Mm-hmm.
I always felt like he didn't want to speak about the layoffs because he didn't want to upset the people that's giving him money. But this is the first year I felt like it was for us and the actual people that make the games. It was for us because the announcements, and it was for the developers because he actually let them go up there. He didn't really rush anyone off. I don't like
shoot them off stage.
Yeah, I still don't like he like speech rushes through multiple awards. We'll get to that. I'm seeing improvement. That's all I care about. I'm seeing drastic improvement.
I appreciated the self-deprecating humor and shit.
As I mentioned earlier in the show, the fact that he allowed the Muppets to basically ham on him all night about the stuff we've been.
They were talking about.
That takes a special kind of person. If he didn't,
they even talk shit about DLC getting nominated for Game of the Year. Like, they went on everything.
They also talked about him being a sellout too. So.
That's surprising.
No.
Imagine being the person there if he didn't come up with that. We should.
I gotta see if you guys agree. This is what I said in some chats. I like the new structure of it. I think the new structure was fine. But you saw a lot of the corporate stuff don't freak out, for a certain company started to show at the end of the show. That's all I'm gonna say. I love the new structure.
Let it go.
Let it go. That's always going to happen, dude.
I will say
that's just what I thought. But I love the new structure of it. I think it's better. It flowed better. It worked better. It made more people in the crowd get more involved and enjoy everything. That's what I thought. The music parts were cool. I did not mind them. But it's like,
and I'm sure for
towards
people
the
that were there,
end, we all gotta admit, it really did start to get more corporate.
I'm not understanding how. No, explain, because I'm not understanding what you mean.
No, it's always been corporate, dude. We always knew that he.
What I want to understand is where was the distinction between what was corporate and what wasn't corporate? Because I'm not understanding where this line was crossed.
Yeah, you have to give me a little bit of example.
Really matter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No. Wait, hang on.
Can I say something real quick, guys?
No, I want him
All
to
right, why
explain
are we
himself.
speaking
I
in
want him to
riddles? I don't
explain
understand what
himself.
the fuck's happening. Yeah, I don't get it.
But
I
wait,
love
wait.
you.
Triple. Go ahead. Pause.
I'm not gonna say
Okay.
it, super.
No, say it because we have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, bro, ain't no.
What made this year any different than?
I think it just started to go one way. That's all.
You gotta elaborate more specifically. No one.
Y'all really want to say? Y'all really want me to say?
Yeah, you were talking about the very end going. You said the very end went corporate. How did you go corporate?
I think it started to skew a little bit more Sony way.
It's dude. The whole show is
Stop.
Sony way.
Let it go. Let it go. Accept it. Accept it and let it go.
It is what it is, dude.
Can I say something real quick, please?
Go ahead.
Okay, the joke about was it him and Kojima being friends, and I was like,
Yeah.
Kojima,
no.
I don't know. Kojima was like unamused, so he just wasn't paying attention. Like his face, I was like,
You know what I
know,
noticed?
a lot of those Muppet jokes are
I know
funny,
what I
man.
noticed at the end, Trevor, real quick. So when after Snoop Dogg did his thing, they gave the presentation to that woman and stuff like that, and she act like, I don't know you, and please stop trying to get close to me. I'm the only one that know that. I talked to another friend, and he said, "Yeah, I noticed that too."
What do you mean when they were doing this? When they were doing the skit with Aaron Paul? No,
You
that
mean
was
Aaron Paul?
No, I'm talking about after he did the skit with his son, and then they came up on stage to, you know.
Nah, I
the people
think
that
Aaron
won
Paul and that
award.
chick doing something spicy behind the scenes.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
I
that-
don't-
I
too
saw
much
Snoop. Did you see
tension.
Snoop
Like,
look at her? Did you see Snoop look at her up and down? I thought that shit was funny as hell.
All right. Okay. So Addict, your thoughts on the Game of the Year winner?
I don't agree with it, but the game.
Oh wow, I don't agree with it.
But the game's definitely a quality title, and I could see why other people would see that as a Game of the Year game. I don't think it's a Game of the Year game. I feel like I would have preferred something like
Elden Ring. No, I'm joking.
No, not Elden Ring. I would have liked 44K to be in there. What was the actual name of it?
Yeah, I hear that game.
That lame game. Did you even play it? Did you even play it?
I beat it on the hardest difficulty.
Well, one could argue. One could even contend. But one could even contend that
do you know
that
the
game
games
should
I
have been
played this
in
year?
place of the Earth Tree. What?
No.
Any game
streamed
that released this year should have been in place of fucking Earth Tree
Oh,
in
exactly.
that particular category.
I again, as I said earlier when Lemon was here, is that you could have the issue a lot of people are having when it comes to Elden Ring, because it's DLC, but the fact that you have so many new, fresh games that you could have put in, even if they didn't win, even if they didn't have to win Game of the Year, you could have put so many other games up there to be talked about and be in the zeitgeist. But you put
you know the funny shit. I'll tell you the funny shit. The funny shit was at the very end when they were announcing Game of the Year, right? They brought out the guy from Larian Studios, right? And he was going on this rant about like, okay, the game who won this year, they made the game not because of any corporate reasoning, but they did it because they had the love for the game. That's why they wanted. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I know if that's the criteria, it wasn't Erdtree. If that was the criteria, it wasn't Final Fantasy. If that was the criteria, it wasn't.
Well, we were all doing that, dude. Trust me, we were all doing that.
Yeah, I was like amazed. Now, yeah, but I don't know.
I'm gonna say, I want to miss you for the win, baby. That's all.
I didn't even watch it, so I don't know.
Well, none of the games there, like apart from Baltro, I don't think there's like a lot of games there that was. People were expecting. Oh my God! Before the award show, there was a rumor. Somebody said Half-Life 3 is going to be announced. Did you hear that?
Half-Life 3 is never happening. Let it go.
Half-Life
that and Beyond Good and Evil 2 are going to show up in the same fucking.
Really? How they gonna not make Beyond Good?
They're going to show up holding
Not
hands.
making Splinter Cell.
No. But Addict, did you hear that? Did you hear the rumors about that? Half-Life 3 might be announced.
Imagine 1 year we get a show with
Half-Life 3 was supposed to be announced like 20 years
Beyond
ago.
Good and Evil 2.
Splinter Cell isn't happening either. Sorry.
This is the same
It's
industry.
too boring for young gamers.
You're saying
this is the same industry that told us all these other games that come out. We see these these rumors every time. Like at this point, like don't be listening to these rumors. Like a lot of these people, you know, look, am I saying they're wrong? No, but a lot of these people just assume that, you know, they got more info than the person next to them, and that's not.
Take it with a grain of salt. No, fuck off. I don't want to take that with a grain of
I've
salt.
always said it. You know, people always like get mad at me because I don't mind covering. For instance, I'll cover like a rumor or something. This rumor could be entirely wrong, but I'm gonna still cover it because I enjoy talking about that kind of stuff, like speculating. There have been certain things where it seems like it's not happening. They're like Blade coming out during that video game awards last year. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was told that like 3 or 4 days before it happened, and I didn't believe it. But you think I'm gonna put my name on that shit? No.
I don't believe it, but you know, just
I got a question for you, real quick. If you think Indiana Jones had it came out earlier enough to be
would have been
in the
nominated.
nomination,
I don't think it would have been.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
think it probably would have gotten nominated.
It could have won too, dude.
I don't think it would have won.
No, are we talking about?
Wait. Okay, hang on. You can't say anything because you not only haven't played the game, you won't play the game.
No. Are you talking to me or someone else?
Talking to Cozy.
No, I'm talking to Cozy.
Okay.
Well, I beat Indiana Jones. I thought you were talking to me.
No. Alex, so have I. I beat it. Yesterday.
You can love it as much as you want, but it's not on PlayStation. It's not going to win.
What?
It's on Nintendo.
Yes.
It's not on PlayStation or Nintendo. It's not going to win. Let's be honest.
That has nothing to do. No, stop.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Boo this woman.
I want to say the first official award of the night went for the main game show. Went to Xbox because the first award was won by Hellblade 2. So
that's they did it on purpose. They did it on purpose.
Yeah.
Don't you understand why?
Sound design.
That's
like
they
throw that at anything. That's a consolation prize.
Let me speak a little bit about like the Xbox tax thing. I do believe there's an Xbox tax, but I don't.
Oh, really?
Believe, people act like there's like this giant.
Oh no, I don't think it biased like that much. I don't think like seriously
there's an anime I watched a long time ago called Death Note, and there's a moment in Death Note where everyone comes in this room with all these executives and they talk about who they're going to off next with the Death Note. People want me to give the illusion that that's happening in the gaming industry. Like the whole gaming industry is coming together in this giant circle room, say how we gonna fuck with Xbox next week. I don't believe that, but I do believe there are people that clearly does not like Xbox. They don't care about it as a brand. They don't care about it as competition. And any time that they are in a position where they can shit on it, they're doing it 9 times out of 10.
I don't think it's that malicious.
That's true of both sides.
I think it's out of sight and out of mind.
People act like, for example, if Redfall had been a PlayStation exclusive released by a PlayStation studio, it would have gotten all these accolades.
No, it's
like,
still a bad game.
Did you see what PlayStation people did to fucking Concord? They said, "Fuck that piece of shit." They don't care that PlayStation made it.
No, hang on. But what I think it is, the quote tax comes into more into play of the media outlets more than anything, not the industry itself.
The history.
Right. But it's always treated as, this game got a 70. If it was a PlayStation game, it would have gotten an 80 or would have gotten a 90. I hear that all the time.
Because we do see some of that activity. And it's going to be interesting to see what Indiana Jones does when it hits PlayStation in April.
Yeah, but that's also because you're having not the same people review the game and not the same amount of people review the game. That's where we have issues with that.
But still, what's fun is to go back and look at some of these people who end up giving these higher scores and look at what they said when it initially released on Xbox. Because
now,
if
it's the same person that reviewed it both places and they gave it a higher score here for some ridiculous reason, okay, that I understand. But a lot of times where we're seeing variations with scores, it's because one is getting reviewed by more people or different people.
Let me talk to you about this in Supernova because I made a video about this. I don't like IGN. I shit on them anytime I can.
I don't think anyone's like IGN or fucking Abu.
No,
let him talk. Let him talk.
So I was a big like advocate when it comes to like, and keep in mind, it's not everyone at IGN. There are some people I find I respect there. Not many, but there are people I respect there. And I saw when they reviewed Call of Duty, they gave that shit like a 4 out of 10 or some shit like that. It was the low ass. So I went and looked, and I made a whole video. I broke that shit down. I looked at who reviewed it, what games they reviewed. The person that reviewed that Call of Duty didn't review any other game but PlayStation games that whole year.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
And you know what else they reviewed? TV shows.
Yeah.
So
Get the fuck out of here! You're kidding.
Attic, I do the same thing. The first time I see something like that, I look at their history and see what else they've talked about. You know, that's why one of the few guys at IGN I do trust is Travis. Hi, guy Travis.
I trust Travis.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know,
I trust
that's why
Dustin
I always
too.
say
Dustin
that, like, you know,
has been real in
Yeah.
a lot of incidences.
Yep.
But we have issues with these reviewers in general because we have a lot of these game journalists that we know for a fact aren't fucking gamers. So why are you reviewing video games to begin with? Just because they got their journalism degree and thought, oh, I'll go do it over here.
No,
in
most
gaming.
of them don't even have
or
games.
people, or people that will review, let's say, for example, specifically a fighting game. And don't like fighting games. It's like, why the fuck are you reviewing a genre that you despise?
Reviewed the Xbox game and didn't like Xbox games.
No, but remember that time several years ago? Was it IGN or Kotaku? Because Kotaku is equally as guilty for this shit.
They all are, dude.
Kotaku's a joke. Kotaku's not
somebody
even
had to
legit.
review Cuphead, and they gave it a low score because they couldn't even play the game. They
I was just about to bring that up. They couldn't get through the tutorial, and all you had to do was jump and dash. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh my
And
god!
it's on video, and they put the video up.
Attic.
What up, Vic?
I got. Let's tinfoil hat a little bit. So, do you feel that Game Science and Metaphor was sort of looked over for Game of the Year, and it was awarded to Astrobot because the developer or the publisher was Sony?
No,
Metaphor was actually the
I
most
think
popular
Astrobot
game out there right now.
I think Astrobot won Game of the Year because it appealed to more people that were voting. A lot of people don't play turn-based games like that. So Metaphor won a lot of those scenes because they did play, but when it came to Astrobot, I ain't seen the industry suck a game's dick more than I've seen they suck Astrobot when that game came out. And it's because it's one of the old style platformers. People can look, only certain amount of people. You get a whole pie, a couple slices of that pie, people might play turn-based games. But almost all that damn pie will play Astrobot.
I said that in the chat earlier. How many times have you seen platforms get nominated for Game of the Year?
Look what happened when Psychonauts came out.
Every time Nintendo makes one.
Almost every time a prominent platformer comes out, it always gets a lot of respect in the industry.
Yep.
This is painful to watch. This is fucking painful to watch. Triple, can you not? This is aggravating me. I'm deeply emotional.
This is the equivalent of like some dude banging a chick and nutting in 10 seconds and like, I'm gonna put this on Facebook. It's like, why would you put this out here?
I don't even know how we came to that line of thought.
I'm gonna be real with you. I think people
because my mind is
hold on.
Wait,
I'm gonna be real with you. I think people would respect that more than what this dude's doing right here.
Oh my gosh.
Because at least you know how the online infrastructure is going to be. Even if that man did it that quick, people are like, at least he hit. This dude didn't even hit. Like,
I mean, you can look at me. That's kind of impressive. That's pretty fucking fast. That's a world record.
I noticed something that a lot of people didn't notice, and I paid attention to it. The only
you know what's funny? The fact that these scenarios are completely different. We're clowning on this dude for not finishing fast, and we're clowning on the other dude for finishing fast.
Yeah, but it's just like,
hey, why is it starting to rub off on you, Attic?
If someone's level or capability when it comes to playing
now, this
simple
is how I am all the
platformer
time. I have to
there,
tone down this.
They shouldn't be reviewing
IOP.
anything.
But did y'all notice this though?
Attic, you know how many times I bit my tongue when I'm on ILP, man?
Did y'all notice every time that, and these are the only ones that I saw, an Xbox game was shown on the show, it was also going to PlayStation, but anything else that Xbox had was not going to was not going to PlayStation. They didn't have none of those on there. Those were
That
the
has nothing to do
only
with the
ones
show.
that
That
they
has nothing to
showed.
do with the show. That's
Oh, yeah,
Microsoft
that-
going. These,
that's an Xbox
That's
issue.
Xbox going.
Yeah.
This is what we
What
want
do
you
y'all
to show.
think about that?
Hold on. Are you trying to
They
say
did
that
not
Jeff went
show
to
any of the-
Phil and was like, "Yo, Phil, you got anything to show us?" But it can only be shit that's going to PlayStation 2.
Yeah, that's
That's
not
Right, thank you, Super.
That's what you think happened?
Yeah, that's not what happens. Yeah, that.
No,
where
but
were some of the
when
other
I was
games that they
saying-
had?
When I was saying earlier, Indiana Jones wouldn't have, in its current it wasn't us being like, oh yeah, it's malicious. It's just like a smaller platform, less eyes, less people are paying attention to that game.
No, trust me, the industry's paying attention to that game.
Oh yeah, they are.
I would say that I think Indiana Jones has been getting its flowers since it released. I've really
Absolutely,
seen nothing but praise for it.
absolutely, yeah.
No, honestly, Indiana Jones is a very well-made game. There's nothing you can take away from that game. That game deserves every credit it is. I think it's
Story
just
is
going.
incredible,
I think it's
dude.
just going to fall on deaf ears next year because of the juggernaut next year is, and especially if GTA 6 comes out, then it's over.
Well, no, it's over anyway because it's so early it's like early in this year.
Listen,
So,
we all
remember,
need to remember. We all need to remember. God of War did beat Red Dead Redemption 2. So just because GTA 6 is dropping doesn't mean it automatically wins Game of the Year. There could be something else that comes out that year that they deem as more,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and
But
also
GTA
because
6
it's
could have bugs
and
at the beginning.
there's so many more games coming out between now and then that Indiana Jones is going to be forgotten, not because it's bad, but because people only think about the games they played in the last few months, and that happens every year.
Yeah, but I don't prescribe to that thought process because that would mean that the games that release in the last 3 years or 3 months of the year are more inclined to win because they're more recent.
They absolutely are.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah, that's how it always works.
Yeah.
I think
that's
they have
absolutely
it.
While I will agree that there's recency bias, I will say that when the games get nominated, they have to then go look at each individual game and they have to remember, oh, was that game good or not?
Well, because they oh, sorry, Attic, go ahead.
I was gonna say I do think that the recency bias thing is definitely extremely prevalent because it just depends on what the game is. You have to have a phenomenal fucking game to survive the beginning of the year. When's the last time you saw a December game get Game of the Year?
I don't think we ever have.
No, I don't think we
ever
have.
The longer you go back, the more that game gotta
Yeah.
be. It's got to be that game.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
there's
gonna
a
be
new
something.
one at it. The Elden Ring.
March was Elden Ring.
Elden Ring was a juggernaut. Elden Ring
Yeah,
was
but
a
no, I'm
social
talking
media
about-
juggernaut.
I'm talking about with
But
the
hold on then.
DLC
Is it
came in
December
late
games
in the
can't win
year.
Game of the Year or
Late in
can
the year.
they? That's
Yeah,
the
you
conversation we're
figure it out.
having here.
But here's the thing: December games can win Game of the Year if the game is that strong enough. But most
A game
people,
any month can win Game of the Year.
Hang on.
No.
Hang on. But look, you also have to look at what else came out that same year. Was there anything else as strong as Elden Ring that had as much push? Because Elden Ring had so much push the year it came out. I mean, everybody was talking about it.
Every year, doesn't matter what the game is or when it releases, there are 1,000 different factors that are going to affect whether or not that game gets nominated or it wins. Over just the month it releases.
But Elden Ring was a unicorn.
Elden Ring wasn't
it's definitely the exception, not the rule.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
anyhow,
ridiculous.
so
In more ways than one.
Well, let's go pivot to some of the announcements, Attic. So we were talking about this when you just logged in. Okay, so I said, yeah,
I don't know why.
The
Your
announcements,
camera's acting cool, dude. I don't see a problem.
the announcements were pretty
the other
big,
one.
light on gameplay, but pretty big announcements. Witcher 4, obviously, Okami sequel, Onimusha 2, Borderlands 4, Outer Worlds 2, a new Ninja Gaiden.
It's not on the mission 2. It's on the mission the
Way of the Sword.
Oh.
I am sorry. Intergalactic, which is Neil Druckmann's new game,
And
etc.
it's Okami sequel.
Okami sequel. Sorry, not Okami 2.
Can I say something real quick? It's Oni Musha. Why do you keep saying shoe?
Whatever, I got
Yeah, my
Japanese
comment
stuff,
section,
Kevin. I'm gonna
my
say it
comment
the way I
section's
do
clouding
it
on me right now
American way,
for
all right?
pronouncing
Get
it like
over
that. And then you know what? I don't give a fuck. It's their fault for it's their fault for spelling it that way. It's not my fault. pronouncing it that way.
Thank you, Adam.
And then
Thank
you also got Project Sanctuary
Jet
from the people
Mercury,
who
my
made
man, what's
Yakuza. You got Project Robot from the Eco developer developer. Big game announcements, light on gameplay, but big gameplay announcements. What was your big takeaway? What was the one that really got you excited?
On the issue.
Which
The
announcement?
minute he came in with that staff and it was sucking up orbs, I'm like, please don't tell me that's on the issue. Please. Man, I jumped out of my damn seat saying, hell yeah.
That's because he just shit in his seat.
At least I can stand up, motherfucker.
The prunes juice finally did their job. He's like, hell yeah.
Shit, I'm gonna be double ply for this motherfucker. No, but
I gotta go in a minute. I gotta get ready for the other show.
Which one?
K-Mega, he's doing a special.
Oh yeah, the last one.
All right, okay. What about you, Adam? What was your big takeaway show? What takeaway game? What was like the one that really got you? Oh my god, that's some.
Every time Metaphor popped up on that damn stage.
There you go.
Is it really that good at it?
Oh,
Metaphor,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I played
had
only a little bit of it, but it's fun.
Oh,
I had to uninstall it just so I wouldn't play it a third time.
I forget who I was talking to who loved it, and they don't even like JRPGs or turn-based games.
yeah.
And that's how I felt about Final Fantasy X. It's really one of my favorite.
10 is one of the best
Yeah.
Final Fantasies, definitely.
Yeah, it's my favorite Final Fantasy.
We-
When it came to
I was like
Xbox,
9.
I downloaded it immediately.
Oh, you're a 9 lover? Oh,
Yeah,
no,
I'm a
right.
9 lover. Yeah. I like
Well,
9.
the reason 10 is so good is because they constantly change you up on how Yuna is actually in this world and why she's
And
in
you
this
can summon.
I'll tell you
No,
what-
it's like levels to it. Okay, she's a summoner. Okay, she's doing this. Okay, she's doing that. Oh, that's what happens to her. Oh, that's what happens to him. Like they're always expanding the plot in that game.
Yeah.
There's only one part of Final Fantasy I thought was annoying. When you had to go through the mountain in the winter. I'm like, will this shit
Mount
ever
Gaza?
end?
Mount Gaza, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to fight.
Real quick,
Seymour's
off topic,
most
I just-
annoying
I just-
form
I
at
just
the
saw
end of
something
that.
real quick.
Right.
Paul, did you see that they're remaking Return of the Living Dead?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited about that. So
He's
fucking
got
excited.
Levi as Levi as their profile picture.
What?
It's gonna have story and
It's a
video
movie.
roles you can't skip to.
It's a movie.
Oh, okay, my bad. I'm sorry.
They're making Return of the Dead, not Night of the Dead.
Return of the Living Dead is different.
Yeah,
That's
no.
Return of the Living Dead was the comedy horror one from the 85, 86.
Right.
Oh, it had my boy
It's
in it.
the movie that
what's his
started Zombies Eating Brains. It came from that movie.
Right.
All right, speaking of brains, let's talk about something that everyone
Oh,
should be
Dave,
using.
what was that other one? That Dead Rising 3 video demo that was in there? I think it was.
Oh no, it wasn't Dead Rising. It was what's it called? It's the first person parkour one.
Right, the zombie one that looked good.
Dying Light.
Dying Light, yeah, Dying Light, whatever.
Beast or
The
whatever.
And yeah,
I'm not in the
and
zombie
they're
game,
they're
but that
bringing
looked
back
good.
guns because in Dying Light 3 they got rid of all the
Light 2.
firearms and it was just melee. Was it 2? Whatever
Yeah,
the
they-
last one was, they
yeah,
got
like-
they
only
got
got
rid of
two.
Well, that
firearms
makes sense,
and
in
it
the
wasn't
type
as
of world
good.
that
Yeah,
they're in.
I was going to
So-
say that, which story-wise it makes sense because after a while you're going to run out of
Yeah.
black powder. You're going to run out of that technology. You know, you're going to go back to sticks and stones. It made sense.
And most
But they may break your bones.
No, it makes sense from a narrative
Well,
perspective,
most of the
but
people
it
that can
sucked
actually-
for a game perspective though because it wasn't as fun.
Okay, tell me about Shadow Labyrinth, anybody, please, because I've not watched the TV show. I thought that was they were remaking Pac-Man.
Okay, listen,
real quick
no,
before you
it's
do that,
just
let
there was
me-
an episode.
Go.
Hang on.
Go ahead.
The Outer Worlds was definitely my
Yeah.
highlight of that.
Mine
Xbox
too.
Even though Xbox dumbass putting that on PlayStation.
Why not?
I know.
More money is better than less.
I
announced
love
the game
that.
as a you announced the game as a console exclusive, and then
Well,
you
it's not that.
show
Like,
it
here's the
again, and
thing.
he's like, "Here, it's
If Microsoft would look me dead in the eye and sign a contract saying nothing will happen to that hardware, it doesn't matter how much I devalue, it doesn't matter how much I put stuff on other. I don't care what they do, but people want to look at me in the eyes with a straight face and tell trust corporate. Okay.
I mean,
no.
why? I don't trust corporate. I
No.
just like I have Game Pass because I don't like paying for things. I'm cheap,
Mm-hmm.
and
But
like
you are paying for
they could put it on other platforms as long as they want. But as long as I can pay $20 a month and get all the games I want, guess what? I'm not.
Well,
My-
I don't
my issue-
care.
No, hold
if they
on.
put it
No,
on
Wise,
other
real quick,
consoles.
Wise,
I
to
really
your
don't
question
care.
about the secret
Mhm.
level. It's going to be hard to explain. Just watch the show. Each episode's only like 18 minutes, bro. They're very, very short. But they're literally
But like I
little
was
short
saying,
stories.
I don't care if they put certain games on other consoles. That don't bother me. But keep your legacies at home. That's all I'm going to say.
Why?
If that's how you feel, then why does it matter?
Because it matters to me, because you need some type of identity for yourself.
No,
They have an identity. You can play our game anywhere you fucking want. That's
Yeah, no, I saw that damn.
honestly, so as someone who was like been PC for ages,
Me too.
that was like the only you obviously have like a serious Xbox bias.
No, I got a big ass powerful damn PC.
That doesn't mean you don't have an Xbox
I've been
bias.
on PC before you were born, young lady.
That does not mean you don't have an Xbox bias.
It's not
You
about
clearly
having
do.
It's not about having an Xbox bias. It's the way the console industry functions. They have games that give value to a platform, and we're seeing it. The moment they came out, that February, whatever the hell they did that damn ass update this year, it said we're publishing on more things. You think it's a coincidence every quarter they sell less and less Xboxes?
Xboxes isn't where their money is.
Let me ask everybody a question. Let me ask.
At the same time, Addict for years, they've been telling people you don't need to buy a fucking Xbox. Part of their marketing is you don't need to buy an Xbox. Xbox
gamers' problem is they're obsessed with like, I need to have my console. They don't care about you.
So you're gonna hold on. You're gonna tell me with a straight face that I have put thousands of dollars invested into games.
You're a fool if you think they care about your money like that.
Okay, but we're not talking about them. We're talking about the individuals that have an issue before hardware.
I'm with you because I feel the same way. I feel if I bought an Xbox, that why should anyone get Xbox games if they didn't buy the fucking Xbox? You didn't buy the Xbox. You don't get Xbox games. Like I feel that's the way.
I don't go to McDonald's and ask for a fucking
legacy
or
Whopper. If I can say something real quick, Microsoft, the problem a lot of people are having is like they're lacking consistency on what they're trying to tell the consumers. Like, yeah, if you want to move it forward, if you want to stick to, I see they got the everything's an Xbox campaign, that's fine and all that. Like, make up your mind so people know especially moving into the next generation where they want to invest their money into. Again, when you announce Outer Worlds 2 as a console exclusive, people are like, oh my gosh, it's coming to Xbox, blah, blah, blah. Whatever reason. I feel people kind of forget the reason why people buy consoles because of games for the most part. And when you start to say, hey, you could have bought a PlayStation and got this instead. And yeah, Game Pass is a selling point, but again, if you have to choose one or the other, and you come to find like, dang, I could have got a PlayStation and Outer Worlds 2.
Like I was saying, I don't know that you could put the decline on sales of hardware solely on a game being multi-plat or anything like that. For years, Xbox has been telling people you can play your games anywhere. We don't care where you play your games as long as you play your games. And when you're telling your consumers literally
for years,
you don't have to buy.
It's been 1 year.
Anywhere has strictly been
doing
PC,
it for years.
cloud.
The moment they told, like, look at last gen. I've been making content for almost 10 years on this platform. I was around for the Xbox One generation, and a lot of the content creators, a lot of the PlayStation people, a lot of the PC people, they all had Xboxes, especially the PC people. None of them have Xboxes now because they had PCs too.
I bought my Series X specifically for Xbox exclusives. If Xbox exclusives come to my PS5, I don't need to buy a fucking Xbox.
Right. And let people know ahead. Like that's the thing. Like let people know so
let
they
me
know
ask
where to
everybody
spend
here a
money.
question, a very simple question, okay? And don't jump on the back here, but what is the difference between if EA tomorrow decided to make a hardware, make a platform, make a console, or if Ubisoft decided to make a console, what would be the difference between
Ubisoft
that EA?
Make nothing right now.
No. Let's say EA tomorrow decides to make a console. What is the difference between EA then making a console and what Xbox is doing now?
Well, you kind of
going
going.
These are completely different things. You're talking about a third-party publisher publishing everything.
It does not make sense.
If EA, you're making the assumption if EA went into consoles, they're going to run the business like they went now.
Yeah. They would keep the same they would make this. They would run the business the way it does. And
how about this? How about this? Let me say something real quick. Let's say hypothetically, you create a platform, your own console. You buy all your own studios to make games for your platform. Then you want to sell as many of your consoles as you can because that's how you're going to make your money. And then someone tells you, oh, you got to put your games somewhere else and help them sell their consoles.
Yeah. So what is the difference between that and what Xbox is doing? That's the problem.
What are you talking about? If you're trying to sell your own consoles, why should you help someone else sell theirs?
No, but that's my no. But that's my point. My point is that right now Xbox has their games on their console. They have their games on everyone else's console. Well, that's what they're going towards.
That's what they're starting to do.
Yeah. So, okay. So my question to you is, what is the difference between Xbox and EA then, besides the fact that Xbox
you
makes
establish because of the history of Microsoft and how from the Xbox 360 to Xbox One, they were saying, hey, get our consoles, get into our ecosystem specifically. I know they changed their terminologies, but get our box, pay for Game Pass, whatever, and you'll get our console, you get our games.
You're also talking about a scenario where it's the inverse, right? Because on Xbox, it's the games are only for us, and now we're going to give them to more people. You're talking about the inverse, where it's the games are for everybody, and now fuck that, the games are only for us.
I got a question for Wize Gamer.
Yeah, go ahead.
EA comes out tomorrow, said we have hardware that does exactly what our competition does, and plays all the third-party stuff that our competition does, and that has no exclusives. Are you buying it?
No, I'm not going to buy it.
Okay, here's your question. No, here's one thing.
No, because
Nintendo says that we're going to start putting all our games on all the consoles. What's the point of Nintendo?
But
I'm not buying a Switch at that point.
But then, that's my point. I'm not buying it at that point.
But why is you see
real quick, the other side of it is revenue-wise, they're making a shitload of money because they aren't making money on the console anyway. They're going to make money on the games they sell.
Yep.
Right.
But
Xbox is already saying
console diehards are crying. Like Xbox console diehards are crying that are like, oh my goodness, my exclusives are crying, and while they're just like bathing in the tears of their dollars that they've made.
You can't take what they're making now and skew that. They're adding ABK on to what they made last year on this year, and they didn't physically own them last year, so clearly it's going to be higher. You got to see how their trajectory and their growth is the next couple years, because at that point the money is going to level out from what they already own ABK off. How you expect them to do that? Sell more games. Okay, that's cool. Let's sell more games. How you expect them to do that? They got to make more games. Now you're looking at the console and it's selling less because we're probably in the next gen at this point. How are you going to sell a next gen console when you've already skewed your messaging to the point where people automatically assume everything's
Hold up. Again, you know as well as I do, they don't make hardly any money on every console sold. That's not where they make their money anyway.
But at this point, Paul, then I honestly don't understand why they would make new hardware
because
at all.
It's an option. Like the Surface is an option.
Right, because it is still
it's an option to actually. I again, the problem I have is this:
you can't build a $500 computer.
No, so I mean, like, yeah, the
decent
console,
games at all.
Again, the console has value, it has purpose, as you're saying. A lot of people don't want to deal with PCs. A lot of people don't want to strictly stream games if they want to play anywhere through that method. But again, the messaging this comes back down to the messaging that I personally have.
I'm willing to bet you, and I don't have no physical proof of this, but I'm willing to bet you PlayStation makes more money off microtransactions on Fortnite, Apex Legends.
They do. They absolutely do.
100% they do.
Then they make off of all of their
games barely break even. That was like one of the findings.
That's
games
my
barely
point.
break even.
You know why
their games sell and break even, but PlayStation games don't break even.
You know why they're able to consume and get all this money? Because they have saying and shown that their console is the place to go and their exclusives aren't going to Xbox. Sure, they might have certain things that leak out, but for the most part, no one's seeing whatever that game is that Naughty Dog made it and say, "Oh, is that coming to Xbox?"
No, but it might be going. But it might be going to. It might be going to PC.
Hold up, let him finish.
But it might be going to PC, which is a Microsoft.
And that's fine. But we're talking a year, maybe two later. At that point, it is what it is. You know, it matters. Time exclusivity matters. No one's waiting a year.
It matters way less because PC gamers largely are not like, oh my goodness, I have to get that console. We're patient.
So
we're fucking patient.
Our person talking now, are you getting GTA 6 next year?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't play GTA at all. but I wouldn't wait for it. Like, I legit have waited for games. I don't buy games that are more than $30. I legit sell the 7 Cs for games.
Yeah, Cozy is a different kind of gamer addict. Cozy
I am a PC gamer.
You're the exception to the exception to the
right. Yeah,
No,
basically.
very common. That's also very common amongst PC gamers. I will sell the 7 Cs. I don't.
You think Cozy's the only motherfucker with scurvy?
So essentially, you're up here talking about
No,
it.
but you're exactly right.
Support to zero, correct? Is that what you're saying?
I'm what?
You're talking about an industry on this podcast that you almost don't support at all, correct?
No, I buy hella. I will buy.
You literally just said you sell the 7 Cs.
But no, I do. But guess what? I also.
You're the judge and jury on what deserves money and not in the industry.
I also buy a ridiculous amount.
No, I love this. I love this conversation. Hold up. Why do you sell the 7 Cs if you feel a game's not worth your money?
What do you mean? Oh, on principle, certain companies I won't buy games.
But if there's principles, stand on your principle and don't play their game.
But I like the game. I just don't want to give them money.
So you just don't want to give them money. So at that point,
no
you don't want to
principles
support
then.
what you like. You just don't want to buy it.
So here's the thing. I've never for example, indies. I buy a lot of indies. Like will buy like I just bought
getting nervous.
Yesterday I bought 40 games. I bought 40 games on GOG yesterday.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, what's the last big AAA title that you bought?
I don't care. I will never spend money on AAA games like that.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
then what is the last AAA title that you sell the 7 Cs?
Are you trying to throw Sea of Thieves in there?
You do not understand what selling the 7 Cs is?
Okay, but let's say you sell these summer Cs. Do you promote them in any way, shape, or form? Do you come on this
She puts on her eye patch and her peg leg. Come on, bro.
Like, do you talk about these games in any way, shape, or form that you sell these 7 Cs for?
She goes on the 5-finger disc.
The best way to explain it is most AAA games are not made for me. If they
they're still made for you to steal them. I don't get the logic.
I don't play a whole lot of them, but the ones I do, yes.
I don't steal a lot, just a little. I just
if they're not on Game Pass.
Yes,
if they're on Game Pass.
I got no reason coming at you either because I don't pay for most of these games either. I get a lot of review codes. But my logic is like I don't get the concept that if you don't like something and you feel the need to pirate it, to me you liked it. You just didn't want to pay for it. That's just my.
No, what she's saying is I don't like the developer or I don't like the people that work there, but I still want to play the game.
Yeah.
Fuck them. They're not going to get my money.
No. I do have a question. I do have a question though.
Hold up, real quick. I tell people to stand on their square. If that's what you believe, do that shit.
So can I? I do have a question though. Now that I think about it, with the whole, I don't want to support the corporation, but I like the game. But it's like the developers kind of, sort of. I know it's meant depending on the numbers and all the fun stuff, but the developers kind of do need the game to sell well to keep the job, so you can enjoy the game that they're producing, unless they happen to move to a new studio and possibly. Like I genuinely have a question from that perspective because it's like if you don't support the game, they might lose their job. Of course, they still might lose their job either way, and then you don't get a continuation.
Yeah, I was about to say that
you don't get a
so
continuation.
the honest thing is, I feel I buy very few AAA games that aren't like. I will buy a game at $30 is my buying price. $30. I do not spend more than $30 on any game.
I don't want anyone to lose their jobs.
I buy a brand new indie game for $30.
That's just also none of my fucking concern. Like the shit that happens in my life, that's my concern. I don't give a fuck what happens to other people.
No,
I don't want anything bad to happen to them. But also, it doesn't matter.
Hold up. We're just talking pure speculation. Like I don't care if she does it either. My thing is just the concept behind it. Like, don't.
No, I get what you're saying.
You want it? Okay, so Sims is probably the biggest one.
She'll pay full price for a Sims game.
I don't. I absolutely not. I do not.
She sells the 7 Cs for that shit.
Yes.
She did.
Yes, she will.
I'm not one of these people.
I will not buy anything from EA.
You will buy new Animal Crossing at full price, though.
Yes, I will. I absolutely will buy.
Is there a particular reason you won't buy something from EA? I'm kind of curious.
Fuck EA. I'm sorry.
But, I mean, is there a particular reason?
So my breaking point was legit. Okay, the exact incident that caused it. So Sims has had vampires, right? In Sims 3, you could get vampires from either the Supernatural pack the Supernatural expansion or the late night expansion, right?
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Sims.
Okay.
In Sims 4,
we don't give a shit about the
they
Sims.
took them out of the Supernatural and the city living equivalent. They took them out of both of those games. And made them a separate what? And then at that point, I was like, "Well, I'm selling the 7 Seas."
Those stupid sons of bitches. Why do they do
Here's my
this?
thing, like, okay, for instance, there's a couple games that, like, when I have a hard stop and I don't believe in a company, you won't get my money, you won't get my time, you won't get my influence. I'm gonna essentially act like your ass is dead.
Yeah,
and
I'm not even gonna steal from your ass. Yeah,
I mean, I get it, but
you're not
here's
even
the thing.
worthy my attention.
Even as much as I play and I've bought Nintendo games, yes, also them too.
They don't. Nintendo does not really raise prices either. They really.
I'll buy like their new games, but anything like if they ever do a re-release or whatever, it's like C's. I go to the C's.
Yeah, hard.
Don't be saying that openly, man. You'll
yeah.
have someone in a black outfit knock on your door and start
Exactly.
They're like that bird.
Someone's knocking on the door. Somebody ringing
please.
the bell.
Yeah.
Please.
Talking about stealing from Nintendo.
I'm not talking about stealing. I'm like for sailing.
It's like talking about sailing for Disney stuff too.
Look,
Disney.
You know what's
shit
funny?
too.
They're gonna open up the door and there's gonna be someone in a black suit with a pirate outfit that said, "I hope you like selling because we selling your ass somewhere."
Cozy, let me implore to you as a stalwart Nintendo fan. Don't steal from Nintendo, please. They're going to delay the announcement of the Switch 2 again because of that. So please.
I'm going to steal from whoever the fuck you want, but don't go on the fucking internet and say that you.
I didn't say I stole from them. You guys think I stole from them. You guys, that is your words. Did I ever say that I stole
right now,
from anyone?
Federal prosecutors, they're going to clip this shit. And then it comes to you.
I have never said that I stole from anyone. You guys are saying that I stole from
if she's be lucky and fortunate if the federal people knocked on her ass, it would be these Nintendo ninjas.
That's like equivalent of like
you want to play.
That's like equivalent to like your girl catching you cheating. I didn't say I cheated. You might cheat.
Let me check your phone, baby. Let me check your phone.
Like that song, "Can I smell your dick?" That song?
I gotta go. Y'all know I got a podcast.
You know that song? My God.
It's kind of like that song. I saw you on the counter. Wasn't me. Saw you on the bedroom. Wasn't me.
Later.
Dang, he even say bye. He ain't say
I know. He just like
good night.
He just said fuck y'all, gone.
Yeah, he said he gotta go.
But no, I don't play that many AAA games. I'm very limited, and AAA games aren't usually not for me. So
and sailing is a bitch.
I don't blame you.
Okay, well let me ask you.
And honestly, for the type of games that she plays, sailing the 7 Seas is really, really easy because they're smaller games.
No, but the thing is, I will not pirate indie games ever.
It's easy to sell the seas for indie games when you just picked it up rocks on the load.
I don't specifically because I spend a lot of time interacting with indie devs.
Well, I respect that. If you're gonna steal from anyone, steal from the rich.
Yeah, essentially that's it. But and the thing is, like, there's some games that I'm definitely like I'm getting Monster Hunter Wilds.
Mm-hmm.
I already have it pre-ordered.
You getting GTA 6?
You know I'm not fucking getting that shit.
But to real quick go back to your question, because I always say that shit all the time. Like GTA 6 is console exclusive for a year. You tell me these fucking PC guys aren't gonna go get consoles.
Oh yeah, no.
A lot of them say they won't, and I'm like, I fucking could not do that. Ain't no way in hell I'm waiting a fucking year.
No, but one thing I will say,
70 years, probably a decade.
One thing I will say is like. These PC people don't play. Like I will.
No, they are patient gamers.
Yeah,
those Steam No Buy was a real thing. Is a real thing. Like and Epic found out the hard way. Like,
You're also like, why am I going to play on console when if I wait a year, then I can make all the bitches naked?
That's what I'm saying. A lot of time the PC people, because the market is so like saturated with like mods and stuff, it's easy to stay on like the same 5 or 6 games like for long amounts of time on PC. It's easy to sit here and say I'm boycotting this when your ass wasn't playing that shit anyway.
Yeah,
you have like you have so many other options of like things that you can be doing that it's like, oh yeah, I'll just wait.
I get excited for things that I like or things that I want, and if I can get it earlier, especially a year, like I'm not gonna fucking wait.
You know, there's entire genres of games that are not that you don't really get to even experience on console for real. And
yeah, but I don't give a fuck about those.
No, but that's what happens. They have all these things that are happening that don't happen on console. So a lot of people they can wait. They literally can wait.
I mean, with Grand Theft Auto and Rockstar
games, and I'm like, fucking games look like shit.
I'm gonna be real with you. A lot of PC people I just see is they playing computers. They ain't playing games. Look what my PC runs at.
You know what's really funny? I tell a lot of like the PC elitists specifically how I play PC games because I know it upsets them. I have a very nice PC, gaming PC. I play everything windowed.
Oh yeah,
and I know everyone. Someone's like, I twitch because they can't handle
it. I play borderless window because I'm multitasking a lot, and sometimes I will play windowed. But the funny thing is, like these PC people will come at me in my comments.
They will get so mad.
They'll be all mad. They're like, "Oh, it's just because you don't have a good PC," and I know.
And you show them, you show them the specs, and they're like, "Oh,
I know." I don't even need to show them the specs.
I know when
I know my shit blows they shit out the water.
I know when I bought my ROG Ally X, I got jumped on by the panel because I couldn't play 2 games at the same time.
This motherfucker right here.
It doesn't work like that, stupid.
This dude said my device can do the thing that it wasn't
and I
meant to
keep
do.
telling you, I literally built a PC specifically so that I could always have Sims running in the background. And it's still, I occasionally have to shut down Sims.
And the thing is, even though I don't have a PC and I don't care about having a PC, there are people, and it is perfectly conceivable that someone can own every console and still have a really badass gaming PC.
Mm-hmm. So, let me go. Let's pivot a little bit to some of this.
Real quick before we go into this, I just want to. This is the PC I have, and what's funny is like every single time, like these, I ain't gonna lie to you. PC people are the worst fanboys.
They are.
Like it's not even remotely the same. Because I do have an AMD build. I got the 7900 XTX. I got a Ryzen 7 7800 X3D. I got 64 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM, and it's just like most of these people on this PC still running like 1080 the 1080 Ti and shit.
Is how they get about it because they don't understand. They literally don't understand the beauty of playing on a PC is the flexibility to make a PC your own experience. They'll be like, "Why would you even play on a PC?" And I'm like, "Because I like playing on PC."
Well, but see, there's people like me who I'm a PC build. I've been building PCs for over 30 years, literally, when I can afford it.
Because you're geriatric.
But the point being is, I will play on either. You know, right now my PC sucks ass. It's not worth shit. But still, I don't understand that it's got to be one or the other. I really don't.
It doesn't.
They each have their pluses and minuses. I like console because it's plug and play. They take care of that shit. PC, I do like to tinker, but there are times when I go to play a game or when I know I'm going to get a game. Oh shit, I got to upgrade the video card, or oh shit, I got to get more memory. You know, after a while that gets old. You know, it's like
y'all know me. I'll tell you. I play in the cloud.
Yeah.
Listen, when a game comes out from my console, I don't have to ever worry about do I meet the minimum required specs? None of that shit. I buy the game and it fucking sucks.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's true.
No, but you know, like I know for my own part, like going down that PC rabbit hole is very, very deleterious for me, at least, because the way I am as a gamer, when I know there's something more powerful out, I would want it. And with PC, there's a new graphics card coming out every year. There's new CPUs.
See, that's the problem.
I'm going to want to upgrade. Like, I know that's me.
I mean, that's you.
I'm how low can you go? I'm a how low can you go PC gamer.
That's one of the weird things when people do always say you gotta upgrade your PC. I'm like, no, you don't. Like,
I prided myself on the fact that I played with an integrated graphics card for 3 years.
Addict's been trying to say something. Addict's been trying to say something for like 5 minutes here. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Addict.
realistically, you just need to upgrade your PC once every 3 or 4 years, and Like once you, but that's if you upgrade to like the top stuff or semi-top stuff. Now you're good for a foreseable amount of future. Now if you're still running like the 1080 Ti's and stuff, you should probably upgrade.
Yeah, and like when I'm talking like back in the late 90s, early 2000s, you had to piece it apart much quicker than that because of changes were that much, in gaming and stuff.
Oh.
But now 5 years is about my outside. If I'm upgrading 5 years is my outside because of the way technology changes and the push that they put on games.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There you go.
Somebody's trying to play limbo cozy.
Fucking co-loads. Hey, Vic, you got her intrigued. She's curious.
You have my attention.
No, but anyhow, okay. I know you don't have to upgrade every year, but I know the way I am. Oh, there's the 5090 out. Let me go get that.
Yeah, I'm the same exact way. It's
that's
like,
a
new
issue,
shit?
That's not a
There's
PC
new
issue.
shit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's new shit. And so like for example, people say, why did you upgrade to a PS5 Pro? Because I could. That's why I know if there was a new better Xbox, I would buy it.
You have zero impulse control.
Dare you?
I have no
right now.
fucking impulse. You're actually saying that, really? You after knowing me for so long, you're still saying that?
There's a sucker born every minute, and you were
one of them.
You were 2 minute birth. Yeah.
Wait, Stupa, did you get one too?
Sure did.
I didn't. I'm good.
Okay, so let's go over some of these smaller games. One game that was a really small game that I really am looking forward to is the Ninja Gaiden one, the Ragebound, whichever the 2D.
That was in the pre-show, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I need to watch the pre-show because I totally didn't watch it.
It gave me. Remember the old
They
NES
don't tell
Ninja
you about
Gaiden?
the pre-show. They just hope you know. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually didn't know about the pre-show until I tuned in for the actual show and the pre-show was running. And I was
Listen,
like,
can we stop this I hate this shit. We have this countdown for the show to start, but it's really the countdown to start the countdown for the show to start. I'm like, why are we having a countdown to a countdown?
That's true.
Well, the countdown happened during the pre-show, so.
No, but like.
No, I understand that, but like, just start the damn show then.
The only thing we don't like is the fact that they give away awards during the pre-show, which is like, well, thank you for relegating us disabled people to nothing.
Yeah.
But
It's basically like, we don't give a fuck about you, but we're going to give you an award anyway.
Yeah.
But
You know they don't care about the disabled peoples.
Well, yeah, Lord Metroid.
Most of the
Sadly.
world doesn't. Most of
Not
the world
even
doesn't.
joking. You know that.
Oh, okay, so if any of you guys are coming from the end, remember the old.
Oh, we're coming.
I'm coming. I'm not.
Well, none of you guys.
I don't want to know about you guys coming.
We and Paul at the same time. We're like, oh, bam!
Oh, come on. Don't come on, but come on.
No, but
Oh,
like,
really?
okay,
Y'all
so
really,
if you guys remember Ninja Gaiden on the NES, the 2D side scroller, that is what Ragebound is. It's basically an update to that, and I don't know if it's the same story, but it's really good. It's. I'm looking forward to it.
I remember Revenge of Shinobi. That's about it.
Oh, yeah, it's a fun game.
Another one was actually Ferris's game that it looks pretty good. Split Fiction.
Yeah, that game looks fucking awesome.
Looks awesome. Everything is awesome.
I didn't get a chance to hear his little spiel. Did anyone get a chance to hear it? Like, what is the game? It looks really good. It looks
Okay,
like
you go ahead. Go ahead, because I did pay attention.
No, I was going to say it's exactly like It Takes Two. The same
Mhm.
concept of, hey, there's unique experiences at every level. The premise is, I don't know the main character's name, but one person is a sci-fi person, the other one's a fantasy fiction person, and you're going through different levels. And I think you do a better job.
They're two different story writers who have two different unique styles. So each level is going to be based on either science fiction or fantasy, and it's going to alternate.
Oh,
so
they
work for a company where they build these stories that become simulations, and then you simulate what the story is, and somehow they get knocked into this bubble together, where now their simulations are combined and overlapping, and then there's like a larger narrative, like the owner of the company is like trying to steal their
works.
Yeah, like. So like he's like an evil motherfucker, but yeah, that's basically like what
it
we
looks,
got from
it
the
looks
trailer.
awesome.
It looks
Like,
interesting.
It looks really good.
Yeah, it looks good. I think he's got a good one on there. One thing, another game that I'm like looking forward to, and I'm just looking to get into this world again, was the Mafia franchise, the prequel. I think the Old Country.
Yeah, it is. It's an Old Country type of thing.
That game looks.
I told the real game. It reminds me of Godfather 2 when Michael has to go back to Italy.
Right, that's exactly what it reminded me of. Yeah, same thing with me. It was like, yeah, so they're doing the old Godfather story. Go back to the Old Country.
Where's Apollonia?
Well, she's depending on where you stand, a little bit of it over there, a little bit of it over there.
I don't like the way you say that.
What is did anyone know any? Okay, can anyone tell me? There's two games I still don't understand the games. It's like based off of something, but I've never heard of this game before. There's two games that are based off of that one thing. It's one was called Kazan, the first Berserker Kazan.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The other one was like a rod.
That was like revealed last year or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was at the Xbox event last year.
I believe so.
What are they? Are they like independent? Like, what are they? I mean, I know they're games. What are they?
Squirrel twerking and shit. Honestly, I don't know what they are. I only said they look cool.
By the way, real quick, was anybody surprised that the Batman game won the VR game of the year thing? Because you're like, here's Batman, and here's 4 other games that nobody's ever played. So which one do you think won?
I wasn't, even though it was MetaQuest exclusive. I wasn't because I know that. Fucking guy.
Oh, man.
That was perfect.
But no, the Batman VR was the only one that anyone was talking about. Like I played some of the other ones. Yeah, so that's that. I expected it to win because I assumed I didn't play it. I assume it was really fucking good.
It was. I've heard nothing but great things about it. And you know how I'm always saying that there's no one game that would make me want to buy a console. That's the one game that would make me want to buy a fucking Quest 3. Okay,
They're fucking like $500 though.
Yeah, I know that. I looked it up. I looked it up. Even with the discounts, like $500. I'm like, yeah,
We're gonna let it go.
I can't afford that.
Attic, Night Rain.
That's for the lower storage capacity too.
Let's go.
Attic, right? Night Rain. What do you think?
You have to like guide me a little bit more on what game that is, because a lot of the smaller titles kind of like what.
No,
yeah, I don't know them all by name.
Oh, the Elden Ring game. I forgot that has a subtitle. So.
Yeah, it's Night Rain.
It is what it is. Just another way to make that game be part of Game of the Year contender next year. So.
You know that it's
notice
not
how they pointed
at all
out it's
like
notice
Elden Ring, though, right?
And they pointed out it's a standalone title. He especially said a standalone story from. Like, okay, here we go.
Yeah, but have you guys heard any of the shit about it and what type of game it is and how it plays? Because it doesn't play like Elden Ring.
It looks like it's
it's more of like a Monster Hunter take on it.
Yeah, they said it's like a roguelike that has battle royale elements and all kinds of shit. Like basically, because people have played it. You'll see in clips they're like flying with like the bird. They like have a bird above them and they're flying. They said that's essentially like the battle bus in Fortnite. So it's mixing elements of all these other games.
I understood that.
Real quick. They're probably sitting on assets from like Elden Ring and stuff that they're just.
It's a question because they're crossing Dark Souls with Elden Ring. So I'm curious on if there's any lore implication behind it, or they're just doing it because one of the toughest boss from Dark Souls 3, the Nameless King, is it. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? But this is a write-up. Someone says dungeon exploration, character growth. The objective is to survive for 3 days. If it was a typo, was it 8 heroes? It's a 3-player co-op. It has single-player support. I've seen someone talk about that, and they were kind of disappointed it was co-op. Well, there is a single player. It's a full game co-op. I don't understand.
But if people are expecting it to be an action game like the regular FromSoft games, it's not going to be that at all.
Yeah, I think it's going to be totally. It's probably
but
just going to be a hodgepodge game where they sort of try to
still Bloodborne
mash
2
Elden Ring into another
or Bloodborne
genre.
remaster. Yeah.
All right, let's get to the main one. Intergalactic.
Yeah.
So
too much product placement.
I mean, yeah, that's so I'll just quickly say
I don't think it was product placement. I think they're just trying to show that it was a retro future
yeah.
world.
Someone shared a clip where they're basically showing how they got it from Akira. Like the scene was almost played out like same sequence from Akira. I never watched Akira, but they had it side by side essentially. And
yeah,
I mean,
that bike slide from Akira is in like 1,000 different movies.
No. It was the how I'll share it in the group chat, but essentially like, even how the record player was set up and everything like that. Like it was basically played back to back. But for me, the excitement just stems from the fact that it's Naughty Dog not working on The Last of Us again, and it's actually a whole brand new IP that they're working on. Obviously, we don't have much information to go on, but knowing Naughty Dog's history, I can't really think of a specific game that I didn't like from them, even with the controversy people had with The Last of Us. Was the better one.
Like I didn't care for the story of The Last of Us 2, but I can't knock that game at all for the gameplay, which is fantastic.
I think
was the cinematic trailers or not? And yeah, I mean, like they had a little snippet at the end of her using her melee weapon, so maybe it'd be more obviously more melee focused, like some other PlayStation over shoulder.
Last of Us was like the last type of game like that I enjoyed.
What, like
why? It had cutscenes.
No, that was like the last one.
I know this sounds cliche, but it gives me Guardians of the Galaxy vibe. If it was just one person in there,
yeah, that's what I was, and I'm gonna touch on it just a little bit, but I got that vibe, especially I'm assuming you're referencing Star-Lord. The only thing that I really hate, unfortunately, surrounding the news is the fact that it's a black female character who was cutting.
Wait, she's black?
I'm assuming
Blasian.
She looks Asian.
She's both. She's Blasian.
Let me walk it back. A person of color from appearance, what we're seeing in the trailer. Let me say it that way.
I was like, she does not look like a Negro.
She was.
Oh my gosh.
She was Asian.
But anyway,
she turned into a black person.
Shut up. Shut up. But that's the annoying thing for me is seeing the discussion purely around the appearance of the character and seeing people already labeling it as woke trash. I know some people have their gripes because it's Neil Druckmann and the whole fiasco with The Last of Us Part 2. But again, the second I saw that, I was like, damn, the comments are going to be going off. And to the point where they had to turn off the comment section.
They had to nuke the comments.
And the annoying thing is that purely looking at how she handled herself in the trailer, how she's acting, you could replace that with Star-Lord and people would be happy. The fact that it's a girl doing that, it's a problem. Like that's purely what it is. It's a girl doing it. If it was a dude doing the same thing, the same energy, talking over the radio, blah blah blah, it'll be fine. But because it's a chick,
it's because she's an uggo.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's for years the industry was pushing shit on people. Now every time, and it sucks because now every time the lead is a female or a person of color or whatever, it's woke is the thing people go to immediately. It's like and listen, I'm not saying that it isn't woke. I'm just saying that I'm not getting that just because that character is female.
No,
right?
but I will tell you if I ask you what you think about the game and that's your first statement from anybody, if their first thing was it looks woke, well, okay, then I'm immediately going to dismiss anything you say after that because it means that you haven't gotten past that. You know,
like that, and that's
there's also a lot of people that like we were saying hate now Naughty Dog or hate Neil Druckmann and have made countless videos bashing on the studio and bashing on Neil Druckmann. So now anything that they do is automatically
bad.
Be
Like
and this character is like more ammo to say, oh look, it's woke, even though it's this doesn't show that it's woke. And I hate woke shit, and I call out woke shit all the time. Like I think the race swap Little Mermaid, I think that's woke as fuck. But this, I don't think is woke.
Yeah. So no, here's the thing: the problem you're having is you're not on the end of it. That element has always been there.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
So like people have always been like that. You know, like they act like it's a new thing to say like those sort of things. That's an old thing. Like I have been told a lot of my life, like, oh, you're just there because you're black. Or you're just there because you're a woman. I've been told that.
Well, no, I've been told the same thing because I'm
you're
disabled.
Just disabled.
Yeah.
You're just disabled. That's why you're there.
But I don't let that. I don't let that. I don't go into anything looking when I see like it's a woman protagonist or even and you know this because we've disagreed on this, the whole Little Mermaid thing. It doesn't bug me as much as it bugs you. All I care is if it's a good movie. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but I mean,
And
I look at
it's
it
a
like there's
reoccurring
a reason
theme.
to
And
change
these
it.
people, these are the same. These people would have an issue no matter what.
It's at that point, yeah. And it's so just
it sucks though because I don't really feel like society was this way 10 years ago.
No.
It was.
It's I mean,
not
to
to this
the
extent,
degree
though.
to the degree where it's at, where again you're purely judging, or a subgroup of people are purely judging on the protagonist and their appearance, and you're making this whole assumption of the entire people saying she's gonna be lesbian, people are saying she's gonna be a girl boss, gonna be trash. I'm like, bro, it's just the character with the sword, and she cut her hair. Y'all are coming up with so many theories off of just that, and it's.
I'm looking at a game that has Guardians of the Galaxy vibes. Number one. Number two is being made by a lauded AAA developer, one of the best in the industry, especially when it comes to storytelling. Number three, it gives me vibes of Mass Effect as well. Number four, I get to fight General Grievous fighting using a goddamn lightsaber. What you have scratched every fucking itch I have. There were things that you scratched that I didn't even know was fucking itching at that time. You scratched everything. You went up into my a-hole and scratched that. I'm loving this fucking game. There's nothing about this game that I don't want. I want every part of it, especially if it can live up to the pedigree of Naughty Dog, and it can live up to the pedigree of the IPs it's emulating. And
it's just like whatever Santa Monica's next game is going to be the same thing. If they show me just a cinematic trailer, I'm going to be hyped for whatever it is, just because I know that it's Santa Monica and I like the games that Santa Monica makes and have for decades now. Like, they've only been, I think the only one they made that I didn't really care for was God of War Ascension. And that was just because that formula was getting old and out, was getting stale. And then they mixed it up.
And they tried to have multiplayer, and you had to level up to get the moves you had the previous games. I'm going on a rant. But
my only question is,
he didn't even have the ashes on him at that point. I don't want to play skin tone Kratos.
My only question is, Naughty Dog is a very big developer. Has it now split into two sub-development houses?
I'm pretty sure all of the major PlayStation studios have multiple teams now.
Because if this is what Neil Druckmann is working on, we know somebody's working on The Last of Us 3. Who?
Yeah, but it could be Last of Us 3 could be in early development, still the story writing aspect and stuff.
And even when they have multiple teams, they usually will primarily be on one, and then when that one's done, then the remainder go to work on whatever the next project was. It was already in pre-production or in production, but didn't have the majority of the team working on it.
You were saying that
they're on concept phase when it comes to Last of Us Part 3. You don't see that until this game's out.
Right.
That's my opinion on the matter.
So we probably don't see another iteration of The Last of Us on this generation for PlayStation.
No, it probably might be like a launch title for next gen, or maybe in the middle of next gen. Just depends on how long it takes to make this game. Like, when it comes down to like this particular thing, I didn't really like what I saw to do. I didn't find anything interesting in it. I didn't find like the setting interesting, the character interesting. I'm kind of like done with like sci-fi stuff at this point.
Oh my goodness, what's wrong with you?
It's not necessarily anything like bad against the game itself.
No, that's fair. It's not interesting.
No. I'm not being serious.
No, yeah.
And when it comes to like the rhetoric and the conversation behind it, like, look, I take like that group, like I take the console war stuff. I listen to what you have to say, and if it makes sense, I'm okay. I get what you're saying. If it doesn't, okay, you're ignorant. I don't know why you're talking. You shouldn't even have a platform. And I feel like I agree with King that we need to stop labeling stuff as woke and start labeling stuff as what you have issues with. Do you have an issue with the female lead?
Yep.
The problem is that it's like it's woke because they just don't like the females.
Well,
or
but
the-
see that, but
No,
they don't want
see,
to. They don't want to voice that. But they don't want to voice that out loud.
No, it's not about wanting to voice. They're doing what's better on the algorithm, whatever
Right.
they're doing.
Right.
Woke is a
No.
better term than saying like feminist
I don't
agenda or
This
anything like
can't,
that.
but you see, this can't be woke because this is a new IP altogether.
Well,
Like the
it's-
series
no,
thing can't
And
be
no,
woke.
it's woke because women shouldn't exist.
And Attic, you missed this, but in the beginning, with the whole Witcher 4, people were saying that was woke because it's Ciri as the main protagonist.
Women,
And I'm
yeah,
like,
but
bullshit.
women
here's the
wrong.
thing.
Women
Here's-
should
I've
not
done-
be protagonists in
I've-
games.
I've
Games are
done-
for men.
Go ahead.
See, when it comes to like these like one of the biggest, like, I don't like calling them the grifters because I feel like grifting is implying they're stealing, and I don't think they're stealing. They're clickbaiting to like the 10th degree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They when you
Yeah, or
monetize something-
rage baiting.
yeah, when you monetize something, people will do whatever it takes to maintain that monetization on something. Are there some people that are just genuine when it comes to like issues in the industry? Absolutely, there are legit people that have issues with stuff like that. Are there people that don't have issues with it that are just using the ignorant people that are following the movement without really understanding what's going on? Absolutely. For instance, I looked into this. I looked into both of them because I watch a variety of content. I watch stuff on dating. I watch stuff on gaming. I watch stuff on politics, and I don't just watch one side. I watch the other. I
You know
watch-
nothing.
Don't mind her. I'm there with you, Attic. I'm there with you.
Basically, you're
I'm just not gonna
uninformed.
talk. You guys good.
She changed jabs to everybody.
No, it's just
here's
go ahead.
Here's the thing when it comes down to it. I think the reason people are going at this is strictly because the rhetoric behind what's going on with PlayStation in general. It's not a secret that they've replaced a lot of the male-led characters with females, and I think a lot of people just sees this as like another like chain in the domino link. Like we saw Ghost of Tsushima replaced with a woman. They replaced Last of Us with a woman. They started doing it with Uncharted, which if they make another Uncharted, they've already put his daughter in prime spotlight to take that mantle. And I think even though I don't have an issue with it, I can understand from their perspective in that particular scenario with this character, this is just another one of PlayStation forcing, what their ideology is into their games.
Well, at least in Uncharted's case, at least that story wrapped up. Like Nate's story wrapped up, and they already had Lost Legacy with Elena, not Elena, with
Chloe and Nadine.
And honestly, like that. Chloe's a better fucking Lara Croft than Lara Croft has been in any of the movies.
Shut up.
So I just want to touch on that real quick. Attic, the issue, I don't even know if issue is the best framing for it, but look at the history of gaming as a whole. Going from their mindset, like they're replacing all these male characters with females. I'm just like, we've had so many male characters up to this point. Like, it's just natural change. Probably.
What's next, dude?
But also, like I never saw anyone call Blood Rain woke. Nobody called Bayonetta woke. Nobody called Tomb Raider woke. Nobody called any of these games
Bloodstained.
woke.
I think the
Clementine from The Walking Dead. I don't remember.
That's the thing.
That.
Like, this isn't new to have
because
a new
woke wasn't a word for it. I think it was
I never saw complaints. Period about the female.
Because a lot of times people just didn't play it.
It's
not
played
about playing
it.
or not playing. It's about at that time you had people looking around in the scene and still saw multiple scenarios from multiple backgrounds still coming up in games. And now it's like I say, we can see and we can argue all we want. There's nothing about you can't argue facts. Returnal has a female lead. Ghost of Tsushima went to a female lead. They did the Abby and Ellie thing and killed Joel. Almost every PlayStation game is opinions. That is fact.
I get you there. I get you.
It's reactionary.
Yeah.
No, hold on. I can explain to you why why it happens more now than it ever had. Because even back in the day, like we look at Aliens. Nobody cared that Ripley was female. Nobody cared that Sarah Connor was a badass in Terminator 2. Like nobody cared. Nobody complained. What happened was in this last, I would say, 10 years, you've seen in media, and we can't say no, we haven't. We've seen in media, whether it be movies or video games, this thing where okay, we're going to replace men with women, we're going to replace people of white people with people of color, and it's been pushed in media. So now anytime someone sees a woman or a person of color, they just say, "Oh, look, it's woke." They're changing it because of that. Which is it the reason they're doing it? I don't know.
We don't know.
But that's why people say it, because
what you guys don't understand, you guys don't
years.
understand the fundamental reason. The one main reason that they're doing it also is because of financial incentive. These major corporations are being funded by BlackRock, and they have an ESG.
A lot of these like games like Concord, they haven't gave financial incentive. They flopped.
Yeah, it flopped, but the initial benefactors were BlackRock. BlackRock
also
has
write-offs.
score. Yeah,
write-offs.
No, but okay,
which is crazy that you can literally bomb a project and then say I'm writing this off on taxes. Like that is,
I mean, the whole issue
to think a corporation could do that.
And they do it movies all the time. It's a big thing in the movie industry.
No, but you're putting financial incentive behind people doing this, so people are now like, okay, well, shoot, these people are going to cut me a check to make this thing that I want to make, just if I change out this character from this race to this race or this
I understand the sentiment behind it, that they look at it as like, oh, we're fighting sexism and racism by doing this. But the thing is, what you're doing is actually pushing racism and sexism.
The color just didn't exist at all.
Yeah, I definitely understand in terms of the pushback a lot of people are probably having because of how much they were being hit over the head about. I think I liken to
that's what it is.
Star Wars and how Ray and all the other Ray was the starter character and all the.
But you say it's pushing, as Lord Metro said, it's pushing. It's like Lord Metro said, it's pushing an agenda.
We have a fucking Hispanic Snow White.
If you use the Ray thing,
what are you talking about?
Thing from Star Wars. Like Ray was doing
Snow
stuff
White is Hispanic.
That nobody else was doing. Like
are you talking about the actress?
Yes.
The actress who is actually still white.
Let's not get off topic.
Like you use Ray from Star Wars. Like she was doing stuff like in the lore that Anakin wasn't really doing.
Yeah,
and Anakin was supposed to be the chosen one, the one that led the balance.
Dueled Luke Skywalker and beat him in a duel the first time she ever fucking dueled.
So yeah, and that's where like I understand where people again may have the pushback of like we've been hit over the head so much, but it's still just annoying when you're going to the extreme side of things about it. Right?
I agree, like, and I think us as a society need to have better conversations and need to be better on trying to find a middle ground and not
there's
just
no
assuming
middle ground.
There's middle ground, but saying there's not a middle ground makes there no middle ground.
Yeah, people are generally.
I don't think there can be. I think fundamentally the problem is these companies need to just stick to what they do. Stick to the white dudes.
I don't know. They don't
have to.
If it fits in the narrative, that's one thing.
Actually, no. That reminds me. No, the upset over what's it called? Over South of Midnight.
No, I have no problems playing with a character if the narrative.
There was
like the whole thing where they were like, they swapped.
And once again, it goes off of if you go and you actually like. I know a lot of people like to bring these people up. Like, go watch their content. See which ones are actually genuine, which ones are just talking out of their ass. Because a lot of them, when it comes to the South of Midnight, talking straight up out of their ass. Look,
but there's a whole bit about remember the whole race swap thing. I was like, this is like
swap though. I don't understand.
No, they were saying because the template was just like very generic and possibly white. And so suddenly like, race swap.
Stupid argument.
Let me
hold on. Hazel on the concept of South of Midnight looked like she could have been white. But here's the thing. I talked to multiple developers.
Oh no, I agree with you.
You would not believe the amount of concepts of main characters that goes. I literally just had a podcast.
Oh yeah, they look nothing like the final character, even if they're the same race.
No, I agree with what you're saying.
And then you could go. I literally just had a podcast with Davey Jaffe, and he said there was hundreds of variations of what Kratos looked like before they came to the real one.
Oh, he had hair and all kinds of shit.
Again, what I said before in previous shows, what just annoys me so much is that previously. If it was, and I'm not trying to play like a race car or anything, I'm just saying how I see it. When there was a white male dude or anything like that, there was no analyzing, there was no critic. Why is he white? Why did he look like that? It was just like, it's a character.
I told you, Triple, the reason why, because I don't think prior to about 10 years ago, anyone cared if the character was black or female or whatever. But if they did, they didn't voice it as much. But when we had now over the last 10 years,
you probably may have not noticed.
No, pause. I had no problems playing with As same as Aaron in Metroid, knowing she was a
I've
female.
never
I
had
no
any
problems
problem
with
playing
Lara
as
Croft.
women, playing as
We didn't have all these race and gender swaps like we've had in the last decade that are pissing people off. And like people like me too, I get pissed off because there's no reason.
What pisses me off is when it doesn't make sense. Okay, when it doesn't make sense, I'm going to bring this up, and you guys are going to call me racist for it, but I don't give a fuck. Look, I have no problems with the main character of South of Midnight. It fits the narrative. I don't have no problems with Intergalactic Girl because it fits the narrative. Okay. However, I do have a problem with you're pigeonholing an African samurai into the next Shadows when I'm here. You're playing. Why? Why? I'm playing Japanese.
You know what's funny? Wise, I have no issue with that.
Wise. It just seems that they do just want me to play as an African samurai.
Let me talk about that real quick. When it comes to Assassin's Creed Shadows, I can't say that. Okay, I was going to say something stupid, but that's an NDA. Look, when it comes to Assassin's Creed Shadows, in my opinion, even if they did that for like a diversity thing, I'm okay with it because to me, telling the story of a black man that's trying to win the trust of the Asian culture in that time frame seems like a way better lit story than just a typical Asian doing his Asian stuff.
It comes down to the story that they're trying to and that's what when we had this discussion before. If this was Yasuke was his name Yasuke, correct? If I'm saying it,
Yasuke.
If Yasuke was historically a Japanese guy or white guy, and you made him black for the game, that's where I would have a problem. But he is historic. He was a black guy, so and he was in that time period. So it's not like you just made up a character and put him in
triple. Like I said, it's because if this game had come out 10 years ago, you probably wouldn't have had as many people bitching. But we're at this point now.
No,
where
10 years ago they would have bitched about this.
No. This game, no. Okay, no. What you said, Attic, makes a lot more sense. Okay, what we saw with Shadows was, we're basically doing the same thing that we were doing with Jin in Ghost of Tsushima, but now Jin is a black guy. No.
Actually, what Attic just said is the same fucking thing I said to you last week. And you still push back.
It comes down to the story that they're trying to tell.
Yeah, but if the story is, okay, how does his race and his pedigree affect him being in that society?
That's what matters. Yeah. Are they going to sugarcoat it and Disney-fy it, or are they going to actually tell a story?
That's what I want to know.
In
Japan?
Yeah, because that's fair. Yeah, and that's again, I don't know what the actual history is, but I mean, if they pull things from the challenges that he had to face during that time and put it into the game, like that's great. And if I was gonna say, like, if they just gloss over, because that is a really specific thing to point out in the story to actually have.
You guys are gonna be really pissed to find out that Paris Hilton is gonna be the new Candyman in the remake. But
I
you know,
hey, I'll tell you right now, Paul, she better fucking not be.
Hey, Paris Hilton was peak in House of Wax.
Yeah,
that was an awful movie.
Paris Hilton
died in that movie.
Paris Hilton is a House of Wax.
Here's the thing when it comes to like that. It's like, look, I, in my personal opinion, don't mind when you try to make a character, let's put a side character in a game that we wasn't initially gonna have, and let's give some voice of reason, and let's put a person of color, or let's put an Asian in this, which probably Asian demographics probably the highest amongst like white demographic in games, because there's a bunch in like Japan, but let's put a Hispanic person. Okay, that makes sense. I don't even care like they did in South of Midnight, even if they even was going to make that person white. And they're like, you know what? Let's make them black woman in the South. We can make this work because there's a lot of lore that goes behind that. Makes perfect sense. That's why I didn't agree with them. Now, when it comes to the Sierra stuff, I don't understand why people said she's not like. I thought Siri looked nice. I ain't gonna be real.
Siri? Oh yeah,
Siri looks just fine to me.
No. The issue I'm seeing, and I don't know. Like I said, it's a specific subgroup of people where they always got to highlight Eve. They got to highlight the characters from First Descendant and say if a character doesn't look like a Victoria's Secret fashion model every single time, regardless of the setting, regardless of the character's background and why she may look the way that she looks, it's a problem. I'm like, guys, I don't even know how much time has passed between the games. And
the shit with Siri is like you play as Siri in The Witcher 3. Like you played as her and no one complained.
The problem that we're running into the gaming industry is there's too many incidences where they're taking the actual mocap person that they use for it, and she
are
looks
making them look
nothing
worse.
like in the game.
and they're
eliminate.
There's the unmakeup version. You see their
No,
glam
listen.
shots, and you're like, oh man.
Aloy in the first Horizon looked much closer to the model, who's cute
like
as
the
fuck,
actual person.
and Forbidden West is way uglier because they changed what their face looked like. Same with Mary Jane.
Have you guys seen the chick from Fable? What she looks like in real
Yeah,
life?
she's really pretty, actually.
That's part of Fable.
Hold on. But the question though, and maybe we'll have to actually ask the developer, when you use a person, you're using their likeness, but they don't have to match 1-to-1. You can make adjustments where necessary.
Right, but they are hiring
Speaking in
people.
Fable, you are uglier or more attractive based on your actions.
Yeah, but I get you, but again, when it comes to
hold on, time out. There are models that they hire. Yeah. Not to use their mocap, not to use their voice, just to use what they look like. Then take them and make them look uglier than what they look like.
But again, but look at it. You have a starting point, and then you shift around what you want the character to look like. Like you can say, this person looks close to who I want them to be. I'm gonna make some adjustments. Again, we're gonna have to. We also generally see them only do that with one sex in games, and it's only with females.
If you want to,
they don't do it to males.
You want to get I'm trying to take male models, they take all their flaws away. They try to make them look the most beastiest they can, the most masculine they can. Some of these Tekken games, you think those people walk around having 15 packs and shit?
But this is only indicative of Western created games. Like if you look at Japanese games and European games, the females are fine as hell, but when you come and move it here, it seems like they go out of their way.
Japanese aesthetic is a superficial, made up. That's like their aesthetic. Their aesthetic is basically fake looking.
Well, then again, look at the change in Mary Jane from Spider-Man to Spider-Man 2. She was cute in Spider-Man. She's ugly as fuck in Spider-Man 2. Why? What was the reason for it?
Actually, I understand that sentiment.
Yeah, but what's the reasoning for it?
I know people dislike me for saying it when it comes to Fable, but I kind of again liken it to Siri. When it comes to the design of the character in Fable, I look at the setting and just the character designs in that franchise.
Oh, listen, bullshit. You can be a female in that time and not be wearing makeup and still be cute because guess what?
But hold on, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this though.
Your ugliness or attractiveness.
Exactly. Let me ask you this, Super. Can't it be the opposite as well if they decide to? Like, is it weird for me to say they can make
time out, Triple. Absolutely, I'm agreeing it can be, but we only see them say, you know what, let's make this female uglier. Then they're like, you know what,
now wait a second, hang on. Just because you say she's uglier doesn't mean they set out to make her uglier. They just
I gotta disagree here, RuPaul. Like when you see the difference of the models and what they actually came with the final product.
So you're looking at their glam shots. You are looking at their glam shots.
No, because it's not a matter of makeup or no makeup. It's literally changing.
It's literally
changing the features.
But here's the thing.
But hang on.
Facial structure looks like they
changed their features.
But let me answer at least with the one for the Witcher thing. One of the reasons she may look harder and more beat up is because hell, she's been through hell, and she's and this is years down the road, older. So it makes sense.
Yes.
And that's
why did they do what to Abby?
I'm not complaining. I don't think they did it at all.
Fucking question to Neil Druckmann. Look at
honestly, Abby, I was confused by it because she clearly had a male designed body.
Exactly. I don't understand why they did to Abby what they did. Have you seen the voice actress for Abby? She's really
that's the voice actress though. That's the voice actress. Even with South of Midnight, they have one person voicing the character, and they have
also when Abby was younger, she looked normal. It wasn't until she fucking bolted up because do
you think the guy who originally voiced Mario looks like that?
Yeah, like that's like again, that's the weird thing. Like I understand where people are coming from, but unless we're actually in the reason, because you can use a person likeness to start with and you make modifications. So
but again, we only see the modifications going one way. We only see the modifitions happen.
Let me ask, but
I'm just looking at the data, bro.
That's not true. Sometimes Sometimes they make them look better.
Hold on.
Sometimes they make them look better.
Not in Western studios. Not anymore.
What about with Spider-Man, where people is like they changed his look and everything, and we don't like it? Like
no, they completely changed what he looked like.
Yeah,
period.
so there you go. So I'm like, you have an instance.
No,
of they changed Mary
but
Jane,
it wasn't
they
like we're
also
gonna make
changed
him ugly. They completely changed.
I don't like it. He was
some
less
people don't
cool.
like.
I
Some people
did
don't
not
like him to
like
look
it.
that way. Yeah, some people don't like the way he looks.
I
So
did
you
not
have
like
in that example.
I didn't like that because it's like I got used to what his face looked like before, and now he's a completely different person.
He
It's
looks
not
like
he's
Tom
a little
Holland.
different.
But
He's a
again, that goes
completely
back
different
to.
person.
That goes back to you have, especially in Spider-Man, where you have an instance where they adjusted the lookness of both of Mary Jane and Spider-Man. So it's not like it's only just the women they modify. They change Spider-Man looks as well. Whatever the decision is, I don't know.
Yeah, but they didn't make him uglier than.
Hold on. The reason I want to push back on that a little bit is I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think that was you're talking about the exception to the rule. Like you don't see that ever in games. Like the reason they did that was for more of a brand thing. They wanted to look like more of the Spider-Man that's on the TV show more than anything. Like I think that was the alternative motive behind that particular thing. They had zero reason to switch what Mary Jane looked like because she's not even in the movies. So explain why they changed her face. Like
I honestly know.
Well,
I think
I will say that way there is one possibility. If the original Mary Jane model was based on an actual person, and that person is no longer contracted with them for them to use her likeness, that could happen.
Is a possibility.
Yeah, but
I think the thing
because I'm pretty sure it's the same model, and that model is still with us, and they have the right.
Honestly,
to use it.
Concord
They just
character design
modified
was
the
weird
model.
across the board. Like their
Concord
entire
they were just
design was just
generic.
weird. Like
They
they
were
were just
very
terrible.
generic.
You had generic army looking white guy. Then you had like the strong full armor.
Concord failed at
bad.
design.
Like,
That's good character design. Like they
well,
could.
I mean, like Marvel Rivals is superheroes. Like
it didn't. Concord's problem was all the people looked way too realistic, and it made them look weird because
it wasn't just that. Just they didn't look cool, right? Like there was one
it's the same.
guy, and he looked.
People
There was
kept
only
pointing
one
to
character
the
to look cool.
People kept pointing to the fat black lady, but it's like that wasn't the problem. The problem was it just looked like a fat black lady.
Yeah, like there's no uniqueness to
it. None of them looked like someone that you wanted to look like as you were playing. Like they just looked.
They were just
generic,
terrible.
I don't see anything wrong with any of the Overwatch characters. They look fine to me. I don't see why.
Because from a stylistic point, they look cool.
Yeah.
Like there's cool looking characters.
I think
Concord has only one cool looking character. That was it.
Yeah. The problem with Concord is like they were just on the basis of just being terrible characters. Like they just look bad. That was just it. It was just terrible design. Like
that was the beginning of Concord's problem.
Even just like attractiveness or just the way like a character like it's just like that. Like they don't have a tracer like that cutesy head. Like
even Roadhog is grotesque and disgusting. But we like him. We love his design. We love his Audi.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's exactly that. Like you, even I go back to I made an example, and it's a really really specific one. But with Ellie in Borderlands 3 or the Borderlands series, like people love Ellie, and people make fun of her weight. Like no one really had a problem with that. So some people were saying like, oh, there's fat characters in Conquer. Like it's not because they're fat; they're just bad designs. Like they're just
the thing is going on though is like. It's patterns. When people keep seeing patterns, they assume the next one's just part of that pattern. It could not be part of that pattern. But when I
watched a video.
I get that again.
Hold on, real quick. I saw a video of a guy that took the Concord designs and he basically just went in and touched them up and made some modifications to them. Not just saying, "Oh, well, they're fat. I'm going to make them skinny," but just taking what their armor is supposed to be and making it look more interesting. And then the character he came up with were instantly, and this is a guy that he's not even a fucking character designer by trade. He just has some Photoshop experience. And he instantly created cooler looking characters, more interesting looking characters. And it's like, why? Like, I don't understand why they look as bad as they do.
Yeah, like they just...
And it's not like they're an indie company. This is fucking PlayStation.
Well, it was
it was Firewalk, but like still, like you would think they get at least PlayStation dollars to like hire good people.
No, I get you.
Fire Sprite or Firewalk, whatever the Fire something. It was
Firewalk. Right? It was Firewalk.
When it comes down to this, that's why I feel like there are people on both sides taking advantage of the situation. There's people taking advantage of because that's all this is. There's people on both sides of the spectrum taking advantage of the people in the middle's emotions and having them run one way or the other. Like, until we start addressing that, instead of acting like everyone in the middle is evil, we're never going to get anywhere with this situation, because now you have monetization.
Well, we're starting to see a lot of changes now, especially in Hollywood with a lot of the stuff. Like, I know specifically at Marvel, they went in and got rid of all the people.
Well, they've got rid of everyone. They brought
woke,
the Russo brothers back.
The woke people that work there, they got rid of all of them. Like, however you decide who the woke people are, I don't know. But so they're course correcting now, because they're clearly seeing that they were making all these movies that were bombing, and people were like, "Fuck that, we're not going to go see it."
The biggest thing that I hate is, I hope they don't look, if they're going to force correct because they feel like they is, yes, but don't overcorrect.
Don't overcorrect.
Right? You can't have
overcorrect. All we're going to have is
a
year from now. It's going to be the other side, and we have to.
No, and that's exactly what I was kind of alluding to earlier. Is how you had I know we had some female characters, and I know people make fun of IGN all the time, but when they're saying with and I don't agree with their, what's the biker game? It is Deacon and whatever his name. Days Gone. And how they would say it's another white male protagonist. I like, that's a terrible thing to say, but when you look at the games surrounding that and just previous games, like, that was pretty much the basis of what a lot of games were going by. So now you have newer games kind of going the opposite direction and having lead female characters, and it's like, to an extent, one extreme to another.
And the Hawaii male population.
And that's where
it's an overcorrection, and that
happens. Yeah, no, exactly. So that's where I'm just like, again, people are like, why are they doing this? Or
like I was saying, you can't be like, we want to fight sexism and racism, and then create programs that are literally just the opposite, just reverse racism. And sexism.
It would be better if we got rid of all the women and the non-white.
Nobody's saying that.
It would solve the problem.
Part of it is all these ideas probably came up at the same time. And nobody talks to anybody, of course. So all these games are coming out at the same time, and they all have the same basic thing.
I'm a simple man. I'm a simple person. I just hope the game is good. That's pretty
much the thing. You know what? That's because you're lame.
Here's the thing. I disagree with like the sentiment that you can't like have programs to help people get in. Here's if one of the biggest issues to have more diversity in the gaming industry is there's not enough Black developers. You definitely need programs to help to level that scale a little bit. But the thing is you got them in. Now it's their job to get their skills up to get jobs from other counterparts.
Yeah.
My issue is we need more people of color, more women in the industry, not like only hiring because they
right. But I don't want to get into the whole thing about
Super. You and I are just we also need more people like me and like Super that are involved in the industry, because I wish I was. I have a lot to say, as anybody who knows me.
No, I'm sorry. I
just feel that these things should be done on the merits and not like, I don't want to get anything because here's a program specifically for handicapped people.
But I will say
I don't want you.
But if that program will get me through the door,
when I'm talking to Super, I didn't say that they're going to get a job based on that.
Right.
There are a lot of issues in society because of racism, because of years of depression, where these communities don't have access to these things.
Right.
I don't mind giving them a ladder, because that's what we should do. With the situation that's happened throughout years and years. Women just learned to be able to vote like 50 years ago. There are clearly ladders that need to be established, but that's as far as it needs to go. Once you get these ladders to get the education, to get the experience you need, then you take that education experience and then you apply for jobs. I don't believe in getting a job based off of what you're doing. Right. I do believe in.
I think that poverty is something that every race suffers.
I will agree.
Every gender suffers poverty. Every race suffers poverty, and for someone to get.
I think
for someone to get a leg up because they are, and again, I'm Hispanic, half Hispanic. For me to get a leg up because I'm half Hispanic and have, let's say, a white person next to me who doesn't get that leg up, meanwhile, we come from the same exact medium income home.
Are you a white Hispanic?
Maybe they're poor than me. and I'll get the leg up, and they don't.
Hawaii.
Are you
Am I
a
what?
white
A lot of the
Hispanic?
issues.
No,
a lot
I'm
of the
Italian
issues
Hispanic.
But
No,
a lot of the,
it's a Hawaii Hispanic.
But here's the thing: a lot
Italians
of the
aren't
issues in
white.
the country,
Okay, chill.
a lot. The biggest,
Fucking
some of the
white.
biggest
They may
issues.
not be the good
Hey.
kind of white, but they're
Cozy.
absolutely white.
Stop.
They really aren't white.
Let them finish.
Some of the biggest issues in the country is poverty. It's people that can't afford to get into school. It's people that can't afford to move to another state to get a job. It is the biggest issue. That's why I like remote jobs coming in place. But like I said, like, even though I agree with you, that's why I said when it comes to the actual job, that should be on the merits because the best people are going to make the best product. But we got to do a better job of getting a more diverse crew to become the best people and the best product to get the job.
It's definitely a balancing act. It really is, because as you're saying, if it's skewed heavily in one direction, you want to try to course correct. But if you go heavy-handed in doing so, you're just going to push people away and say,
and I'm not saying Supernova like that's forever. Let's say it gets to a point where white people outnumber 5-1 because those programs help. Then obviously it needs to be self-corrected to the other way. Okay, we need more influence in this perspective of maybe some people from Europe need to be over here. We need to push that more this way because we got plenty of these. We need some more people of this to make this whole space better.
Well, even in
gaming, what's funny? Hold on, real quick. You know what's funny? Because when it comes to diversity, we don't have a lot of Asians prevalent. Just like because of the population of the country, obviously most of the people are white. So, and just like with Hispanics and African Americans and all these other races, when it comes to getting jobs, doing those other places, when you look at these companies, they make up a smaller population. But a lot of these programs are for Hispanics and African Americans. The Asians, for some reason, fuck the Asians.
No, Asians tend to not go for the programs. They try to go out of their way.
But
hey, man, you heard
there's just not programs created for them.
Yeah, and it's not that the programs are not created. It's the culture that, like, when we come from, like, when I was raised, it was like if you were in dire need of assistance, you don't seek assistance.
His parents were the program.
Right. No, I understand. So my point is it the race and the diversity, or is it they get shit done because they go get shit done?
How about this then, Supernova? Because I do understand where you're coming from. Poverty is the biggest black flag in anything. How would you feel if there were programs for people that don't have the financial means to go to school and stuff, for everyone to get everyone into certain situations? Because like, to me, I do think being poor is a huge damn wall.
Right. Like I feel,
and over the last 50 years, that wall has only gotten higher and thicker. As far as
I just feel with the whole civil rights movement, the whole point of it was that race was not something that we looked at. Skin color was not something that we looked at. So if we had programs that
can't ignore that.
No, but poverty.
If we had programs that went to poverty and said, if you were under this
still
level,
wouldn't resolve the issue because people naturally, as a culture, treat white people better.
There is no solution to the problem ever. There never will be. I'm just saying that I can get behind a program more if here's a poverty line, and anyone under this poverty line will be eligible for programs to help them get resources and help them get this, that, the other thing, and we're not looking at what race they are or what gender they are.
And I agree. The only reason I was pushing on, like, the programs stuff, because I still believe in the programs, because, like, regardless how civil rights happened, like, you still had people that couldn't do anything with their family for decades and decades and decades. Like, it's like I would say, as a white person, our bar is a little higher than the average black person in some areas because of those years and years of doing stuff. That's why I'm saying, like, just to raise that to be a little bit more even in certain fields. That's why you don't see a lot of people in other things, because there's a lot of walls that have been put in place that make it harder for other communities.
But
to
even
get
the opportunities, though, and this is what people don't understand. As a person who teaches in a public school and as kids who actually go to private school, I can tell you this: because of my socioeconomic status, my kids are available for classes and programs and educational stuff that kids who go to the regular public school will not be. So my kids and their colleagues have a better opportunity of scoring better or higher on these national exams, which result in them, most of them, going into college. You just look at how many people above a certain socioeconomic, what percentage of their kids go to college versus the kids who are from a lower socioeconomic, and you would see it's a massive deficit.
That's where we meet in the middle.
Yeah,
100%.
you
A lot
are
of
a
the
minority.
issues is economics. It's people can't afford to go to school, and then when you do have, that's why I said like a lot of that scale, the higher part is a lot more white people because they've had more years to build wealth, to build generational wealth. So there is a lot more of those people with the opportunity to go to these things, and that's why I was saying about that gap, because there is a gap. Like you can't deny that. You can't have decades and decades of what's been going on and not have a gap.
No, plus also when people go for jobs or go to apply to colleges or go to apply for a work for internship, people tend to get lumped together. What I'm saying, and I can speak from a collegiate standpoint. If you are an Asian and you are applying to an Ivy League school, your scores are not being compared to Caucasians or African Americans. Your scores are going to be compared to other Asians. So it's not good enough for you to be on the level of your peers. You have to be as good as your Asian counterparts. And their same thing. Like, for example, if you look at Caucasians, when they get compared to other Caucasians. And you're right, their level, what people expect in HR who hire these people, whether they're in colleges or in job profiles, they expect more from Caucasians. They expect more from Asians. And unfortunately, when it comes to the other classes, Hispanic and African American, they don't expect as much. And I don't know why that is.
I also don't think that the diversity of a whatever field it is or company has to match the exact percentage of the diversity of the nation overall, right? Because, like, for example, I know specifically airlines. There are airlines that are like, we don't feel that our pilots are diverse enough. There are not enough female pilots or African American pilots. So we're going to make programs to try to get more female and African American pilots. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck what the pilot is as long as they can fly the goddamn plane.
It was a white French dude that was literally like, I'm depressed, and crashed a plane.
And that's where we
and maybe you should have been a goddamn pilot.
That's where we meet back in the middle, where that's where I want more ladders that's delivered to get people in these rooms to have these interviews and not get the job because of their. I feel you need to give people more opportunities in terms of education, in terms of economics, where they can actually do stuff. And like you said, it's not just exclusive to certain, like, if you poor, you should be getting opportunities regardless.
I think that we're not going to talk.
Say, for example, you're an African American male who wants to be a video game designer. And you are coming from a lower socioeconomic. Well, if you want to be a video game designer and you're going to a regular public high school, you can only fulfill that dream if that high school offers a computer science program. If they don't, you don't.
I literally talk to people like, what do you mean you didn't have like this programming course in high school? And like people were literally like, well, you didn't have that in high school. You should have had that in high school. And the problem was, it was like professors and stuff. You should have taken that in high school.
That's because our country treats education like a second class thing now. They don't care about it.
Also, again, with the wealth, anyone who has access to private education, they're instantly getting a massive leg up.
And it's not just the private education. It's not just the private education. It's the connection you have with the private education.
I just know that the things I was learning, because I was in private school from 4th to 7th grade in New York before I moved to Arizona, and the things I was learning in private school in 7th grade, I got to hear, and the shit I was learning in public school, I'm like, bro, I learned this shit like 3 years ago. Like, public school was so far behind where I was in private school.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example as to how they look differently. Of course, everyone here knows about the University of Alabama and Auburn University, right?
But you guys have universities in Alabama?
Oh, go shut.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
They got to learn how to cook crawfish somewhere.
My kid's school, the private school they go to, Auburn and Alabama are what we call safety colleges. Like, okay, if nobody else accepts you, they were definitely going to accept you, right? Whereas, like, the high school that I teach at, Auburn and Alabama, they might as well be the Ivy Leagues. You know, that's what like people are aspiring to hopefully get into. And it just shows you the dichotomy. Whereas my kids, because of their socioeconomic status, can get into those college much easier, to the point where it's not even an effort for them. And it takes a Herculean effort for my students to get into those same colleges. So
equality of opportunity, but you can't have equality of outcome all the time.
I mean, no, but the thing is, I think a lot of times it's missed historically. Like, if you look at communities who have been disenfranchised, like, the Black population, the Appalachian population, people who historically have not been given access to everything and just like accept what we give you.
A lot of it has to do where you live too. There's more opportunities in certain states because they're actually putting money behind stuff on a state level. A lot of it's like what I would like to do when it comes to like, when we're looking about like being more diverse in fields, because having diversity is good overall. It's just the way it's being done is hurting games and helping games at the same time.
I just don't think it needs to be forced, because like no one is preventing.
But I'm not talking about force. I'm talking about making it to where 100 people that are able to, especially white people, that are able to do a job interview on something, and you only got 10, 15 Black people and 3 or 4, Hispanics getting programs where there's 50 Black people that's able to get to that level in the actual job interview, and not just. I think when it comes down to it, it's like you said,
people have natural biases. That's another thing you have to recognize.
Well, yeah, of course, but you're never going to get rid of that. Like, that's always something that's going to exist. The other problem is we have a lot of these programs and a lot of these companies that they're deciding arbitrarily 20% of our workforce needs to be female. 50% of our workforce needs to be African American.
I
and
agree
it's like, why?
I've worked with a lot of big companies, and I've never experienced that. Most of the companies I've worked at, they're big companies, and they're very overwhelmingly white.
Yeah, but the nation is overwhelmingly white.
And the thing is, like, no matter how hard you've worked, white people, like, everyone favors their own group. So white people will favor themselves. They will literally, and you have to know this.
It's just I was going to say something and contradict myself.
Literally had to do. So I worked at a job. You literally had to test to You literally had to take a test to get a higher position. I passed the test. He did not, and he was like, "Oh, the only reason they let you call it was because you're Black."
Well, fucking is natural. You scored higher, so that's the bottom line.
See, but that's where we got to stop breathing like information into dumbasses. Like, no, your dumbass didn't study. I did. I got the job. Fuck you. Like that. That's as far as that conversation needs to go. Like,
I was like confused why he thought that's how I got it. It was like we took the same test. I just passed.
It's like equivalent to like the grifters on Twitter, the grifters on YouTube. Well, you guys call them grifters. I don't like calling them
when
that.
they called the Baltimore mayor a DEI.
I freaking saw the was it when Halo did their new trailer to show that they were now Halo Studios, and they had the Black chick with like color hair. People like, this is DEI hire. I'm like, what?
Honestly, go through any studio over on the Western Coast and find someone that doesn't look like that. Like, that's
and that might be an issue in general by itself, because like a lot of the Western,
that's the other thing.
A lot of the Western culture, let's just be honest, they're not doing well. The gaming industry on the West is falling apart left and right every year.
Well, again, it was the same thing with Hollywood, where they're feeding a certain type of product to the masses, and the masses are saying, we reject that, we don't want that, and they're like, we don't care that we just lost billions on it, we're going to continue to feed you the same shit that you just told us you don't want.
Yeah, and I had to look at other shows and stuff, but like, if you want to add more diversity, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. Make the product quality first and foremost. That's what you need.
And that's why I said, when it comes to the hiring process, that's on merit. We just got to do as a society a better job at getting people. Doesn't matter what color you are. I do feel like there are some, communities that's far not represented that need these programs, but they can go to anyone that help you get to that part where you can get the interviews, because that's the issue. No one has the education to get to interviews, and we've been doing this for years. We can move on, because we're going to keep going.
What a wonderful video game podcast.
Yeah, basically. So enough of that. So anyhow,
I don't like politics in my game, even though I have politics.
We went on a rant for about 45 minutes.
The problem is also a lot of politics have been injected in the game. Like
industry.
There was no really politics in
about what
gaming
we
when
see.
we were growing up. It was just fucking games.
Well, you know, at the end of the day, we play games as a means of escape. You know, we all have stressful lives, no matter what we do, and we want to
for
play
escape. I'm playing multiplayer games, getting clowned on by a kid doing 360.
Yeah, but you're not trying to take anything. But yeah, and you don't mind diversity. I think some diversity is good, but when it starts becoming an agenda, that's when we start like, okay, well, wait a minute, this is just stupid. You know, this is when it doesn't make sense. When it goes out of the way just to be doing something, then it's like that's why you get a pushback. You're like, okay, this has no purpose of being what it is.
Yeah.
And therein is where lies the problem, and that's where I think the problem goes.
The only thing I would say is people need to learn to know how. I don't know, unless you're in the boardroom, obviously you won't be able to differentiate it, but don't just slap that label into anything without any further detail.
That's going to be a problem that we're going to have for a while, Triple, because until all the kind of pushing of agendas is like kind of backed up across the board, these idiots, the second they see anything that really resembles something that could be woke, it's just woke. And it's like, well, how do you know? Like, we don't know.
Unless it's Eve, and unless we don't know. If it's not Eve in a skin tight suit, it's woke automatically. Okay. Speaking
if her tits are not spilling out of her dress,
I do think that we got to be honest here. There's a lot of men, especially. I'm not saying women can't thirst over women because they definitely do that, but especially men in the gaming sphere that are very socially awkward, probably don't really interact with women a whole lot, and like they about that life. You see it on Twitter all the time.
Hey, I get you.
There are no unattractive people in the MCU. They hire only attractive people to play these roles.
Bayonetta was designed by a woman.
Oh, in your face.
No. That's actually why she's very highly appealing to women.
You remember?
She was designed by a woman.
What's funny is wasn't Stella Blade designed by a woman?
Yeah.
The thing is, like, listen, like I think people generally like to look at attractive people, and when they're playing in games, want to play as attractive people.
Yes.
So I don't see the problem with that.
I want to play as attractive people, but I think like there's also this conversation about like people having I think it's a lot of like people who just like you play your weebish games. We get it. You like your weebish wank porn, but they don't want those same standards for other studios that are like.
You have to meet this standard.
And the psyche we also have a massive issue where there are people in the world, in these industries and everything, that are complaining on behalf of other people who didn't complain to begin with, and they're like fighting these fights for people who are like, we don't give a shit. Like, just for example, like with the Washington Redskins, the people that complained and had the name taken away because they deemed it as racist. You know, the Indians are like, we don't care. Like, we like it.
Yeah,
exactly.
And it's like the actual Native Americans aren't the ones complaining.
The Chiefs are much worse.
I mean, when it comes to like the Siri thing, when it comes to like people complaining, like if you complaining about the way she looks, I think that's weird. I think she looks fine. She's hot. Older. Yeah, she looks older.
Yeah, I think she looks older and she looks more grizzled because.
But if you have an issue with it in terms of are they changing the lore because they want to make sure she takes Carol's place, then we have a little bit more of an argument, and that's valid.
Listen, if this was The Witcher 4 and it was Geralt, but instead of Geralt it was Geraldina and it was a woman, then I have a problem.
Well, it's not about that. Like what I've been looking up is like she can't even become a Witcher, and she's had a hard she can't go through the process to literally become a Witcher. That's why she's always relied on magic.
Oh, you think about if they retconned it to make her.
Yeah, well, that's the issue I'm seeing on Twitter.
I'm gonna wait till I see the story to see how they develop.
I was just gonna say, admittedly, I'm going by secondhand. I haven't beat The Witcher 3, but I saw someone saying there's an ending where she does become a Witcher. So if that is true, then
and that's fine. But all I'm saying is, a lot of these people are going off the books. You can. I'm like you. I'm like, even if they don't go off the other endings and they only go off one of the endings, these people. I'm like, look, you're going to look at it from the perspective, there's probably mad years, even if there isn't an ending that had her turning to the Witcher. They could easily write a reason why she could use powers
as long as it makes sense. Like, for
example,
when they retconned Star Wars and episodes 8 and 9 to make Leia Force sensitive, and have the Force, and it's like that bitch didn't have the Force, and then she dueled Luke when they were kids and beat him, and it's like, what?
Well, hang on. If now, because I did read the old books, what they now call the expanded universe, and she was Force sensitive. They threw
everything out.
Hang on. But it's still there in the original canon that she chose not to go through with the training.
Yeah, but they threw all that out.
Well, no, they've been nitpicking parts of it back in.
Whatever. If some person that wasn't George Lucas in a book somewhere.
But they threw Thrawn out too. But they brought him back. Are you going to complain about that, Grand Admiral Thrawn?
I'm just saying that listen,
I know, but I'm saying you're saying they threw that out. There are certain parts of the original
right.
lore that they're pulling back
if they want to pick shit and bring it back, fine. I'm just saying when it comes to the films, because I don't care about the goddamn books. When it comes to the films, she never had the Force. She could have gotten out of fucking Goblin.
When it comes to the film, and when it comes to the films, Thrawn didn't exist, but now he does. So you
you tell me the slave Leia just couldn't do shit.
Here's the
she has the Force. She can survive space and pull herself back into a ship from outer space, but she couldn't escape Jabba's palace.
Because she had been trained, and that was a matter of her.
But the retcon
that was her
8, 9. That was her training when she was younger.
But the whole idea of her. Just like the way Anakin was able to race early on in the first movie in Episode 1, he didn't know he had the Force. It was an innate skill. It was a survival skill.
Racing was the best.
He at least demonstrated that he was at least Force sensitive.
He did not. You're just accepting that he did.
Yeah, he had no idea what he was doing.
Yeah, in Episode 1, he had no idea. In fact, that was the biggest dilemma of Episode 1 because he didn't show any Force sensitivity in Episode 1. In fact, he should have shown it.
But how did we know that he was Force sensitive? Didn't Qui-Gon?
Because they said. Yeah, they said he was.
Because that was a George Lucas retcon.
The Metachlorians,
yeah. That was George Lucas.
But either way, up until Episodes 8 and 9 in the films, Leia didn't have no goddamn Force powers.
Well, that she knew of, that she ever had to lean
that
into.
Anybody knew of.
That sometimes you wake up in the morning and you realize you're something that you're not.
Leia.
Sometimes you wake up.
Remember when Luke something happened and she just knew?
Yeah, there was that. Yeah. So that was in the movie.
That happened in the movie. It was very distinctively when she was like, Luke.
They both have shitty Force powers. They tried to straight up. They mapped and didn't feel
well, shit. You guys are talking about Leia. It happened to me yesterday morning. I woke up yesterday morning. I thought it was Force sensitive.
Well, no. Everyone knows you're defective. So
well, I think they were trying to go with like Luke's like. First off, Luke can't be the chosen one, and Leia ain't shit. Okay, let's be honest.
And they actually didn't know that when the first movie came out, they didn't know Vader was his father either. That was all added later.
I am your
father. So I think Luke and Leia are twins, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they were going with that mentality where when something happens,
the twin attitude, which is a great fallback, which is a great initial fallback.
Well, if you ask my wife, I've not been Force sensitive in years, so there you go. And how?
So I'm gonna say, if Luke got spit out into space, he would survive.
I would.
Honestly, that last trilogy they did, it was just trash overall, man. We're critiquing one key point when
Mary Poppins her ass back into a spaceship. And you know what the fucked up thing about that was, which I don't understand, because Carrie Fisher had already died at that point. So they already had she died, she's dead, she died in real life. We understand, her character could have been floated out into space and died, and it would have worked. It would have been fine. But they had her Mary Poppins her way back into the ship just to die 20 seconds later.
No, they should have had her. In place of having Mon Mothma die at the helm of the ship, they should have had that be Leia. Because
I agree. It didn't make sense to have her save herself.
I gotta take off.
Sorry.
All right, guys. Let's go ahead and call it a night. It is 10 o'clock, so let's go ahead and get everyone's outros. Let me go ahead and start with you, Addict. Tell us where we can find you, sir.
You call me on
find him up your butt.
Oh, come on.
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. You can find me on YouTube at Gaming Addict. I do have another YouTube channel known as the Addict Arena. Obviously, every Sunday at 1 p.m., do the Iron Lords podcast with Lord Cognito, Lord Solomon, King David. Appreciate the invite. Sorry it was like an hour and a half late. I didn't expect that podcast to go so long, and I was like, I'm sitting here looking at the clock, and I'm like, Jesus, man. Like, people be thinking I'll be ignoring them and stuff. No, it's just you should see my calendar, man. You click on it. Sometimes I have to scroll down, like on a day.
It must be nice to be that popular, man. I wish I was like you. When
not.
I grow up, I want to be just like you.
It's not about popularity. It's about like, this game's got to beat by this day, and this game's got to get coverage by this day.
Oh, yeah.
I'm doing all the editing for IOP half the time. So this game, like right now, I have a game that I can't talk about that I got to edit 3 videos in probably a week and a half. Like,
okay, so give us some gossip, something that you can unofficially divulge for the first time.
Last time I did, I got in trouble, so I plead the fifth.
I respect.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
I've been directed to not say anything I think or I don't think I could say, because chances are I can't say it, and I think I could say it. So I'm gonna listen to what I'm told and put my head in the sand and tell you thanks for inviting me on the show.
Not trying to put you on the spot. No, we're honored anytime to have you on, and
hey, don't speak for me
as always. So, yeah.
I'm not honored to have you
even
on.
Triple, and even that.
I don't know this man.
Even that annoying little minx next to you.
Fake gamer.
Oh my god.
Fraud.
All right, Cozy, tell us where we can find you, darling.
You can find me at your mom's house and giving her that pipe.
What?
Oh.
What pipe? I don't know.
All right.
Silicone.
I'll give it to you too.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Really, I'll be around. I haven't been doing anything, so I can't even say anything.
All right. Let's see. Cerebral, tell us where we can find you, sir.
Yeah, let's see. You can find me on Twitter at CerebralPaul1, Blue Sky at Cerebral Paul, Twitch at Cerebral Paul. I'm an editor for the lordsofgaming.net. Yeah.
Wait, is there another Cerebral Paul on Twitter that we have to harass so you can be?
Yeah, absolutely. There's one who has my name.
Okay,
before I got it.
I'm gonna harass him. I'm gonna harass him so hard. I'm gonna tell him to give up on life.
Cozy keeps talking.
And you can find me on Xbox. And you can find me on Xbox at Cerebral Paul 921. So.
All
we went an extra hour debating politics shit.
Triple. Tell us where we can find you, sir.
You can find me here on Fridays and on YouTube, Twitter, and at Triple Combo Gaming. Yeah,
you can find Triple with the humping dog.
Oh, he's back.
Lemon, tell us where you can find you.
It's not a humping dog.
One Way Dragon TV and the next gaming event. That's where you can find me. You heard?
Yes, sir. Okay, finally, last but not least, Super. Tell us where we can find you, sir.
YouTube at Supernova Gaming, Twitter at Yo It's Nova, and then here every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern for Wasted with Wize.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. That is our show for tonight. So I want to thank, of course, for Attic for showing up, and everybody in the chat. Lord Metroid, Real Gamer.
You got Attic to come through.
Yep. Lesser Logic, RPG88, of course, as always. And everybody else whose name I missed, thank you for showing up. Hit the like and subscribe on the way out. Of course, Loke couldn't be with us, but of course you can find him everywhere. You can find Cozy. He does PSWS before this show.
Sleeping with your mother in the bunk bed.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Not in a bunk bed. I sleep with her in your bed just to set.
Real Gamer, reach out to me on X. Yeah, we want to get you on the show as well. So yeah, as always, I am the wise old gamer, the man who brings the fun in dysfunctional. You can find me on Xbox, Twitter, PlayStation, all the stuff on Wise Old Gamer with a Z. And of course, you can find us here every Friday evening at 6 p.m. Eastern. So a little bit of a programming note. Next week we have our last show of the year, and then we will convene back the following year. I think it will be the January 3rd will be our show after the one next week. So yeah, I'm out of town. I'm actually out of country at that time as well. So yeah. But anyways, so yeah, we will be having our end of the year show next Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. We might even have some special guests to show in. So yeah, anyways. All right. Anyone have anything else to say before we call it out?
I won't be here next week because I'll be in California. So no.
Oh,
you're in California. They're gonna leave you there.
I won't be here Friday either.
here actually, unless I show up like super late. So, but, yeah.
Why aren't you gonna be here?
Me, I'll get together with some friends, man.
Fuck your friends.
Yeah,
Paul ain't gotta be here. Why we gotta be here?
Maybe that's why he wants to be with his friends, so he
The
can.
Wize, I'll be there for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I believe in you. You suck, but I believe in you.
I do what?
Slurpee.
All right. So, anyways, I can't even find the fucking music anymore. That shit.
Gozy, you ain't shit.
All right. So, anyways,
I know.
So, yeah. Anyways,
I will never deny that.
Have a great night, everyone, and play your games, touch grass, do whatever.
Let's stick to gaming.
Have a great night, everyone.
Elden Ring is going to be nominated next year as well.